And a very good morning from a chilly, breezy Ageas Bowl for the first day of the English domestic cricket season. It is Hampshire against Somerset, two teams that we'll expect to be in the mix come the end of the season in this Division 1 in Counter. Your commentary team today, a little later, you will hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor. But right now, to take you through the first passage of play is myself, Kevin James, and our very bestest friend from BBC Somerset. It's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, welcome back.
It's great to be here. Always a pleasure to be at the Ageas Bowl. But, in the camera gantry in the Hilton Hotel, about 150 yards from the scene of the action. Just as well I've had my cataract operations during the winter.
You can see the whole ground now.
I can now actually see who's batting and read the score.
You can see what a splendid ground it is now, Anthony.
Well, I must say it's looking very, very spick and span on this fine, bright, chilly morning. I think it'd be fair to say we're both pretty well wrapped up as we're effectively out in the open air. But yeah, it's a fine sight, and it's always a great feeling. First morning of the season. Yeah,
it certainly is. Now, as I mentioned, both these teams will expect to be in the mix come the end of the season. Hampshire just 1 wicket away from winning the championship last year. Somerset, well, they fell away a little bit at the end of last year, but they have finished second in 3 of the last 5 years, if you don't count 2020, because that was a COVID year.
Well,
and
it was
a short season.
Second then as well.
They were. Oh, right, thank you. As I say, both these sides have pedigree, but I think it is fair to say one of these sides is at full strength and one of these sides isn't.
Exactly, yeah. Somerset are without, well, let's go through it, Leachin and Overton, who are not allowed to play by the ECB. Tom Banton has broken a finger. George Bartlett has damaged his shoulder and can't play. And Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory are both ill. Now, whether that's COVID or not, I don't know, but certainly we're without those two. And Matthew Renshaw, one of their 2 Australian recruits, he's with Australia A playing white ball cricket. He'll be available for the game against Essex next season. So I reckon that the 11 that Somerset are fielding today are just about the only 11 players that they've got who are either not available or who are ill or injured. So it's going to be Somerset will bat, Lammonby and Green to open, then Tom Abel at number 3, James Hildreth at 4, Goldsworthy at 5, Stephen Davis at 6, Roloff van der Merwe at 7. And then really we've got the tail. The tail starts at 8 for Somerset with Casey Aldridge, then Peter Siddle, Marchant de Lange, and bringing up the rear Ned Leonard, the young 19-year-old fast bowler. So it's well, somebody, Mike Elwin on Twitter has said, well, it'll be a good rehearsal for the sort of team that Somerset will put out in the One Day Cup. When all of their star players are in with various teams in the 100. So it's a very, very much weakened Somerset side, but they've won what could be a very good toss. It looks a good pitch from here, and Tom Abel winning the toss and deciding to bat. Yep.
It does, you're right, Anthony. The word was a few days ago that the wicket looked pretty normal, or was going to be pretty normal for an early April, early season wicket. So expect it to do a little bit, expect it to be fairly soft, I guess, or relatively soft, and perhaps not too much carry. So we'll wait and see. So Hampshire don't have quite as many problems as Somerset in this game, and looked to be pretty much at full strength. The headline team news is that Mason Crane and Brad Wheel are the two players that have been left out of the starting, or left out of the 13-man squad that was announced yesterday. Maybe no surprises that Mason Crane is not in the final 11, but perhaps Brad Wheel, after a decent season from him, where he picked up 34 wickets last season and generally bowled well from start to finish, he's been left out in favour of James Fuller, and by all accounts has been one of the pick of the bowlers in pre-season. So Hampshire will line up like this, and this is probably the batting order. Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland, Nick Gubbins, James Vince, and I'll come back to Vince in a moment, Liam Dawson, Ben Brown, signing from Sussex during the winter, Felix Organ, Keith Barker, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. Now, word has reached us that James Vince will only, today anyway, will only be part of this game for the first session. He will then, at lunchtime, go and attend a funeral for his father-in-law. So that is his situation. Now, another thing that's happening in about the next minute or two is that both teams are at the moment making their way down the steps of the pavilion at the far end, because what's happening here will be mirrored around the country at each of the county championship matches that are taking place this morning, because there is going to be a 30-second silence just before the start of play. Now, this is all coordinated by the ECB around the country, and it will be a moment of reflection to mark a number of events that have happened during the off-season. I don't think I need to particularly mark out each individual event, but you'll know exactly what I mean as the teams now line up with their backs to us, just inside the boundary rope at the far end, facing the pavilion end, and the members up at that end. And very shortly, we will have a moment's silence, which, as you can hear in the background, will probably only be broken by the gusting wind, which I think has got worse since I've been here, actually. It was windy when I got here about 8:45 this morning, and just seems to have got more gusting.
Thank you.
30 seconds of silence completed. A round of applause from the crowd to mark the end of that. And just to repeat, if you were wondering, you had just tuned in and wondering why there was no sound for a while, that was a moment of reflection to mark a number of events that have happened during the off-season. The umpires are making their way out. Just to repeat, Somerset have won the toss and elected to bat. It's Hampshire against Somerset, first game of the season. This is Division 1, and I hardly need to remind both sets of fans that the last game here between these two sides in the championship, Anthony, ended up in an emphatic win for Somerset.
It did, just because they only needed to score 2 runs, but the weather was closing in and it was getting darker and darker, and rain was threatened, and Alex Wharf, one of the umpires, was pacing around the outfield wielding his light meter, and it was touch and go as to whether Somerset would get the chance to knock off those 2 runs, but they did, and Eddie Byron did the business. And 5 minutes later, literally, it started to rain, and it didn't stop that evening. It became very wet indeed, and that was the occasion on which I declared Somerset the winners slightly prematurely.
You did.
After they'd taken the last Hampshire wicket, because Felix Organ and Keith Barker had been hanging on and hanging on and hanging on, and it looked as if they'd take Hampshire through to safety. And then Organ was winkled out by Davy, and then Davy pinned Mohammed Abbas, LBW, and Gibson said, "And Somerset have won." And Kevin James said, "No, they haven't."
Not yet, anyway. Just a little bit more meat on the bone on that one. Felix Organ, who you obviously remember, a real dour innings, wasn't it? It was 108 ball 7.
I mean, he did it. He did a wonderful job for his side.
Yes.
And looked a very good prospect.
Yes, he's in the side today. Just to repeat, that Wheel and Crane missing out from the 11, and Somerset, as Anthony's already mentioned, have just been decimated for various reasons of most of their first 11. I can't quite remember a game actually where I think so many first choice players haven't been able to play in it. There are many, and I tweeted last night actually that of the players that were announced in the Somerset squad last night, there was 116 championship wickets taken by players last season that aren't available to Somerset in this first game, and that includes the England pair of Craig Overton and Jack Leach. So it's going to be Mohamed Abbas to get proceedings underway, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Green, the right-hander. He's at the pavilion end, Mohamed Abbas at our commentary end at the hotel, and we are just about to get underway. Their two umpires are Neil Bainton and Nigel Long, and the match referee is Wayne Noon. Here comes Abbas, runs away from us. The first delivery just about makes it, I'm not even sure it makes it on the fall through to Ben Brown, and that will give you an indication of just how quick this wicket won't be during the next 4 days. So that's left alone.
It's got quite a bit of grass on it. The pitch is sort of eau de Nil colour, sort of pale green. But ground looks immaculate. Plenty of blue sky overhead, but this chilly breeze, with a bit more than a breeze, chilly wind really blowing across the ground from west to east.
Yeah. Here's Abbas again. 3 slips in the gully waits. That's straighter. Green well forward in the first runs of the match, as that's guided to backward point, and that is Ben Green off the mark. The Somerset innings underway, and the field will change around because Tom Lammonby is a left-hander.
He has had a great debut season really in first-class cricket back in 2020. Scored 3 centuries in the Bob Willis Trophy, as it was that year, but didn't really kick on last season. Got 100 against Lancashire, but that was about the extent of his contribution. So big game this for Tom Lammonby.
392 runs at 19 last year. As Abbas comes in, and that's Fuller. That's a push drive up to Abbott at mid-off as the sun disappears behind one of the many banks of clouds that are racing across this ground. There are many ways you can get in touch with us. We had great fun last year, as I'm sure Anthony did with his supporters. I'll give you the way you can get in touch with us from a Hampshire point of view. It is, you can tweet us at Solent Sport, or you can email solentcricket@gmail.com. As Abbas comes in to the left hand, and he's beaten outside the off stump, just nips away a fraction. Good carry this time through to Ben Brown. Yeah,
first time the bat has been beaten. He put in a good stride, did Lammonby, but just beaten by a little bit of away movement off the pitch. Who have we got in the slips then for Hampshire, Kevin?
We would have, I'll tell you what, I'm going to try and guess without even looking. So I'm not looking. I would say Weatherly's first slip. I'm looking now. Dawson's third. Oh no, Dawson's second. Third slip is, ooh, it's a good one. Organ? Maybe, no. I'll have a look at that. It's Abbas, straighter. And that's perfect forward defensive there from Lammonby back to the bowler. Now, unlike you, who've had an eye operation during the winter, and your eyes are brilliant, mine are deteriorating year by year. So I didn't even know there was any slips. That's how good my eyes are at the moment.
Well, they are quite a long way away.
Yeah, they are. No, that's not quite true. I am exaggerating a fraction. No, it's Vince at first slip, of course it is. I think that's Gubbins at third. I will double check. Forward defensive, thick outside edge along the ground, safe, fielded by, that's Ian Holland in the gully. Is it? No, it wasn't. Right, I'm going to get that right in a minute for the next over. It's too early in the season for me to work out who's in the slips and who isn't. It'd probably give the game away, actually, when we come down this end. Certainly Vince's first slip.
Now, we're going to have, is it Keith Barker?
Yes.
Keith Barker's going to bowl the first over from the pavilion end, left arm over the wicket. Tremendous cricketer, Keith Barker, with bat and ball. We've got James Vince at first slip.
Yep. Dawson, Weatherly.
Dawson and Weatherly. Who's at backward point? Gubbins?
Yep.
Sun just goes behind. There's quite a lot of clouds overhead at the moment. The forecast is set fair. Here comes Barker from the pavilion end, coming around the wicket, bowling to Green, who rather squirts that off a thick inside edge out into the onside. Papers blowing around here in our camera gallery at the top of or towards the top of the Hilton Hotel on the northern side of the Ageas Bowl. It's not a very big crowd. They've been put off by the chilly breeze. Here comes Barker again. He's in bowls and takes Green on the pad, going down the leg side. What will Keith Barker, with left arm over the wicket, with the wind coming over his left shoulder, what would he be trying to do, Kevin?
Well, I'd hope. I mean, his natural ball is to swing the ball in. He does have this round the wicket angle, which he's employing straight away, which maybe he thinks it's not swinging. And normally he does this when it's not swinging. Comes round the wicket, and I think maybe it's too blustery, maybe it's too cold to swing. He's
again. Bowls to Green, and that's, I think, came off a bit of bat. No, it was pad. 4 leg byes. Score moves on to 5 without loss in the second over of this game. Somerset winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat. 1 or 2 on Twitter questioning Tom Abell's decision, but I can reveal to you that the Ageas Bowl is the second best ground in the country on which to bat if you win the toss. The side winning the toss has won 34% of games here since Hampshire moved here, as Barker's in bowls to Green, who defends solidly. Yeah, 34% of sides winning the toss have won at the Ageas Bowl, which is second only to Durham, where it's 35%. So over the years, batting first is the better option.
Very impressed by that stat.
Well, I'm indebted to my personal statistician, the great Steve Pittard, now the retired landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, who's very kindly provided me with all sorts of stats. Oh, and this beats Green outside the off stump. That was a good ball. He was groping for that. Was Green, and a little bit of bounce there from Keith Barker. Tall man, tall, strong man, godson of Clive Lloyd, and built on similar lines. Played many seasons for Warwickshire, of course. Here he comes again in the sunshine now. 3 slips go down. Barker bowls, and Green gets one on middle and leg, which he turns into the onside. So second over, and again 1 ball goes past the outside edge of Green's bat, just as 1 ball in the first over from Mohammed Abbas went past the outside edge of Lammonby's bat. At the end of the second over, 5 without loss. 1 of those to Green, and the other 4 leg byes.
Did you give your ways to get in touch with you? If you did, apologies.
On Twitter?
Yep.
I haven't got an email address, BBC email address just yet, but it's on the way. On Twitter, I'm at AntGib.
Okay. So we'll use the email solentcricket@gmail.com for the duration of this game. Radstock Rob has been in touch at Solent Sports. It's nice to hear you and Anthony this morning. Come on, Somerset. Just spoilt it by that last message at the end. Here comes Abbas. It just comes back a fraction, but well left by Lammonby. Start of the third over of the morning. Somerset winning the toss, elected to bat first. Our 5 without loss. Lammonby yet to get off the mark. Wheel and Crane left out of the 13 for Hampshire, which means James Fuller gets the nod, having bowled well towards the end of last year, and by all accounts has been probably the pick of the Hampshire bowlers in the 3 pre-season games that they have played on this ground prior to today. Here comes Ageas, runs away from us, right arm over. Lammonby gets one that just holds in the turf a fraction, perhaps on the pad as he comes well forward. And as we've mentioned, plenty of names in the Somerset side that are not in the 11. And as I said earlier, I can't remember a side that's probably been so decimated by non-availabilities for various reasons at the start of a game.
Yeah, I think it's 8 in total. 8. Most of whom would have been first choices.
Definitely. Overton and Leach required to sit this one out by England. Lammonby pushes forward, thick outside edge along the ground, fielded in the gully.
Are my eyes deceiving me, or is Lammonby batting out of his crease? He seemed to be quite a long way forward.
He is getting a long way forward, isn't he? 21-year-old. It's probably the best way to play. Ageas just gets the ball to nip around a little bit, gets a fair few LBWs.
Has he been playing Test cricket for Pakistan during
No, he's been playing a little bit of first-class cricket in Pakistan, but not much. But no, he hasn't played international cricket for a little while. There's a drive, push drive, straight down the ground. Lovely shot. Coming down towards us, and that's going to be 4. Right out in the middle of the bat. Just nice weight transferred onto the front foot. Nice solid shot for 4 runs.
Yeah. It's Tom Lammonby at his best. Playing very straight.
Yeah, can't get much straighter than that without hitting the stumps. Yeah, hasn't played a test match since last summer. Ageas. It's been about 2 or 3 seasons now since he played a one-day international. Here he comes to Lammonby. Forward against the thick outside edge, but safe along the ground and fielded once more in the gully. Still that wind swirling around, making conditions a little unpleasant.
You wouldn't want a low catch at first slip on a morning like this, would you?
No. And not a gust of wind as it's making its way to you and it just wobbles a fraction as well. You wouldn't want that either. Yeah, it's not a day you can see all the slip fielders to a man have got hands in their pockets until the last possible moment. Shows you how cold it is out there. It's Ageas again. Lammonby gets wrapped on the pad again. A little high, I think. Worth a shout. Again, the ball just gripping a little in the surface. But Lammonby's well forward. And that's the way to play. He's on 4, Green's on 1. Somerset 9 without loss, having won the toss.
Yeah, again, decent over from Mohamed Ageas, but nothing like the sort of movement off the seam that we saw here last May when Hampshire were bowled out on the first morning for 79.
Ooh.
And it was a real struggle for Somerset that afternoon as well. Tom Abel batted really, really well and got great support late on and again the next morning from Jack Leach, who of course has been doing a great job in a similar role as night watchman for England out in the West Indies, as well as bowling a great many overs. Here's Barker again then for his second over, bowling to Green. Green gets one off the inside edge, which he wasn't quite sure where that had gone. And the answer was that it had gone down to short fine leg, where it was picked up by Mohamed Ageas. We've got 3 slips for Barker to Lammonby. This will be the first ball that Lammonby, the left-hander, has received from the left-handed seam bowler, Keith Barker. We've got a gully coming in. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, shortish. Well, shortish mid-wicket is. Here comes Barker. He's in, bowls to Lammonby, who gets his nose over the pitch of that one. Lays it up to mid-on. The young Somerset batsmen, I'm told, have been working on their defence over the winter. Somerset have got a new batting coach, Lachlan Stevens, an Australian, who I must admit was a new name to me, but he arrived at the county ground earlier this week. This is down the leg side and nicely taken by Ben Brown, who has taken over from Lewis McManus as Hampshire's wicketkeeper, and I feel a bit sorry for Lewis McManus. I mean, I don't blame Hampshire for signing Ben Brown. He's one of the best wicketkeepers in the country, and he averages 40 with the bat. So he's a very good acquisition. But McManus did a good job for Hampshire. Barker to Lammonby, defensive shot. Bat angled down out into the offside. McManus, I think, has gone to Northants.
Yes, on a month's loan. I presume he's in the Northants side. I'll have a look shortly. Let's imagine that with Rossington, I think he's moved to Essex, hasn't he? Adam Rossington. First losing the captaincy and then moving on loan to Essex there.
Here comes Barker. 3 slips in the gully, go down. He's in bowls to Lammonby, who's beaten outside the off stump by a good ball. He played a firm defensive push at that, did Lammonby. Fortunately for him, the ball just beat the outside edge, but considerable excitement in the slip cordon. They've all got their hands in their pockets to keep them warm. Do cricketers have hand warmers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. They're a must.
Barker then to Lammonby, and Lammonby up on his toes, playing that down into the onside. End of another over, the 4th over of the innings. Somerset 10 without loss, 4 of those to Lammonby and 2 to Ben Green.
Lewis McManus is in the Northamptonshire side, who are playing Gloucestershire today in Division 2, but the start has been delayed due to some wet weather. And Northamptonshire won the toss there and decided to field, so the teams have been named. Lewis McManus in that one, as is Ajit Dale, actually, formerly of Hampshire. He's in the Gloucestershire side in that game as well. That is one of a number of games that you can hear on the BBC Sport website and at live commentary. And of course this game, as are a number, we're also on the live picture feed as well. Here's Abbas in, and that's a good length ball which wrapped on the pad there, coming forward, Ben Green.
That must be close. That must have been close.
Nipped back a bit, didn't it?
It did.
Just watching the replay of that one. Yes.
Just get his pad outside off stump.
May a fraction, yep. If you're watching the live feed, I'm sure you've got a view of that. You can let us know, solentcricket@gmail.com or at Solent Sport. I've got a couple of emails here, which I'll read out during this over. The first one from Angela Wodehouse, who I think is here now. Actually, she sent me this quite early this morning, but I'll read it out anyway. Bass in again, 3 slips in the gully, still waiting as Green pushing forward. That's off the bag, going to take a quick single. That's really good running as well. That ball went just a few yards out on the offside, and Gubbins comes racing in, but that's a good single. Angela Roadhouse writes, I should say. I'm just getting ready for my trip from the Isle of Wight to Southampton for the first day of the season. In brackets, something not possible to witness in person for the last 2 seasons. Just to wish you all the best for a new season of cricket commentaries. Looking forward to listening to you as much as possible through the season on both the men's and hopefully also the women's games too. Yes, BBC Radio Solent covering the Southern Vipers matches as well.
Hope the crossing wasn't too choppy. Across the Solent.
That wouldn't have been fun, would it?
No.
Hope we took those seasick pills. Here comes Abbas again, outside the off stump. Lammonby leaves that one alone.
I'm sure he's batting out of his crease, Tom Lammonby.
You're right, isn't he? It's well forward there. It's not express pace, Abbas, so would struggle to get the bouncer in, or even if he did, you wouldn't have think that it would cause a batsman too many problems. So getting well forward is the right way. So far it's serving him well. 4 of 16 balls for Lammonby. Ben Green, the non-striker, 3 off 11. Keep those emails coming in, solentcricket@gmail.com as Abbas runs away from us in the sunshine. Bowls, and always beaten outside the off stump. There's a catch behind. No, says umpire Nigel Long at our commentary end. That was Fuller that invited the drive. And his bat was a long way away from his front pad.
It was. He didn't move his feet, did he?
No.
Just chasing after it was a wide half volley, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it was there for the shot, but he didn't move his right foot into position.
I think it was worth a shout for the shot alone.
Yeah.
Not his best so far. It's almost like plonking the front foot down, isn't it, and then playing from there. Ageas again, that's slightly fuller again, but that's a nice straight drive from Lammonby up to mid-on, fielded by Keith Barker. Tim Gadd has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Good to hear you and the team back. First time I've missed the opening day of the season for many years. But as I get older, I'm more of a fair weather person, says Tim from Basingstoke. I think you've got to be a fairly die-hard cricket fan to be here today, haven't you?
Yeah, most of the spectators that are in the Shane Warne stand, which has its back to the wind, so they should be all right.
Yeah, that's a thick outside edge, a leading edge there along the ground, just past backward of point. There's a single there for Lammonby, and he'll keep the strike. So Ageas has completed 3 overs, none for 7. Barker 2 overs, none for 1. Somerset 12 without loss.
Yeah, Ageas keeping the ball right up to the bat, giving it every chance to swing, looking to invite the drive. Succeeded in doing so with that rather flat-footed attempt at an off drive from Tom Lammonby, which he was fortunate to get away with. But pitch certainly isn't doing anything like as much as the pitch did here last May. And if it's like the pitch last May, it will get easier as the game wears on. Here's Barker to Lammonby, outside the off stump. A little bit of away movement, but too wide for Lammonby to have to play a shot. Wanders off in the direction of the square leg umpire, Nigel Long. A substantial figure of, comfortable figure, let's say, comfortable figure of Neil Bainton at the pavilion end.
Well put.
3 slips and a gully. As the wind comes across the ground, Barker's in and bowls. Oh, and that comes off an inside edge and didn't miss the leg stump by very much. Runs down to fine leg, where it's fielded by the Hampshire captain, James Vince, who loses his cap as a particularly violent gust of wind. The wind just seems to have got up just in the last few minutes, ruffling the cricketers' shirts and cricket trousers. Hampshire in their shirts, but I'm fairly sure they've got some insulation underneath their shirts.
I think James Vince is the lucky one in some ways. He's only on the field until lunchtime. Not lucky in other ways, of course, because as I mentioned earlier, he's off to attend the funeral of his father-in-law. But I think in terms of the prospect of fielding in these conditions all day, that's not a lot of fun.
No, it's definitely a day for batting. I bet Tom Abel would have been very, very relieved at winning the toss. 13 without loss. Somerset were in the 6th over after they won the toss. Tom Abel won the toss this morning and decided to bat. We've got a short leg in for Barker to Green. Oh, and he plays it off the pad to the short leg, who dives forward. Excitement amongst the slips, but not. It's is it Gubbins?
Gubbins in a short leg, yeah.
Gubbins at short leg, which suggests that Barker's getting a little bit of bounce.
He is a little bit, isn't he?
Wind howls across the ground. Barker is in and bowls, and that comes off the shoulder of a slightly crooked defensive bat from Ben Green and runs out into the offside. Everybody, all of the fielders moving around at the moment to trying to keep themselves warm, just as Kevin James and I are up here. It's not a day to be sitting around for any length of time.
It's a day to be in the pavilion watching cricket behind a nice big glass wall.
Barker's in and bowls, and Green thinks about a defensive shot, wisely decides against it, lifts his bat out of the way. Of course, the last time you and I commentated on a county championship match, Kevin, was at Taunton in June, on that memorable morning, the first morning when spectators were allowed back at Taunton. And it was a beautiful morning and a really good crowd as well, even though they still at that stage had to be socially distanced.
Yeah.
Here's Barker from the pavilion end, in and bowls, and it runs down off a thickish edge to fine leg, where it's picked up by Mohammed Abbas. End of that over, the 6th of the innings, 14 without loss, 4 to Green and 6 to Lammonby. So slow start for Somerset, but they won't mind about that. They've got through 6 overs, these two, and by last season's standard, an opening partnership that has lasted 6 overs is a good bit better than the average of last season. So far, so good.
Yep, that's for sure. I think when you've got so many players out, I think the first and foremost, you don't want to be losing a game, do you? You just move on to the following week when most of your players are back, and then you can decide that that's the time when your season starts. I think Somerset will be happy to come out of this with at least a draw. Abbas bowls forward. Is Green, pushes that out to point, and there's no run. Several of you on the tweets. Albie Somerset, morning to you, Albie. At Solent Sports says, great to have you back. Looking forward to getting to a 4-day game. In brackets, once the weather warms up. That might be a while. Miss those days of Portsmouth Cricket Week at Burnaby Road, watching Richards, Greenwich and Marshall. Those were the days.
Those were the days.
Yeah. Marshall running in. Keeper standing about half a mile back. Here comes Abbas, runs away from us, Green's forward, fairly comfortable forward defensive from him. Ralph Brooker says at Solent Sport, live and work in France, absolutely lashing it down here. Oh, so we're lucky, thanks Ralph. Hope Hampshire start the season well, which they have tended to do over recent championship seasons. Yes, they have. I mentioned right at the start of play that both these sides will expect to be in the mix come September. I'll back that up with some stats in a moment as Abbas aborts his run-up.
Well, Hampshire must have one of the strongest opening attacks, seam attacks in the country.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Stat-wise, nearly 90 wickets between Abbas and Abbott, who we haven't seen yet, Abbott. That's pushed out into the covers. Neither of them played the full season last year. Picked up nearly 90 wickets, backed up by Barker, who picked up 41. So yeah, you're right, there's plenty of wickets between the seam bowlers on show here, that's for sure.
Lancashire, I suppose, would be the other side that you would say,
yeah.
Especially if Jimmy Anderson's available and Saj Mahmood.
Yeah. I think if you were a batter, you'd be very disappointed if you're going to come up against Lancashire in the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, with Anderson probably at this stage playing every game. Not a great prospect.
And probably wanting to make a point or two as well.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Love watching him bowl, still. 14 without loss. Here's Abbas, bowls to Green, wide outside the off stump, and that's through to Ben Brown. A couple more of you on the tweets. Vincent Costa, morning to you. Maybe the umpire is refusing the appeals because he doesn't want to take his hand out of his pockets in the cold. That's a good reason, actually. Yes, there's a big shout against Lammonby 2 or 3 overs ago. Simon Young at Solent Sports says, welcome back. Good to have the season up and running. The LBW shout looked out. Kept low. He says, we'll be relying on you to keep me company through the summer with your commentary and your updates. We'll do our best, of course. Abbas just, I think, waiting for that last gust of wind to die down as he starts his run up here again. Comes in and bowls, and Green's forward. Pushes that out into the covers once more.
With a wind like this and a bowler like Abbas, will he be trying to swing it with the wind, or will he be trying to hold it up against the wind?
Do you know what? I think it's quite difficult sometimes when it's gusty, isn't it? It's, you know, all you want to do is just reach the crease, you know, in a sort of a way that you always do. But I think when you're running up and there's gusts of wind and that, you're fighting. I think you just want to get to the crease in a position where you can just let the ball go as you normally do. But that's not easy. I think he's just shorted. He had shorted his run up, hasn't he? Edged, caught, second slip, good catch. That's Liam Dawson. just diving to his right, two-handed. Green's gone, didn't do anything wrong there. That's just a really good ball from Ageas. Got the ball exactly the right areas.
Yeah. Ben Green, crestfallen, making his slow way back to the pavilion. Can't really reproach himself, though. Just about had to, it was just about on off stump, fractionally outside off stump. He had to play at it and just did enough to take the outside edge, and a very good low catch, especially given how cold it must be out there. And Ben Green will think himself maybe a little bit unlucky, A, to have got such a good ball, and B, to have fallen to such a very good catch.
Yep. The first of what Hampshire fans will hope of is many wickets for Ageas. He's certainly around for the first 2 months of this season. Liam Dawson does what he does well in the slips, and he drops the odd one, but he has a very safe pair of hands as well. And as we say, Ben Green had to play at that one. Make no mistake about that. I don't think you can attach too much blame to the batter there. I think it was just good bowling, just land the ball on the seam, and from time to time he just nips back, just nips away, just straightens. Well, Taylor enjoyed that one as well. She'll be on commentary in about 10 minutes time. Southern Vipers off spinner, looking forward to plenty of wickets from her during the women's season, which gets underway middle of May. She's just given me the nod, so I got that. I guessed that one actually. I was right.
So another over from Keith Barker. It will be his fourth. Conceded just 3 runs so far. It's going to be bowling to Tom Lammonby. Tom Abel is the new batsman, but he's at the non-strikers end as Barker coming in over the wicket, left arm into Lammonby, who drives nicely into the offside and well fielded at mid-off on the bounce. Yes. Greg Hill on Twitter, good morning, happy new cricket season to you. I might have to do this on a couple of tweets. I have a lot of questions for both of you.
Like, what are you still doing commentating?
Firstly, Anthony, do you think we have made any good signings over the winter? Personally, I think Peter Siddle is a good signing. Yeah, I agree with you, Greg.
Top signing that.
Is Barker in and bowls to Lammonby, who defends into the onside, and I think Matt Renshaw may very well prove to be a good signing as well. Played for Somerset for the first part of 2018, scored 3 centuries, and has been called up to the Australia A squad, which suggests he's in pretty good form. Robert Blackwell says, good morning, gents. Somerset will do well to get a draw out of this. As Barker comes in, Sun's gone in, he's in, bowls to Lammonby, covers up, plays it up to mid-off. Let's hope that the long innings winter nets prove fruitful. Yes, the Somerset have been getting their younger batsmen to have long sessions in the nets to try and replicate the sort of batting that we're looking for in red ball cricket. Sounds as if Kevin's going to be bringing us one of his reports shortly. Barker bowls. Ooh, and that one really did move off the seam, past the outside edge. It bounced and left Lammonby, who did well to avoid it. 14 for 1. The man out is Ben Green, if you're just joining us. Caught, very well caught, low down to his right in the slips by Liam Dawson off the bowling of Mohammed Ageas. Ageas 1 for 7 in 4 overs.
County cricket is back. It's Hampshire versus Somerset at the Ageas
Barker's in,
Bowl. It's been watched by
pushed out the other side.
millions.
Yeah, half an hour play gone. Somerset winning the toss, electing to bat first half. 14 for 1. That 1 wicket to fall was just a few minutes ago when opener Ben Green just pushed forward at the Pakistan bowler Mo Ageas and was well caught by Liam Dawson in the slips. He went for 4. Hampshire just about at full strength. James Fuller has got the nod in the seam bowling department ahead of Brad Wheel. Well, Somerset, they are decimated by player unavailability for various reasons, including the England pair of Craig Overton and Jack Leach. So 14 for 1 Somerset. We've had 7.5 overs here in very blustery conditions.
18 for 1 now, as thick edge from Tom Lammerby ran down all along the ground through the slips down to the third man boundary. End of the Barker over. Who else have we got on Twitter? Annie Chave does such a great job with County Cricket Matters. She says it's wonderful to have the BBC Sport County Championship commentary in my ear again, and the fantastic live stream to keep me going until I can be there in person. Hello and welcome back. Thank you, Annie. It's always a pleasure. Andy Miles wonders whether Steve Pittard, my statistician, has retired as landlord of the Rose and Crown because it was interfering too much with his statistical efforts. No, it's staying in the family, the pub, but it's closed until probably sometime in May.
Abbas to Abel. It's quite wide of off stump. Able to leave that one alone quite easily.
Mark Long says, great to hear you on comms again, Anthony. Looking forward to a great season for Somerset. Might have had a bit of a mad moment the other week and put a £50 bet on Somerset to win our first championship. So even more interest for me this year. Well, yeah, I think it is a bit of a punt, actually.
You've got a 1 in 18 chance. Oh, no, one in, well, I'm talking about 1 in 10 chance.
Yeah, some strong sides in the championship.
Is it? I think the money might have been better spent. Here's a bass. It's quite straight. Abel works that down to fine leg. He's off the mark. 19 for 1. If you would have put money on Somerset coming second, I think that might have been a better bet.
Not again. No, please. Please, please. I mean, Somerset have got a really tough start. We got obviously game against Hampshire here, one of the strongest new ball attacks in the country, if not the strongest. And then first home game against Essex next week. Then we're up to the Oval for Surrey, and then got Warwickshire, the reigning champions.
Tough start as Lemby comes forward, pushes it out into the covers quickly in his gubbins.
It is, and Somerset will. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this. I mean, who do you fancy apart from Hampshire? Surrey, are they going to be a threat again, do you think?
I always worry about Surrey because they always seem to underperform. I mean, I know they won it, was it 2018, they won the championship somewhere around there. Outside the off stump, left alone, good leave. But I always think that somewhere along the line, if they put it together, they're going to blitz it again, and they haven't done.
Such a strong squad, I mean,
I think you can never discount them until about halfway through the season when you think, oh, actually they are having a bit of a mare and it's continuing and continuing and keeps going. I think until that happens, they're always in the mix. Other than that, I think it could be one of a number of sides.
Lancashire.
Yeah, Lancashire, us, you, could be one of them a number. Abbas comes forward and Abbas bowls and he's round the wicket this time as Lammerby's forward. Charlotte Taylor, Sun Vipers off spinner, will be with us in a few minutes' time. It's just a few minutes to write an email up to Sport England. Have you done it? Oh, she's done it already. Look out for the text feed that the BBC supplies every year, and Charlotte Taylor's just sent a message up there. You might even see her comments of what she thinks of the first half an hour, apart from the word wind. I think the word wind might be in it somewhere in that report. Abbas again, 3 slips, no gully this time. It's just straight and deflection, but it's wide of off stump. Lammerby leaves alone. End of the over, 19 for 1.
Yeah, another good over, and he's just trying to tempt Lammerby outside the off stump. That was a perfect example of it, that last delivery. Mohamed Abbas must be finding this cold. How long has he been over here?
About a week I know of,
yeah.
So it's somewhere around there, yeah. I mean, you remember last year, the first 5 weeks of the season was freezing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't. It
was here.
But it was fine, wasn't it? I mean, you know, with these April county championship matches, they escaped pretty much unscathed from the weather, from the rain. But it has been getting these cold, dry springs, and that's certainly the case here today. Crowd building up slightly, but I should think, how many people do you think are here? 1,000, 1,500, something like that?
No, nowhere near that, I don't think.
No.
No, this is for the first day of the season. I think it's on the smaller side. I mean, conditions just not ideal, are they?
Kyle Abbott coming into the attack from the pavilion end for his first bowl. He's bowling to Tom Abel, who gets a mixture of bat and pad on that, I think, as he played forward defensively. I think the appeals must have been on the basis that pad first. I think he probably got his pad outside the line of the off stump as well. It was a decisive looking forward defensive shot. Tom Abel yet again coming to the crease with not many runs on the board and not many overs having been bowled. Abbott bowls to him, and that squirts, and he's caught at third slip by Weatherly. It was another good delivery from Abbott, took the outside edge, and a good sharp catch at third slip by Joe Weatherly. So that's a big blow to Somerset hopes. Tom Abel making just one, caught Weatherly, bowled Abbott, and Somerset in trouble.
I've seen Abel score a few runs against us over the last few years, and if he doesn't score big runs, he's in the middle for quite a while, keeping the Hampshire bowlers at bay. But not today. Again, an accurate delivery, isn't it? It's right on the money. It's just short of a length. It's bringing the batsman forward, and it doesn't matter even if you play with a perfect defensive technique. If the ball just moves a fraction off the surface and catches the edge there, as it did with Ben Green, then you're struggling. And that's why I guess a lot of people say, well, early season cricket, you know, it's a bit of a lottery at times, but you know, we're watching decent bowlers, and decent bowlers will always find movement, whether it's early April, late April, middle of June, middle of July. They'll find the movement anyway, but probably find a bit more at this point of springtime, not even the summer.
James Hildreth is the new batsman, walking slowly out to the middle. James Hildreth, who had a very disappointing season last year, got 100 against Surrey, which was very, very important in the context of the county championship season. But apart from that, had a real struggle. 456 runs only at 22.8. This for a cricketer who's got a career average of well, it was over 40.
41.
41, yeah. 41.36.
That's good. There's not too many in the game that have got career averages into the 40s.
Somerset's third highest run scorer in first-class cricket of all time, behind Marcus Trescothick and Harold Gimblett, and has the fourth highest number of centuries as well. He's got 45, Richards had 47, Gimblett 49, and Trescothick out in front in the century stakes with 52. Now, what can James Hildreth do against Kyle Abbott? He's in and bowls, and Hildreth off the mark straight away, turning that neatly into the onside. They're going to come back for a second run as the throw comes in. Get there comfortably enough. 21 for two, the two being Green and Somerset's captain Tom Abel. The sun comes out on this blustery morning at the Ageas Bowl. Looking at the weather forecast, the wind is forecast to get even stronger as the day goes on. It's Abbott to Hildreth, who plays just comes half forward, plays it almost from the crease. Finger sandwich, traditional ploughman's lunch, chunky cottage pie, or oriental pork belly. Something for every taste here, isn't there? Scampi and chips, Turkish chicken, and the vegetarian options, cherry tomato and fennel lasagna. As Abbott bowls to Hildreth, who digs one out on off stump out into the offside. I think I am going to have an ale-battered fish finger sandwich. That's healthy, isn't it? That's the healthy option.
You sure you don't want that changed to cider?
Cider battered, yeah. I've never tried putting cider in a batter. I'm not sure it would work. 21 for 2 here. Somerset's captain already back in the pavilion. Abbott to Hildreth. Ooh, taken on the pad. That was perhaps a little bit high, doing a little bit too much. Hildreth survives. End of the over. We have had 10 overs at Somerset, 21 for 2, and time for me to take a break. And Charlotte Taylor will be coming to the microphone.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Having gone through the menu there, it's a nice welcome addition for this season. Looking forward to that. So just to recap on the first 40 minutes or so of what's been happening this morning. Somerset winning the toss, electing to bat first. Ben Green the first to go after 27 minutes of play. A good ball from Mo Abbas brought Ben Green forward, got an outside edge. Liam Dawson taking a good low catch at second slip. He went for 4, and then about 5 minutes ago, Tom Abel getting a similar ball, this time from Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end, and he was caught at third slip by Joe Weatherly, and he's gone for 1. And Keith Barker has switched ends. He's now at a commentary end, left arm over, as that's a nice straight drive which hits the stumps from Lannonby. Ricochets out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 21 for 2. Welcome, Charlotte Taylor. Got to switch you on there. There we go. Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Fixed it now.
That? Oh, what's happening there? Hang on, I'll just do that. Hang on, how's that? Yes.
Better?
Yes, that is
yeah,
better.
we're good. I'm good, Kev. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good to see you.
And you? It's been a while.
It's been a while, and also, as Barker runs away from us and bowls. Oh, my word, that's a good leave. That's quite close to the off stump.
It's a very good leave.
Ben Brown's well away to his right, taking that one. You were saying before you came on air that you did a few days with us last year, a handful of days maybe or so, and I think one of them was a very blustery, windy day against Leicestershire, and you've got similar conditions here.
Yeah, I'm not being treated, I'm not going to lie. But no, it's a pleasure to be here at the Ageas Bowl, my home. I spend quite a lot of my time now actually, which is, yeah, it's a lovely place to be when it looks like this. And the crowd's, you know, starting to fill the ground, and it's just lovely.
It is.
Better than being at work.
Well, yes, that's whatever we say about the weather and how unpleasant it is. It doesn't feel like work. That's a little bit wider off stump. So Lannonby, who's shown a lot of composure here this morning.
He's had to, hasn't he, with a couple of wickets falling at the other end. He's got to stay strong and try and see out the rest of this session and see where they can get to.
Certainly has. Charlotte Taylor of the Southern Vipers. We've got a few fixtures here this year, as last year.
Yeah, we need to promote one in particular, the one against Loughborough on the 18th of May.
Is that your opening fixture? Outside the off stump. Nick's back, but again, it's a good lead.
It's, no, not the opening one.
Is it not?
Got an opener against, gosh, now you're testing me, Lancashire at Hove on the 14th of May, but the first one here is a midweek fixture, 6:30 start here at the Ageas Bowl against Loughborough Lightning.
Yeah, 18th of May.
Yeah, and all the other games that day are at 2 o'clock, and we're the standout fixture at 6:30, so make sure you get down to watch that one.
Yeah, I think that's the day before Hampshire go to Somerset for the return fixture. Let's nip back, and he's not playing a shot. My word, that's close. That is close. Lannonby is not playing a shot, which does leave you open to...
Bit
it's quite
high, maybe,
yeah, it's
yeah.
high, it's on. In fact, it's not actually wrapped him on the pad.
No.
It's actually wrapped him more thigh pad, which means he's okay.
It's funny how deceiving it looks, though, isn't it?
It was,
Just had
wasn't
another
it?
look at that, and it just looks completely different to when you first saw it.
I agree. From this distance,
I was...
you think, how could it possibly be not
Yeah.
out? And then on the replay, if you're fortunate enough to watch it on the live stream, you see that it's too high. Comes in again, and Lannonby pushes forward into the ground there. Good probing over here from Keith Barker, which comes to an end. He's now bowled 5 overs, none for 7. Lannonby's on 10, and that's Barker's second maiden in the 5 overs. I'll just quickly read out a couple more emails because I'm getting behind already. Charlotte will do the next over. Martin Hole, morning to you. It's still morning. He says, what's the rationale for Leach and Overton not being allowed to play for Somerset? Well, it's England, I'm afraid. You can blame them. They have...
They make the rules.
Yep, they've decided that Leach and Overton need a rest.
I think they well-deserved rest.
Yeah.
Even mentally, I mean, you know, to go out there and have such a sort of long test series that, you know, sort of presented all sorts of challenges, they need it as Abbott comes in from the pavilion end. And, oh, that's bounced a little bit, carries through to the keeper. Batsman tries to cut, but a little bit too close to cut. He'll just try to cut that, so, yeah, seeing some bounce, more from the pavilion end than this end.
I agree. Yeah, Abbott looks to be running in quite well here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does look like a fit bloke, so I don't know how much cricket he's played in South Africa. I know he does a lot of fishing.
He certainly does, yes, he loves his fishing. He's played a little bit of first-class cricket this winter, unlike the winter before, where he'd, with COVID and everything, had played a lot of cricket for about 15 months, but played a bit for Bolland.
Oh, that's okay. Comes in again and bowls. That one drives, Hildreth tries to drive outside the off stump, quite wide. Probably should have left that one alone for being hypercritical, and it carries through to Brown.
Hildreth just probably suffering from a lack of foot movement there.
Yeah, a couple of shots that he just didn't need to play this early, so.
About a little bit away from the body there. Looked a bit lazy, doesn't he? I mean, I know he can look a bit. He makes batting look easy, James Hildreth. There's no doubt about that. And when he's going well, he's as good as anybody. But I think sometimes when he's not quite in that groove, it can look a little bit too lazy.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. As Abbott comes in, another one past the outside edge. This one a little bit tail back as it passes Hildreth, and Brown takes it to his left-hand side. But again, good bounce again. We're seeing, you know, these first 3 balls this over have been very, very challenging for the batter.
Certainly has. We're in our 12th over and only 21 runs scored. It's been accurate stuff from Hampshire. Somerset have had to work for every single run so far.
Yeah, they have indeed. But you'd expect that from this attack, really. You wouldn't expect anything less from first these 3 in our seam attack. As Abbott approaches the crease again, bowls to Hildreth, and I think he tries to leave that one on as it carries through to Brown. He's got his hands on his hips, Brown, I think, as if to say, I'm not quite sure what's happening, but yeah, it's very challenging to Hildreth. These first 4 balls have been a real test. And I think, did he try to leave it? I wasn't quite sure in the end.
I think he kept the bat behind the pad there, didn't he?
Just about.
Yeah. I think out of the bowlers we've seen this morning, Abbott seems to be running in the
most fluid.
Most fluid. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, he's really every ball he's challenged the batter, and
looks right on it.
Yeah, absolutely. He approaches again from the pavilion end, running towards us. Bowls to Hildreth, just prods that into the offside, just down to backward point, and there is no run. Ian Holland mops up. Gosh, I wouldn't want that to be slapped at me. I'm quite glad he just prods at it at the minute. Hands are in pockets up here, and I can imagine he wouldn't want anything slapped at him at backward point at the minute.
There hasn't been a lot of movement this morning, has there? There's been nothing in the air.
No, a little bit off the pitch, but nothing major.
But there's been just enough at times.
Well, especially this over, it's been real challenging. Can he finish it off? He bowls through to, keeper fumbles it, prods outside the off stump to the batter, and a bit of tail back in as well. So that's a really good maiden. You know, he bowled maidens, but that's a really good one. Yeah. Really challenging. Gets an applaud from the crowd. That ripples around the stadium. It's nice to hear.
Yeah, I think at the moment Abbott's the bowler you don't really want to be facing. I think you want to be facing the majority at the other end at the moment. Abbott's looks like there's another wicket around the corner. Stephen Eason has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, just to say welcome back to the commentary, Mike, and here's to another season of excellent Radio Solent commentary, and let's hope Hampshire's success in all formats. Watching the live stream as well is Stephen. The quality is brilliant. Hope to make it to the Ageas soon. I think he's talking about the quality of the stream rather than the quality of the commentary. It's a bit harsh, but I think I know it.
That's all right.
No, I meant generally me. Here's Barker, full, and Lamby's well forward. Anthony Gibson made the point earlier about Somerset had been working very hard during the winter on their defensive technique. I think Lamby is certainly showing the benefit of that.
Absolutely. And they got a new batting coach,
yes,
like I said earlier as well, so they'll be drilling that into them, I'm sure.
I also saw an article on the Somerset website yesterday about Brian the Cat. I don't know if you saw that. It's pushed out on the onside. Apparently now...
Story time.
Yeah, well, apparently he has his own spot now on the ground to watch cricket. They've built him this special cat home at Taunton.
Well, when we did play there, we played the Western Storm there last June, I think, and there definitely was a roaming cat So
Was
now,
it?
yeah.
Oh, that's it then.
But
That's the
I
one.
suppose that's the one.
A ginger one.
Gosh, I can't
Gingerish, I think it was
Yeah.
the picture I saw. I'll have to look it up again just to remind myself as Barker in again Lammerby forward.
I'm not the biggest cat fan,
Are you not?
but yeah, he was, or she obviously, was definitely a prominent feature just outside the dressing room as you come
Oh,
down.
there you are. Yeah, there was a big article on it. Brian the
Big
cat.
mainstream news.
Yeah, it was,
Somerset
yeah.
Cricket.
Where are we? Let me have a look again, see if I can find it. It was definitely up yesterday. Here comes Barker again. Full that's driven up to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. Hampshire just keeping a stranglehold on the Somerset batsmen. Or the batters. I should say batters, isn't it? Of course, for years we've been saying batsmen, but last year it was official that everybody is now a batter, men and women.
Everyone is a batter. That's good.
Everybody's a batter. Yeah.
All the tail enders, I love to hear that.
You're right at the back end, aren't you? Lammerby pushes
I'm a
forward
batter.
to backward point. You're now a batter, not just an off spinner. It's typical now. I can't find the article.
Do you reckon you dreamt it?
No, I didn't. I definitely saw it. Hang on. I think it's definitely Brian. I'm sure it's Brian. Hang on.
We're resorting to Google now.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, because I can't find it. Brian the Somerset cat. Here we are.
Okay.
Here comes Barker again. Straight, and again Lammerby showing the full face of the bat up towards mid-on, and that's the end of the over. There, that's the cat. Is that the one you saw? Third maiden in 6 overs for Barker, 0 for 7.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So there he is. On this picture I can see he's perched on the picket fence at Taunton. And the Somerset total here is 21 for 2. Well, this particular article just talks about Brian the cat and a few pictures of him watching the cricket. Which is very bizarre. I can't believe a cat is that interested in the game of cricket. He's got his, he's actually got his back to the action in that photo.
I'll tell you what, he probably gets fed. That's probably why he's there.
But
You
there
know,
was
the chip vans and
yeah.
everything that's around the outside of the ground probably gets fed, so...
But the article I
Shows his
saw
interest.
definitely had somebody had built in his own special home to watch the cricket
It's
from.
quite cute, really, isn't
Nice,
it?
isn't it?
Abbott starts new over from the pavilion end, bowls to Hildreth, drives up towards cover, and there is no run. Drive that quite hard, actually, so he's showed a bit more aggression there.
See, I think actually, I think he's got his own Twitter account, or her own. No, it's Brian, so it can't be a her, can it? Brian the cat has its own Twitter account as well.
Are you going to give it a follow?
Well, there's 3,300 followers.
I can't believe you're not one of them.
What? And
That's
Brian the cat
absolute
actually
madness.
tweeted back in February, "I love my new house to keep me warm during the winter."
As Abbott approaches the crease again, bowls, and Hildreth just prods one back at Abbott, doesn't quite carry. And there is no run, as I think it's James Fuller there, just mops up behind the bowler.
And look, there's the picture of his house
That's quite nice.
on the ground. Yeah, I'm trying to picture exactly where it is.
That's outside the changing room. I'm not quite sure now.
Hang on, let me click on this one, see if it gives me a better idea.
Yeah, that's where he was.
That's by the offices
Yeah.
at Taunton, isn't it?
Just by the, because we parked in that car park there, I remember, and they used to just sort of roaming around as Abbott approaches the crease again, bowls to Hildreth, and there is no run as he defends that to cover.
Now, apparently, Brian the cat tweeted 15 hours ago, "Do you let cats in at the Ageas?" God.
I can't,
Where's this going?
I don't know. I can't believe, I still can't actually believe that it's got 3,000 followers. That's quite amazing.
It is, isn't it?
It's obviously famous. There's a video there. I don't want to know what that is. The internet stormed by cat videos. Abbott bowls towards us here, left alone by Hildreth, and it carries through to Ben Brown.
Anyway, there is, if you're that interested, there is a Twitter account where you can follow all his movements and
Yeah, go crazy.
everything like that. I'm sure Anthony Gibson follows him. Do you follow Brian the cat, Anthony?
Brian the cat.
Yeah, you do. Wow,
Famous.
wow. 21 for 2 still here.
Abbott bowls again, and it's driven.
Shot.
Nice strong drive, great shot through the cover. It's going to run away. There's going to be 1 run and 2 runs collected. Gubbins does the fielding and throws it back into Brown, and that's a lovely shot through the covers actually. All along the ground, nice control. Textbook.
Certainly was.
Their new batting coach would be loving to see that, I'm sure.
Have you been practicing a lot of batting in the winter?
Absolutely.
Have you?
I love to bat. Do more of that, and then I don't bat too often in the summer, so I just do all the get bounced out in the indoor school. But hopefully I get a bit of an opportunity at the. That's actually a bit excessive. I don't actually get bounced out. Just start to make people feel sorry for me. Abbott bowls again to Hildreth, and that's just prodded back, pushing back on the back foot, and prodded into the covers, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. And Somerset are 23 for 2 at the end of the 14th.
A couple more emails. Anthony Gibson will be back at the end of the next over. Liam Williamson, morning to you. It's just still morning. sunandcricket@gmail.com if you want to comment. Glad to hear Hampshire again. I'm hoping to be able to go to the game after work on Saturday or Sunday, if the game goes that far. In brackets, even if the weather is pretty horrendous. Let's hope that this is the start of a championship winning season for Hampshire. I'm sure there's a few people agreeing with that one. I think this year is the 50th year since the last one. 1973 is the last one, so that's 49 or 50 anyway.
Oh, wow.
Long time, well before you were born.
Yeah, sorry, I can't really comment.
No, you won't remember it.
You sort of looked at me like I'm not going to have any idea what you're talking about. Apologies.
Fortunately, I was around, but I wasn't anything to do with Hampshire in those days. That's pushed forward by Lammonby into backward point area. By Lammonby off the bowling of Barker. 23 for 2. Simon Jones, who's the cricket development manager at the Hampshire Cricket Board, has also emailed. He's on site today, is Simon. One word, he says, brrr. I think that sums it up perfectly.
Yep,
Sebastian Pearson has emailed as well, sunandcricket@gmail.com, as Barker runs away from us and bowls, and it's another full defensive from Lammonby. Out on the offside. Sebastian says you can see how far Lammonby is batting outside of his crease to Abbas from his shadow on the ground. Thank you. Pointed out by Anthony Gibson earlier when Abbas opened up from this commentary end, the hotel end. Lammonby has looked solid this morning. 44 balls for his 10. He's been stuck on 10 for a while. Good technique.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, good technique.
Good in the curse now, have you?
Outside the off stump, he has a little waft at that one.
He heard you.
Yeah, goes through to Ben Brown harmlessly, fortunately for the batter. Jeff Stratton, morning to you. Good morning, gents. I was hoping the combination between new ball swing and high winds would cause problems for the batters. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing much swing yet. Great commentary as usual. I'm looking forward to the season, says Jeff, who's in New Hampshire in the USA.
Oh, wow.
I don't think we've seen anything
worldwide.
Swing. Yes, oh yeah, we're far and wide we are. It's pushed up to mid-on. It's fielded by Abbas. We haven't seen too much swing, have we?
No, none at all really. Just off the little bit off the surface. And obviously trying to bring those 2 guys. We've got one sort of straightish mid-wicket on the drive. Trying to bring, I think that's Joe Weatherly there, into play just by getting to push it forward. Hold up a little bit in the surface, maybe. But other than that, yeah, no swing.
No, it's not ideal swing conditions, is it really? The wind does seem to have calmed down, fortunately. Bit of bounce. Lammonby wants a single. No, and there's a quick bit of fielding there in the covers. I think that would have been suicidal. I think that's a good call from Hildreth at the non-striker's end. Dink Ganatra has emailed. It says, hi Kevin, the team. So glad that cricket is back. Currently watching the match in Malta on a cruise ship. Back to Southampton next week and look forward to watching some live action on my return. As always, keep up the great work and let's hope you start using Hampshire Champions Elect in your commentary later on in the summer. Well,
Malta. I want to be on a cruise ship in Malta, really. That'd be quite nice.
Very nice. Barker. Lammonby gets wrapped on the pad. Not out, says umpire Nigel Long. Another good over there from Barker. 7 overs completed, none for 7, 23 for 2 Somerset. I'm just going to get Anthony Gibson to come in on your side,
yeah, that's fine,
Charlotte, and then you can come in on my side. So I'll just go through one email before I come off, and Charlotte will come on with me, and Anthony Gibson and Charlotte will take you through the next half an hour. Bernie Holland, afternoon to you. Says, great to hear everybody again. Hope to see you at some point this year. Camera person getting better. That's right, there used to be a lot of bouncing up and down with the camera at this hotel inn because of the wind, but that seems to have been fixed. It all looks pretty good on the live stream that I'm seeing. 23 for 2, Hildreth has 4, Lamberby has 10. Here's Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Hildreth leading something of a charmed life so far, particularly against Kyle Abbott, who has looked the most likely of these Hampshire seamers to pick up another wicket. He's hitting the pitch hard and getting more bounce out of it than Mohammed Abbas, who's a rather skiddier opening bowler. And it's hard work for the batsman out there, isn't it, Charlotte?
It is, it is. It's not easy, especially with this attack, as we've said before, the 3 of them. And Abbott's been causing all sorts of problems this morning, just on his own. He's, I'd say, be the most challenging bowler to face at the moment.
He certainly is. Here he comes, this straight, muscular approach. He's in and bowls, and Hildreth cuts away through the offside for 4 runs. Just a little bit of width there from Abbott and Hildreth onto it in a flash.
And that's a great shot all the way along the floor.
It was. And we haven't had very many boundaries this morning. I think there was one, wasn't there, down to 3rd man.
Yeah.
Lamberby nicked one through the slips. I think that's the only one. We've got a bit of
and then the
buzzing
leg by.
in my ears. I don't know what that is. Here's Abbott again. In and bowls. Hildreth is taken on the pad. He's in trouble to that one. Cut back into him from outside the off stump. Just getting a sort of whistling in my ear at the moment. Not sure what it is, unless we've got some feedback from somewhere. I don't think where. Sun is out at the Ageas Bowl. Fairly sparse crowd, shivering in this chill breeze that's blowing across the ground. Abbott bowls, Hildreth pushes out into the offside. Yeah, we're getting sort of, I'm not sure what it is, but Kevin has come to the rescue, so hopefully we'll be back to normal shortly. 27 for 2. Just need to stay away from
That seems to be the way forward.
Socially distanced commentary team. 27 for 2. Abbott to Hildreth. Ooh, Hildreth gets one that comes back in towards him from outside the off stump, lifts his bat out of the way. Some excitement amongst the slips, but it missed the off stump by 9-10 inches, something like that. Hildreth on 8, Lamberby on 10. Been showing commendable application, determination, Tom Lamberby. Naturally a fluent stroke maker, one of the most attractive of the young batsmen in the Somerset fold. As Abbott bowls outside the off stump again, he's just bringing the ball back into Hildreth, getting a bit of bounce, but starting it there just a bit too wide of the off stump, and Hildreth able to let it go through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who's taken over from Lewis McManus in this Hampshire setup. End of the over, which was the 11th of the innings, and it's 27 for 2, 10 to Lamberby, 8 to Hildreth.
And I don't know whether there's been somebody's gone off. Is that Vince gone off now? Is he disappearing? Somebody's just run off the field, I'm not quite sure who. And there's a change of bowling at our commentary end, and it's going to be Ian Holland that's going to bowl over number 17. So he's going to take over from Barker. He's going to have a well-earned rest. And I'm not quite sure, I can't see who's just come on, I don't know. Oh no, Vince is still on the field.
Yeah, he's at first slip. He's due to go at lunchtime, I think, to attend his mother-in-law's funeral.
Father-in-law. So yeah, somebody's just popped back on the field, but not quite sure what that was. So Holland starts his first over from us, bowls to Lammerby, pushes back in defence.
A little bit of swing.
A little bit.
A little bit of in-swing to the left-hander, out-swing it probably to a right-hander.
He bowls well, Holland. He bowled well last year. He's a very good sort of second-string seamer in this attack. Comes in first or second change and bowls well.
Rather than James Fuller?
I'd like to think, well, I don't know. It's sort of much of a muchness really between them. Maybe they just think it's going to be a bit more beneficial, hold up a little bit from Holland as he pushes that one across Lammerby. And there is no run taken by Ben Brown. Yeah, I think maybe, yeah, he could have gone with either. I quite like having Holland on. I think he bowled well last year, and Fuller maybe the extra bounce from the other end that we're seeing maybe.
They say he's been bowling very well in the pre-season, James Fuller.
Yeah, he has been, and that's probably why he sees himself in the side above Brad Will today. So he didn't feature too much last year in the county championship. Brad Will sort of cemented his spot in the side, but it's always good to have challenges and change the team up. As Holland approaches away from us here, bowls to Lamby, who leaves that one alone outside off stump, just pushes it across. That one didn't really carry to Ben Brown. It's sort of been a bit of an uneven bounce from this end, a bit more consistent bounce from the other end, the pavilion end.
He's faced 52 deliveries so far, Tom Lammerby, for his 10 runs.
And he was challenged slightly, sort of wafted at a few in the last over and tried to scramble a single, so he's desperate to start scoring. Holland bowls to him again and he leaves that one alone, carefully watched as it passes just past the outside of off stump.
He can bat very patiently, Tom Lammerby, against Worcester back in 2020 up at New Road. On a very difficult pitch. His first 50 occupied something like 150 deliveries, and then he went from 50 to 100 in about 50.
He's got 2 gears. Can confirm he's got 2 gears as Holland bowls to him here, and he pushes that into the offside. No run. Oh, it's scrambled. He's pushed back. No run. Yeah, don't need to take those this early.
Somerset really don't want
is a run out. And Hildreth
quite
was
difficult enough as it is without a run out.
He was off then, Hildreth as well. He wanted that. So
well, he is still very quick between the wickets, is James Hildreth, and he likes just to rotate the strike.
Gets into it that way. Holland's in here, wafts outside the off stump, and he didn't need to play at that, and he misses that one, and that's a great over by Holland, great start. And that was a bit of an ugly-looking shot from Lamby after he took him up so well.
Absolutely, it was just a fraction short of a length outside the off stump, and it bounced. And I think it was the bounce that made Lammerby's eyes light up, thinking he could punch it away through the offside. But
we're 27 for 2 here after 17 overs. Hildreth's on 8 from 22 balls, and Lammerby is 10 from 55. As Abbott's going to continue from the pavilion end, and he's bowled well as well. Bit of an uneven bounce that over. There was one that didn't quite carry outside off stump, and one that lifted just back of a length, like you said. So there's some real challenges.
I suppose you expect that with an early season pitch, haven't you?
Yeah, you do.
There's still a lot of moisture underneath, as it were. Here's Abbott again, in bowls to Hildreth. Cuts away through the offside, nice shot. And that will be pulled in just a couple of yards inside the boundary, and they've come back for 2 runs. Didn't quite middle that to James Hildreth, but a nice shot. Offered a little bit of width by Kyle Abbott. Always looking to score is Hildreth.
Yes, a couple of times he's just
2 runs.
Just dragged one down there again. He went for 4 in the same spot last over, cut through backward, or just in front of point really, and then the same sort of delivery, not quite middle like you said, and picks up 2. So just need to tuck that line in a little bit.
Abbott to Hildreth. Oh, taken on the mixture of bat and pad. That must be, judging by the way that the appeal died in Kyle Abbott's throat. Just watching the replay. It's probably going down the leg side in any case. He's getting the ball just to jag back into the right hander is Kyle Abbott. He's got the this quite strong wind. It's not a breeze, it's a wind blowing across the ground from west to east. As Abbott bowls outside the off stump, that one held its line, but it was too far outside the off stump for Hildreth to play a shot. Somerset without 8 players who would be first choice through a mixture of non-availability, which is Matt Renshaw, who's in Australia, and Leach and Craig Overton, who are not.
Did you say Renshaw was due back next for your next game? Yeah. So he's not going to miss too much. That's good.
No, just the one game. It's Abbott to Hildreth, who turns this neatly into the onside, picks up a single. Score moves on to 30, and then we got a couple of injuries. Tom Banton broke his finger earlier in the week. George Bartlett damaged his shoulder yesterday, and Josh Davey, who would normally be opening the attack with Craig Overton, he is still recovering from a groin injury. And then we've had 2 of the seam attack go down almost overnight with illness. Don't know quite what the illness is, but that's Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks. So one way or another, this is a much weakened Somerset side. As Abbott bowls to Lammonby, who tucks that away into the onside. He's a shy at the stumps, but he's home safely enough.
Yeah, Felix Organ would have had to do well there to run him out from that angle. Got round quickly.
31 for 2.
Something that Hampshire prides themselves on is definitely their fielding. Really important aspect of the game, obviously, and they pride themselves off that.
Yeah, Somerset good fielding side as well.
Yeah, it's good battle.
Tom Abel, so it's
such an important aspect of the game now.
It is. Here's Abbott bowls to Hildreth, who fluently plays that away through the onside for 4 handsome runs. That was over pitch from Abbott on leg stump and dealt with summarily.
Yeah, it's a lovely
James
shot.
Hildreth. Real style.
Yeah,
James
good
Hildreth
to
has
look.
got
Yeah.
In the way he plays his shots.
Disappears into the groundsman shed. They got the ball back though. So sometimes it disappears in there, and you don't know if it's going to come out again. But
End of the over. That was the 13th of the innings. 35 for 2, 15 to Hildreth, 11 to Lammonby. The 2 are Ben Green, who was caught by Liam Dawson, well caught at second slip off from Mohammed Mass for 4, and Tom Abel, the skipper, who was well caught by Joe Weatherly at third slip off Kyle Abbott for just 1.
Holland's going to continue from our pavilion, sorry, the Hilton end. We're not in the pavilion. He bowls to Lammonby, who leaves that alone outside off stump. And he's just pushing the ball across the left-hander at the minute from over the wicket.
He is. He's sort
of
Holland. He's floating it up. He's not, but he's, I think, mid-70s, something like that in terms of pace. So he's not quick, medium pace. Just floating it up outside the off stump, trying to invite the drive.
Absolutely. There's a big open space out here. And just one fielder at cover in his way. Gubbins, I think that is. As he approaches the crease again, bowls, and same thing, just bowls across the left-hander, and he leaves that one alone. And he's not getting bored here, he's just sort of doing the same sorts of things, probing that drive, see if he can invite the batter. And he's bowling well. It's lovely now, sun's out, blue skies ahead of us. Lovely place to play cricket. Fortunate enough to play here myself now, and fantastic. As Holland approaches again, bowls to Lammonby, same thing, pushes across the left-hander and is left alone. It's like a mirror image for the first 3 balls.
Yeah, he's resisting the temptation, is Tom Lammonby.
At the minute. And there's a new bowling coach. We mentioned a new batting coach for Somerset. There's a new bowling coach for Hampshire, Graham Welch.
Oh, yes, indeed, yeah.
Has come down, so he'll be thrilled with what the bowlers are doing here, I'm sure. Came to us on the back of his involvement in the Southern Brave in the 100s. So yeah, he's Holland again, bowls to Lammonby across the left-hander. I think you could probably see what's happening here. It's the same thing for the first 4 balls. I don't even need to describe it anymore. I just say same again.
It's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it?
Who's going to crack first? That's the question.
Just the 2 slips for Ian Holland.
Yeah, they've got this short mid-wicket, quite straight short mid-wicket in. And takes a big deep breath at the top of his run-up and bowls again. Lammonby, same thing, cross the left-hander, left alone. Doesn't really trouble the batter. He's quite happy to leave those, not touch them.
He's a fairly rare bird as a cricketer, is Ian Holland, born in the United States.
Yes.
In Wisconsin, and actually has played a one-day international for the United States.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's qualified for England now. Yeah, he did play one
wow.
ODI.
That's something that I didn't know. You taught me something there. And he bowls again. Oh, that one's a bit... Oh, he's nicked it. That's a great ball. He sort of tried to push it across. Lambie's just been beaten. It's just a very, very good delivery. And he's caught by Ben Brown. Lovely delivery. Slightly.
Whether he did hit it, I think it may have clipped his pad. I don't know. He looked disappointed.
Yeah, he did. I didn't know whether he was disappointed with the shot, but he didn't do much wrong. Just a very good delivery, and maybe he didn't hit it.
I don't know. I mean, I only seen the real-time.
Yeah, I'm not sure we see it again. In any case, that's Lambie. He's gone for 11, and that was bowled by Holland and caught by Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper. He's taken his first catch for Hampshire. Going to see it again now. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he wasn't really that impressed that he was given out there, so maybe.
No, I think it just flicked the top of his pad. But
nonetheless, they were 35 for 3 now at the Ageas Bowl, and Holland's got 1 for 2 off 2 overs.
Yes, a shame for Tom Allenby, who has been batting well, concentrating hard, leaving the ball well. Lewis Goldsworthy is the batsman walking out. Diminutive Cornishman, but got a very old head on young shoulders.
How old is he?
He
I'm challenge you now.
I think I'll tell you. From my piece of paper, he is 21.
Oh yeah, very young. Baby.
He only looks about 17. He's not very tall, but he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, that's good. Nice to see young talent coming through. That's what we want to see.
Plenty of good young talent at Somerset. Here's Abbott to Hildreth, who plays that back up the pitch on the onside. What Somerset's young batsmen haven't really done is convert promise into results so far. The likes of Tom Banton and George Bartlett, both of whom are injured at the moment.
So why would Bartlett bat in this order?
Well, he might not have got in the side at all if Banton had been fit. I think it's probably a toss-up between Banton and Bartlett, and Banton got 100 in pre-season against Glamorgan, so I think he might have got the nod as Hildreth drives this into the offside just for a single. Yeah,
because he's known for his white ball cricket, isn't he, Banton? Obviously gets in the England side for his white ball cricket.
He's been working really hard during the winter on his defence, as all of the young Somerset batsmen have been.
Yeah, I'd love to see him play here, and
passed up the chance to. He did play in the Big Bash. He could have done, and passed up the IPL as well.
Yeah,
so
good.
And then he goes and breaks his finger.
Yeah, how did he do it? Do you know?
I presume he did it batting in the net. Here's Abbott then to Goldsworthy. He's there at bowls, and Goldsworthy plays that a little bit uppishly into the onside. Keith Parker fields, but no harm done.
No, just pushes that into the onside up towards Barker, and he'd be a bit nervous, maybe, would he?
Goldsworthy, he's pretty nerveless actually.
Oh.
He's a cool customer, and doesn't really get fazed by anything very much. But this is a real challenge. A pitch that's doing a little bit against a bowler like Kyle Abbott, and Abbott brings that one back in towards the right-hander's pads. He digs it out. That one didn't bounce quite as much as one or two others. Goldsworthy last season played 10 championship matches, 297 runs, average of 21, highest of just 48.
Okay.
He did well in the Royal London One Day Cup, but hasn't, as I say, he hasn't quite kicked on in red ball cricket yet. Abbott is in and bowls. And Goldsworthy looking for the drive. It rather squirts off the outside edge, all along the ground, picked up by Gubbins from backward point. We've got 4 slips for Abbott to Goldsworthy. James Vince at first slip, Liam Dawson at second, Weatherly at third, and Ian Holland at 4th slip. And he's a 4th slip rather than the gully.
He's got a great opportunity here, Goldsworthy, to
show what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got great opportunity.
Abbott's in and bowls to him, and it's again a little bit uppish, hence the oohs and ahs from amongst the slips, but nowhere near any field. End of that over. 36 for 3. And well, it's been a real struggle for these Somerset batsmen this morning. 19 overs they've occupied so far, losing 3 wickets. Lammerby, Green and Abel. And well, question marks now over the decision by Tom Abel to bat first, but if you, as I was saying earlier on, if you look at the record here at the Ageas Bowl, 34% of the sides who batted first over the years have won, ended up winning, which is the highest proportion of any ground in the country.
Yeah, wow.
Other than
that's a great stat.
Chesterfield Street.
Well, let's just hope it was the right decision and they can come back from this. I mean, they've bowled fantastically, Hampshire, and you know, like you say, it is a real challenge. So we'll just have to see how the next few hours pan out here as Holland continues from the Hilton end, pushes it into the right hand, who just pushes that back out to point, and there is no run.
One of Somerset's problems, as a result of all the illness and injuries, they've got a very long tail.
You said it starts from 8, didn't you?
Yeah, it starts from 8, yeah. Aldridge, who's a bowler who can bat a bit, and then Peter Siddle, I think, is due to come in 9, and then Marshall Dillangan, and then Ned Leonard.
Yeah, right. Holland bowls that time, pushes it just into the leg side, does Hildreth, and there is no run. Didn't really bounce that one at all.
A full Somerset side would have, could possibly have probably Gregory at 7, Craig Overton at 8, Rolf van der Merwe, who's got first-class centuries to his name, at 9, Josh Davey, who's almost an all-round at 10, and then Jack Leach.
Absolutely.
Great.
And he could bat anywhere as Holland pushes that one back to the bowler, does Hildreth, and there is no run.
Well, he showed some of England's proper batsmen, if you like, how it should be done out in the West Indies.
Yeah, absolutely. He was fantastic to watch and shows real grit and determination. Sometimes that's just what you need, and he has that in abundance, this Jack Leach.
Yes, we miss him.
Yeah, I bet.
He and Craig Overton should be back again for the Essex game next week. Well,
we can hope. As Holland bowls to Hildreth, pushes that into the offside, and there is no run, just pushes him onto the back foot there. And he's bowling well here, Holland. This would be his 3rd maiden if he's able to finish this one off in a row.
Yeah, he hasn't conceded a run.
No, he's really challenged the batters, both left and right hand. He's got 3 slips in behind him now. That was a slight field change from the previous over, so he's really looking to challenge the batters here as he bowls to Hildreth, and that was just back of a length, push back up to him.
Plenty of time to play that, James Hildreth played it off the pitch. There isn't much pace in this pitch, but you wouldn't really expect that in April.
No, they just got to be really watchful, really patient, and it's a very long season and it's a long 4 days, so there's plenty of opportunity to score, I'm sure, as the game goes on. And Holland pushes that cross, the right hander, he just tucks that in to dead on square, and he gets a single. And that is going to be the end of the over. There's all sorts of things clattering around the Ageas Bowl at the minute. Fencing, and
it's getting stronger and stronger.
I know. Picks up in waves. It circles around.
There's a knot of spectators down in the seating down below to our left, who must be
freezing,
made of very stern stuff. That's all I can say, because the wind's blowing across the ground right into their faces down there. I think there's 20 or 30 people, hardy souls.
Yep, they're brave, I can tell you that for sure.
Right, it looks to me like we're going to have a bowling change.
Yep, Mo Abbas it looks like.
Yeah. Mohamed Abbas coming back into the attack. He bowled 5 overs from this hotel end earlier on, 1 for 8. Took the wicket of Ben Green.
Yep, he's had a change of ends.
And you'll have the wind coming over his left shoulder, so that will help him swing the ball into the right-hander in a work. We haven't got a left-hander. To be away from the left-hander. Stephen Davis is a left-hander, due in next. Abbas bowls to Hildreth, who drives without moving his feet a great deal. I do hope that James Hildreth has a good season. He's
been very successful Somerset over the years.
oh, he's I mean, he's been
Unbelievable.
As I was saying earlier on, his 3rd highest run scorer. 16,891 runs.
That's just amazing, isn't it?
Somerset.
Absolutely amazing.
This is his 272nd first-class game. Abbas bowls. Hildreth, it's a little bit cramped for room as he tucks that into the onside, but no particular danger. Goes down and gives this pitch a prod. I fancy the pitch has changed colour during the course of the morning. It was a little bit greener earlier on. It's getting paler as the morning wears on. There's the sunshine overhead, chilly sunshine.
Yeah, definitely chilly sunshine.
On account of the
but the woolly hats aren't out, so that's a good sign. Sometimes you do see them.
Here's Abbas to Hildreth, who back on his back foot, and very well fielded by Ian Holland from sort of backward point, I suppose. Just getting down to his left quickly. So that was nicely timed by Hildreth. Doesn't
Yeah,
get
it
a
was.
Run. 37 for 3. He's on 17, James Hildreth. He's the man on whom most Somerset hopes will be pinned at the moment. We've got Steve Davis, again very experienced, very good player to come in next. And then Roelof van der Merwe, and then the bowlers. Abbas to Hildreth. Covers up, tucks that down to long leg just for the single. Moves on to 18, 38 for 3.
Yeah, the pucks are being short, or the disadvantage of being short here. I've got to go on my tiptoes just to see down this end of the ground. Can't quite see over the railings here.
There aren't many people on this end of the ground. There are a few, as I was saying. There's not the spectators down to our left, but I must say, if I had the choice of where to sit, it would be in the Shane Warne stand, which has got its back to the wind and its face to the sunshine. We're not getting any sun into our gantry just yet. Abbas bowls. Oh, and Hildreth just takes his bat, just drops it inside. A ball that bounced and left him outside the off stump from Mohamed Abbas. Well played.
Yeah, it was well left, wasn't it? I'm going to disappear at the end of this over, and Kev's going to come back in. I think you've all had enough of me, so... Kevin James is shaking his head. Ticking the box. Yeah, I would quite like to be in the sunshine right now. It'd be quite nice if we could get some of that deflected in here.
If you get in the sunshine and out of the wind,
yeah,
it'd be very pleasant. Abbas then to Hildreth. Hildreth defends. Very orthodox forward defensive shot.
Thank you, Anthony.
Offside. Thank you, Charlotte. That's Charlotte Taylor, who bowls off spin for the Southern Vipers. Kevin James rejoins us, which gives me the chance to ask him for his opinion about the Lammonby dismissal, if you saw it. Whether he nicked it or whether it...
In true Arsene Wenger style, I didn't see it. I didn't actually, to be fair. So apologies. I will look at it on a replay. I know you were saying that you thought it hit the pad.
I wouldn't swear. That was my instinct.
Yep. Here's Holland with his medium pace. It's a length ball to Hildreth. It gets an inside edge and it goes down towards fine leg. Hildreth seems to have settled down a little bit. A couple of airy-fairy wafts when he first came to the wicket, but he's now moved on to 19 or 40 deliveries. 39 for 3, Somerset. It's been slow going this morning. Accurate bowling, made the batsman work hard. Lammonby worked hard for his 11 for 62 balls that lasted. He was the last of the 3 wickets to fall this morning.
Here's the thing, I've got a tweet from Ed Boyce, who says he's watching the stream from chilly Wisconsin,
Cool.
which of course is where Ian Holland was born.
Correct. Outside the off stump, and that's off the back foot. Goldsworthy pushes that out into the square cover area.
And Ed is hoping the batters get the better of him. Well, has he conceded it? No, he hasn't. He's yet to concede a run. No, I take that back. He's in fact conceded 2 runs.
Yes.
Economical.
And halfway through his 3rd over with this delivery. A 4th over, I tell a lie, and that's gently knocked away. In fact, that's a really good timed shot by Goldsworthy off his pads, and that's gone for 4 runs. It was a length ball, but it was a bit too leg stumpish, and Goldsworthy just turned the bat nicely away on the leg side, and that ball's raced away. Good shot. 43 for 3. Not too many boundaries this morning. There's one of them.
Yeah, nice shot. I had lunch with Jim Troughton, who was the Somerset batting coach last season. Now gone to Surrey as assistant there to Gareth Batty, and I asked him which of the 3 young Somerset batsmen he thought were most likely to succeed and to make a really big impression.
That's on the line of leg stump, just slightly aerial as it makes its way to mid-wicket.
And he said Tom Lammonby, Lewis Goldsworthy and James Rue. James Rue, youngster, who's got good runs for England 19s in the Under-19 World Cup, wicket-keeper batsman.
Yeah.
Played for the County Select 11 against the Indian Tourists last season at the age of 17.
Outside the off stump, left alone, come back a fraction. Okay, it's a name not familiar with to me. Yep.
James Rue, I think you'll hear a lot more of him, and hopefully you'll hear a lot more about Lewis Goldsworthy as well.
Yep.
He's got the temperament, he's got the skill, just needs to convert it into big runs, useful runs, important runs against the red ball, and this is his chance today.
Age on his side, he's only 21 as Holland comes in again. He's a little bit older. That's a length ball and that's pushed out on the offside. In fact, Ian Holland is exactly 10 years older, as that's the end of another over. 43 for 3. We've got 25 minutes to go to lunch. Somerset winning the toss and elected to bat. It was always going to be a tough session against accurate bowling. I think Somerset, well, they won't be happy they've lost 3, but it could have been 1 or 2 more. Yeah, but I think they've defended well, haven't they?
They have. I mean, they've been got out. They haven't got themselves out. You know, it's been good bowling rather than bad batting. And Lammonby may have been unlucky, but even if he wasn't unlucky, if it was the edge of the bat rather than flicking his pad, it was a good delivery. So the bowling's been as good as we were expecting. And here's Mohammed Abbas in to bowl to Hildreth, and that wasn't a particularly good delivery. It's turned away down to deep backward square leg, and they come back for 2 runs. Takes Hildreth into the 20s. 21. He has, unless the scoreboard's already put the runs on the board.
That wind's back.
Whew. Howling around.
Oof.
Fortunately, it's not blowing directly into our gantry. Passes in and bowls outside the off stump, bringing it back in towards James Hildreth. Hildreth very alert to where his off stump is. 45 for 3. Somerset. Hildreth on 21. I have seen him out playing no shot. In fact, he was clean bowled by, I think it was Ricky Clark at the Oval last season, after he completed his one and only century of last season. Here's Abbas in and bowls again outside the off stump, and again Hildreth shoulders arms. we're having a to do with the door. As to where I think the wind is probably howling down the steps and into the hotel corridors. Here's Abbas into Hildreth, who thinks about playing that, decides against it. Hard to overstate how important James Hildreth is to Somerset in this situation, with a truncated batting lineup, which really finishes at number 7. That's no disrespect to Messrs Aldridge and Siddle and DeLanger and Leonard, but I think all 4 of them would say that they are bowlers first and foremost. It's Abbas. Hildreth, who drives away through the offside, doesn't really time it. They'll come back. No, they won't come back for a second run, as it's fielded by Felix Organ at a wide mid-off. 22 Hildreth moves on to 46 for 3.
I've watched the Lammonby dismissal quite a few times. I don't think it's pad.
You don't think it's pad?
No.
Yeah.
No. I think the ball's too far away for that.
I think I think it was just disappointment in that case.
I think it was. I think that I'm trying to look at his reaction as much as anything. I think he's just disappointed with the way. So I'm going to show Charlotte, and then I'll show you at the end of this over.
Abbas is continuing. We're losing a slip. Ian Holland is coming out of 4th slip and going to short mid-wicket. That's because Goldsworthy has played a couple there in the air in that direction. Abbas bowls. Oh, we're taking on the pad appeal for LBW given. It looked pretty good from the air. The only question was, might it be too high? But umpire Neil Bainton decided it wasn't, and that's the 4th Somerset wicket to go down for 46. It's Lewis Goldsworthy, LBW, to Mohammed Abbas for 4, and Somerset in all sorts of strife on this blustery morning at the Ageas Bowl. Just about as difficult a start to the season as could be imagined for Somerset, missing 8 first choice players and finding themselves on the receiving end of this powerful, potent Hampshire new ball attack on a pitch that's just doing enough to make life difficult for batting. And 46-4 is the outcome.
Yeah, well, we knew it'd be tough, and it's tough for Somerset even before the start of this game, as you say. So many players unavailable for so many reasons. And I said right at the start that Somerset will do well to come out of this with a draw. When you're missing so many frontline players, all you do is try and get through the game unscathed and move on to the next when most, or if not all, your players are back, and then you can sort of start your season in terms of, right, let's get going. This is always going to be a game for Somerset where it's damage limitation.
Yeah, I said on a podcast on Monday that the only 2 happy to settle for a draw at the Ageas Bowl. The weather forecast looked rather more promising at that stage than it does now. It doesn't look as if rain is going to play an important part in the outcome of this game.
No. Yeah, whereas Somerset are unlucky because of unavailabilities, Hampshire have a full side out there today, although James Vince will be leaving this today at lunchtime, as you mentioned before. But I think fortunately from a Hampshire point of view, they're not batting. I think the last thing you'd want is James Vince to be not out 50 at lunch and have to go to his father-in-law's funeral. But the fact that Hampshire are in the field kind of plays into their hands and get full value from Vince, assuming he doesn't bat today. 46 for 4, it's Barker round the wicket, taken over from Holland then, left arm round, and that's pushed pleasantly through point by James Hildreth. He'll get runs for that. He won't quite get a boundary, be picked up just a few yards inside. Away to our left, that's the tunnel area here, the east side of the ground, and Somerset move on to 46 for 4. Must come to some emails because we've got about 20 minutes to go until lunch. James Parsons, who emailed a little earlier, sonatcricket@gmail.com. That's the email we're using for this game. He says, good morning, gentlemen and ladies, and warm regards from Leipzig in Germany. It is also inclement here, especially for this time of the year. I'm reminded of my time at York University playing at the beginning of a freezing April. As Barker's round the wicket again, it's just pushed through the vacant gully area by Hildreth all along the ground. He'll pick up another single, 49 for 4. And instead of the usual orange squash at the drinks break, we were served soup. Have you ever had soup during a drinks break? I can't remember actually.
I can't remember.
No, at the moment, James, I can't remember that. Right, so it's going to be the left-hander, Steve Davis, who's a pretty handy player to be coming in this situation. Charlotte Taylor's just showing me the piece that she wrote for the BBC live text page. I was going to show you that, I just forgot, but she's found it. That's pushed out on the onside. It's one of many ways that you can follow all the games around the country. Of course, all the BBC commentary teams are out and about for all of the county matches today. All those commentaries you can hear online or via the BBC Sport app, and of course they're all available via the live stream via your county cricket website. That's a length ball which Davies just pushes quietly back to the bowler. Score remains on 49 for 4.
Somerset's last two recognised batsmen together. Rolf van der Merwe certainly can bat, but he's an all-rounder rather than a specialist batsman.
He is another useful man in a crisis as well, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
He never gives up.
A very spirited cricketer.
He is, yeah. I like his attitude to the game. Always have done. That's a Fuller delivery which Davis guides through the vacant square leg area, and after that is Felix Organ. And they will pick up 2. So that's the 50 up for Somerset, and it's come in the 25th over. Taken 104 minutes. It's been hard fought. Ben Green for 4, Tom Abel for 1, Lammonby for 11, Goldsworthy for 4. Wickets to 4.
What have you made of the pitch so far?
Typical early April pitch, isn't it? It's it hasn't done loads, but it's done just enough. It's well played by
slow
Davis.
as well, isn't it?
It is slow. Again, you know, I think everything we're seeing, for me, reflects the time of the year. You know, there's not an excessive amount of grass on there, although there's a tinge of green. You expect the ball to be moving off the seam, which it has, but it hasn't been big amounts, and it hasn't been all the time.
No, it isn't.
But there's been no
Simon
swing.
Lee has prepared a seamless paradise or anything like that. It's, I think he's done his best to produce a good pitch at a difficult time of year.
Yep. I think it's going to be pretty much like this throughout the 4 days.
Couple that with the Duke's ball, and well, it does make batting very hard work. Here's Abbas to bowl to Hildreth. 3 slips go down. Hildreth gets one that comes back into him from outside the off stump, tucks it. But doesn't get a run. We've got about 15 minutes to go to the lunch interval. Hildreth will be desperate to still be there at that stage. Well, ditto Stephen Davis. Somerset's 2 most experienced batsmen at the crease. Abbas smoothly in from the pavilion end, bowls, and again brings that one back into Hildreth, who plays it off the back foot in defence out into the offside. The wind still whistling around the stands here at the Ageas Bowl. They were forecasting 40-mile-an-hour winds for this afternoon. Wouldn't want to be out on the golf course. It'd be jolly. There's a golf course behind the hotel. It'd be jolly hard work out there at the moment. Here's Abbas in bowls. Oh, and it's just great excitement amongst the slips. That was presumably a straight ball that was turned down to long leg by James Hildreth, hence the excitement, and he picks up a single. 52 for 4.
A little bit too straight, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it seemed a decent enough shot to me.
It's probably sort of hit the inside half of the bat, didn't it, really?
Here's Stephen Davis, and they've got the Stephen Davis fielding position, a sort of backward point, like a deep gully, with a cut shot that he plays and doesn't keep down. Abbas bowls to him, and this is on leg stump, turned into the onside. A little bit of bat there, so Stephen Davis doubles his score. No, he doesn't. He just moves on to 3. 53 for 4. The 3 being Ben Green, caught Dawson, bowled Mohammed Abbas for 4. Tom Abel caught by Joe Weatherly off the bowling of Kyle Abbott for 1, and Tom Lammonby caught behind as Mohammed Abbas is in and bowls to Hildreth, who looking for a single into the onside that isn't there. That was the 3rd wicket, and then the last man to fall was Lewis Goldsworthy, LBW to Mohammed Abbas, one that jagged back into him, and pretty straightforward LBW decision for umpire Neil Bainton to give. So a difficult morning for Somerset, missing so many first choice players and finding themselves up against it. Ooh, and Hildreth was looking for a square cut there. The ball came back into him and he had to make a late adjustment, which he did successfully. Kept it out. End of that over. 53 for 4. It's 26 to Hildreth and 3 to Stephen Davis.
Charlotte Taylor showing me a few pictures of Brian the Cat's house while you were just talking there, and Anthony Gibson has revealed that he's one of the 3,300 Brian the Cat followers on Twitter. Talking about the ginger cat that loves watching cricket at Taunton, that a home built for him on the ground. Can you imagine if every spectator had a special area built for them to come and watch cricket? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Well, I suppose some of the hospitality boxes almost count for that, don't they? If they're private boxes.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they'd be kitted out, especially for individual taste, would they? I don't know. Here comes Barker running away from that, bowling to Davis. Ooh, that ball's just nipped away, and he had a little nibble at that one, did Steve Davis. A couple of tweets here, which I must mention as we get towards the luncheon interval. Paul Williams, afternoon to you, Paul, at Solent Sport. He says, looks good, but listening to the commentary rather cold. It certainly is. Have set up YouTube to watch Was Burning Old Wood. Whatever floats your boat. Here's Barker again with 3 slips waiting. As that's a bit leg stumpish, and that's turned around behind square on the leg side by Davis. Might look for 2 here. He does. It's a comfortable 2. Moves on to 5, and it's 55 for 4. Ben Pocknell, who sent a picture with the live stream on his laptop and says, on my lunch break at the school I'm working in today. Keep the commentary keeping him entertained. And Simon Young, on the subject of Brian the Cat, which we were talking about earlier, he says, I'm sure that Hampshire would always welcome Brian the Cat at the Ageas Bowl. We did say that, wonder if he get the same reception here as he does down at Taunton, but not sure how the Hawks might react. Sent this picture of a hawk. I don't know what hawks do with cats. It's a thick outside edge into the vacant area between the slips and backward point, and it's run down towards third man. Doesn't go all the way to the boundary, and they will pick up 2 more. These are valuable runs for Somerset as we head towards the break. 57 for 4. And Matt Cave has sent, here's the article you were looking for about Brian the Cat, about his house, and it's even sponsored. Which is amazing. There you go.
So don't miss any trick when it comes to sponsorship.
That's right. Sponsor anything. Davis pushes that length ball out into the covers. Finds the fielder this time. I've never seen Brian the Cat, and I'm very much looking forward when we come down to you in about a month's time.
Very handsome ginger cat.
Is it? Well, the pictures looks all right. Yeah.
And he does like his cricket.
Yeah. Obviously. Although we did find a picture of him with his back to the action.
That's when Somerset were having one of their regular batting collapses, probably.
Showing his disapproval. He's playing a missing outside the off stump there, very nearly a little tickle through to Ben Brown. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says, love Kev's idea of personal buildings at cricket grounds like beach huts, maybe. God, can you imagine grounds filled with beach huts all the way around? Gemma Green, who will be with us on commentary on Saturday, former Hampshire women's player, says, finally the season has come. Felt like a long winter to me. Fingers crossed for a Hampshire start to a season like last year. That's why they won their first two. Somerset won their first one last year as well, their first game. That's inside edge, which has gone out to square leg, end of the over, 57 for 4. Our seam attack looks strong as ever, but also looking forward to seeing Siddle bowl in these early season conditions. Yeah, probably thank God from a Hampshire point of view that he's not bowling at the moment.
Yes, I reckon he should bowl well on this. Questions being asked on Twitter as to whether he's match fit or not. But as I understand it, he was playing cricket in Australia up to about the middle of March. So yeah,
he was. Yeah, played for Tasmania.
Yeah, so he should be pretty much match fit, and he keeps himself very, very fit.
Yeah, good bloke by all accounts.
Yeah, should be a very good influence in the dressing room with his experience and cricketing nous. Here's Abbas, and Hildreth just pulls away. A little bit of, not sure what it was at the far end, maybe just the wind rippling the sight sheet behind the bowler's arm. It's probably more this wind making life a bit more difficult for the bowlers than for the batsmen. But not easy for either side as Abbas bowls, and Hildreth up on his toes, playing that pleasantly into the offside. Gubbins fields at extra cover. Has Nick Gubbins fitted well into the Hampshire fold?
Yes, yes he has, very much so. Another, talking about nice guys, he's another one.
Yeah.
Good player to have around.
He was very much on the England radar a few years ago, back in 2015, 2016, scoring a lot of runs.
Yeah. Probably one of those that would benefit from just a change of scene, change of county, change of attitude from players around you.
Abbas bowls, Hildreth drives the way through the offside. Gubbins goes in pursuit, will pull it in about 4 yards inside the extra cover boundary, and they'll come back for 3 runs. Takes Hildreth on to 29, the score on to 60 for 4. It's not the fastest outfield in the world, is it, at the moment? Again, you wouldn't really expect a quick outfield at this stage in the season. Looks a picture, I have to say, but the ball isn't speeding across it. And we've had relatively few boundaries.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rain here in the last 12 hours.
We've had, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, just 5 boundaries in the morning so far. It's Abbas, then to Davis in and bowls, and Davis gropes forward at that on middle and leg, plays it safely enough into the onside. It's Nick Gubbins who's at that sort of fly gully position for the Davis back cut. The clouds are blowing away. Lots of blue sky overhead. Ground looking an absolute picture. Abbas round the wicket to Davis, who again gets rather squared up, looking to turned his body as if he was looking to turn a straight ball into the onside, and then had to adjust halfway through the shot. Succeeded in playing it out into the offside. He's not quite the force that he was with the bat, Stephen Davis, as he was when he played for Surrey. When he joined Somerset, he was averaging around about 43. I think he's averaged closer to 34 since he arrived at Somerset. And a little bit of bat, a little bit of pad, ball runs out into the onside. Mohammed Abbas continuing to ask difficult questions of these batsmen.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation for experienced batters, isn't it? You've got 2 out there, probably the most experienced batters in the Somerset side, and you know, you wouldn't put it past these two to dig in a bit and turn things around.
Well, that's what they've got to do. Abbas to Davis, who again comes across his stumps and plays it back to the bowler. End of that over, which was the 28th of the innings, so we're not going to get our full ration in the morning session. That's partly because, of course, 4 wickets have gone down, and that will be allowed for in the calculation as to the Hampshire over rate. But I think we're going to get one more over in before lunch.
Yeah.
With Somerset 60 for 4, 29 to Hildreth, and 7 to Stephen Davis.
Yeah, assuming the conditions allow. I don't think we're going to be finishing at 6 o'clock tonight. I don't think we're going to see too much spin. We might see a little bit of Liam Dawson just trying to keep an end up for a while, but we haven't seen James Fuller yet today, so we'll probably see him at some point this afternoon. Round the wicket is Barker. Pushing forward is Hildreth up to mid-off, and there is Fuller doing the fielding, and there is no run. Greg Saw, sorry.
I asked Charlotte this, but why do you think they bowled Holland rather than Fuller?
I'm not sure. What did Charlotte say? I don't know.
I'll
agree with her. Yeah, I agree with her. I think at the moment it is a situation where you don't. I mean, Fuller does have, unfortunately, the capacity, as that's turned away neatly behind square on the leg side. Jogged through signal for Hildreth, moves on to 30, 61 for 4. It's still a situation to keep things tight, having worked so hard this morning to keep the run rate at a premium. You know, 4 wickets for 61 is a bit of a nightmare for Somerset, isn't it? Another wicket now, and you're 61 for 5. Where are you going with the innings then? What you don't want is having made the batters work for every single run. Fuller does have that capacity to bowl a couple of very loose overs, and all of a sudden things look a little different. The tempo changes. Oh, he's bowled it back there from Barker. Celebrates, and Davis can't believe it. Turns round to see his off stump knocked out of the ground, and he goes for 7, 61 for 4. That is a peach of a delivery.
And a serious
61 for
misjudgment.
5,
serious misjudgment by Stephen Davis. Well, we've talked a lot about batsmen knowing where their off stump is, and that did jag in quite considerably from outside the off stump. That will be lunch as well, so a very, very difficult, very, very disappointing morning for this very much weakened Somerset team without 8 first choice players due to a mixture of non-availability, injury, and most recently illness, which has taken out Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory, and James Hildreth standing alone really in defiance of this powerful Hampshire new ball attack. He's not out on 30. Stephen Davis has been bowled by Keith Barker for 7. The next man in after lunch will be Roelof van der Merwe, but very definitely Hampshire's morning here at the windy Ageas Bowl.
Thank you very much, Anthony. More from Anthony Gibson this afternoon, more from Charlotte Taylor this afternoon. So 61 for 5 at the lunch break, with Somerset winning the toss, electing to bat first. A couple of wickets for Mohammed Abbas. He has 2 for 17 of his 9 overs. Keith Barker picking up his first wicket of the innings, a wicket for Kyle Abbott and also Ian Holland. Scoring difficult out there against a very determined and accurate Hampshire attack. Join us again just about 20 to 2, maybe just a minute or two earlier, because we've taken a slightly early lunch, and we'll be back with you once more then. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. Still a very blustery day here, just outside Southampton, where we are just about to get underway the afternoon session on the first day of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Somerset. It's been a morning that's belonged to Hampshire. Somerset winning the toss, electing to bat first, find themselves at the break 61 for 5. A couple of wickets for Mohammed Abbas and one apiece for Barker, Abbott and Ian Holland. And the batsmen out this morning, Ben Green for 4, Tom Abel for 1, Tom Lammonby for 11, Lewis Goldsworthy for 4, Stephen Davis on the stroke of lunch for 7. James Hildreth is 30 not out. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor, but taking you through this next passage of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin. A very happy Kevin James and a slightly disappointed Anthony Gibson. But, it was always going to be a tough first morning. I don't think Tom Abel was wrong necessarily in choosing to bat when he won the toss. As I've said before, the record of teams winning the toss and batting first here has been good. But it's been good bowling rather than bad batting.
Yep, there's first runs of the afternoon as that's pushed into the covers by Roelof van der Merwe, the new batter for Somerset, and he's got 4 runs. Just a push drive into the offside, and that's a beautiful piece of timing.
Yeah. Well, he's a sparky cricketer, is Roelof van der Merwe. He's a never say die character, rather in the mould of Peter Trigo. He's one of those. And, he'll give it everything he's got, and if Keith Barker serves up a half volley outside the off stump, he'll give it the treatment.
Yep, it's got to be put away. 3 slips for Barker, who's round the wicket with his left armers. Van der Merwe pushes forward and plays that back to the bowler. We get some sun from time to time, and then it disappears behind some large banks of cloud. But one thing that's been constant has been the wind and the gusts, which have been quite a lot. And quite fierce at times. In fact, we walked around at lunchtime to the far end of the ground, and it was very blowy indeed. The lunch break was marked with a tribute to Shane Warne, the late Shane Warne, as Barker comes in. He's playing a missing, or did he try to take the bat away? But I think it was a little bit late. That ball just bounced and left the right-hander as it went through to Ben Brown, and that is the end of the over. And Somerset have moved on to 65 for 5. Yes, a tribute to Shane Warne in the form of a video on the 2 screens here, which are to our left and right, and there was due to be a minute's applause. I must admit, if there was, I didn't hear it, but I think there was. All the crowd, such as they are, made their way onto the pitch, watched the video, and
I fancy there are fewer here this afternoon than there were this morning, or perhaps they're inside somewhere.
I've seen bigger
nice
crowds here for championship
warm, comfortable bar or restaurant.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Even if you have been waiting 6 months to watch cricket, it's a tester.
65 for 5, Somerset. Well, can't say it's unexpected. Lammonby battled away really well this morning, got a good one in the end. And all of the batsmen, with the possible exception of Steve Davis, were got out. And that's dug in by Kyle Abbott and dug out by James Hildreth. So it's been good bowling from a very potent new ball attack that Hampshire have.
It's a line and length day, isn't it?
It is.
Well, you need to do no more. Let the ball hit the seam. Let the ball do its work.
Craig Overton would bowl well on this pitch. Abbott bowls, Hildreth drives beautifully away, square of the wicket on the offside. Lovely shot. Played that with a real flourish. Moves on to 34. Classic James Hildreth. It was overpitched, wide outside the off stump. It was begging for a cover drive, and that's precisely what it got.
It's just the way that Hildreth plays it, doesn't it? It's elegant, very elegant indeed.
Well, he's got himself in now. 34. Somerset hopes very much pinned on his shoulders. Abbott in bowls, and that's whipped away into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by... Is that James Fuller?
It is.
That's the first time I've mentioned James Fuller as having fielded the ball. I fancy that he hasn't had much to do in the field at all.
He hasn't fielded it many times,
No,
I
he
don't
hasn't,
think.
but he did that neatly enough. Abbott again. He's there, bowls. Hildreth pushes that into the offside, goes through a quick single, shy at the stumps. If that had hit, he was gone. It didn't. And they're coming back for an overthrow. And that, was that Gubbins with the shy? It was. Nick Gubbins.
Yep.
And Van der Merwe had just about given it up, I think. Gubbins with his hands on his head after that. And the batsman just, I think Van der Merwe was just saying to James Hildreth, just calm down, Hildy, calm down. It's Abbott in and bowls. This is dug out by Hildreth out into the onside. In fact, I've got it the wrong way round. It was Van der Merwe who called for the single that wasn't there, and it would have been Hildreth who'd been run out if Gubbins had hit the stumps, and that would have been a complete disaster for Somerset. It's amazing how many times a batting collapse features a run out. It's Abbott in and bowls, and this is whipped away down to long leg to Felix Organ down there, who sends in the return, and they take a single. 72 for 5, Hildreth on to 37. I fancy that in the Hampshire batting collapse here last year when they were bowled out for 79, wasn't it Sam Northeast who was run out by George Bartlett?
I know you've got a very good memory, and
I
mine is
haven't got a very
hopeless,
good,
but I think you could be. I think you are right. Yes.
I think it probably was. Let's see if we can find the score.
Game which Hampshire lost by 10 wickets. Rain affected. As
Rain
well.
nearly saved Hampshire.
It did. So in the brief sunshine.
Sam Northeast run out Bartlett. There you
Very
are.
good. Barker's round the wicket to Hildreth. Gets one that bounces, plays it well out into the covers, and there is no run. Several ways you can get in touch with us throughout the day. One email that we're using is solentcricket@gmail.com. If you want to tweet us, for Anthony it's @AntGib. At Solent Sport for myself and Charlotte Taylor. Neil Monnery has done just that. He says, afternoon in the team, great to hear your voices again, blaring through my headphones, and have the live stream up as well. As Barker bowls a length ball again. Hildreth quietly plays that out into the covers. Encouraging start for Hampshire this. The bowling attack looks title worthy. We'll just have to wait and see if the batters are up to the challenge. Ben Robertson at Solent Sport says, great idea to have a tribute to Shane Warne on the first day back. It would be good if they could do it again on Saturday, so those of us who work in the week have a chance to pay tribute to the great man. So far my tweets haven't had a reply. I don't know why, probably because it wasn't planned, but sounds like a good idea to me. That's played late, and it's a thick outside edge along the ground, down towards third man. A couple of the Hampshire players are after it. It will be picked up just inside the rope. It's pulled back to Liam Dawson, who throws it to the keeper. Somerset pick up 3, 75 for 5. So maybe Hampshire are thinking about doing it again on Saturday, because as we've pointed out, it's not the biggest crowd we've ever seen here for a championship day. Maybe on Saturday, when there might be some different people here, some new people that haven't been or won't have been for the first couple of days. Maybe it might be worth trying again. I don't know. I don't speak for the club. They may be considering it. I don't know. Having said that, I might just suddenly get a text now and say, Kev, don't say anything. Here comes Barker, bowls. That's on the line of middle and leg, and that's tucked away by Van der Merwe down towards fine leg. In comes Mo Abbas. Just the single.
You can almost sense the urgency that Van der Merwe is injecting, isn't it?
Does it all the time, doesn't he? And you know, your fellow batter feeds off that. doesn't it? I mean, Hildreth is quite a laid-back character.
Hildreth's very positive as well. You know, he doesn't like being tied down. He's always looking to rotate the strike, and if the ball's there, he'll play the shot.
Yeah. So this could be a very workman-like partnership we see for however long. Barker again, staying round the wicket, bowls. Hildreth on the back foot, steers that almost into the gap at backward point, but that's well fielded. I think that might be Felix Organ. It is. Score remains on 76 for 5. It was 61 for 5 at lunch, so there has already been a little quick burst of scoring. Welcome to BBC Sports Extra listeners here at the Ageas Bowl. Somerset, having won the toss, selected to bat first, find themselves 76 for 5. Barker, who's just picked up one of those wickets, bowls to Hildreth, who's fought gallantly here this morning, and he's 40 not out. Van der Merwe is 5 not out. 61 for 5. Somerset were at lunch, batting very difficult this morning. Ben Green the first to go for 4, caught low down by Liam Dawson, second slip off Mo Abbas. Tom Abel was the next to go, caught in the slips by Joe Weatherly off Kyle Abbott. Lammonby, who'd battled hard for 62 balls, made 11 before he was caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of Ian Holland. Lewis Goldsworthy LBW to Mo Abbas for 4, and then right on the stroke of lunch, Stephen Davis, not offering a shot to Barker, saw a ball nip back and knock his off stump out of the ground for 7.
Here's Abbott from the pavilion end, bowls down the leg side. Appeal, sort of stifled appeal for LBW. I think it was going down the leg side. As I said on commentary, flicked the pad, runs away down to the fine leg boundary for 4 leg byes. Score moves on to 80 for 5. Yes, and for the benefit of Radio 5 Sports Extra listeners, who'll be thinking, oh, same old Somerset, another batting collapse. You know, they can't bat. The bowling was very testing this morning on a pitch that was just doing enough. And I mean, the Abel and the Green dismissals were almost identical at opposite ends. This is whipped away down towards deep, fine to a long leg. Nice shot. Just brings a single. Good piece of fielding down there by Organ, Felix Organ. 81 for 5. It was always Tom Abel won the toss this morning, decided to bat. He would have known when he chose to bat that it was going to be a tough morning, and would have felt, well, if we can get through this morning with the loss of only a couple of wickets, then we may be able to reap our rewards later on in the game. As Abbott bowls outside the off stump, bringing it back in towards Hildreth, who lifts his bat out of the way. But well, bowling just proved a little bit too good. This seriously weakened Somerset side because of non-availability in the case of Craig Overton and Jack Leach, although they'll both be back, according to Somerset head coach Jason Kerr. They will both be back, released by the ECB for the Essex game next week at Taunton and thereafter. Abbott bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off. Fluent shot again from James Hildreth. The injuries are Tom Banton, who's broken his finger, so he'll be out for several weeks. George Bartley, who's damaged his shoulder, not sure what the prognosis there is. And then we've got 2 illnesses. Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks. Don't know exactly what the nature of the illness is, but one must suspect COVID, as there's so much about it at the moment. And then Matt Renshaw, the Australian, who's due to join up again for the next game. Abbott to Hildreth. Hildreth drives straight, thinks about a single, or at least Roelof van der Merwe thinks about a single, which was never there. 81 for 5. These Somerset's last 2 recognised batsmen. The absence of the likes of Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton means that Somerset have got a very long tail. 4 fast bowlers to come. Casey Aldridge, Peter Siddle, Marchant de Lange and Ned Leonard. This is driven into the offside by Hildreth, not completely timed, and very well fielded by Gubbins plunging to his left in the covers. Hildreth picks up a single, moves on to 41. End of that over, 82 for 5.
Hildreth is growing into this innings, isn't he? He's getting...
You can say that.
Well, I'm
refraining it.
I know
I'm
you
refraining.
are. Yeah, I'm deliberately saying it because I'm like that, really. Because I'm hoping
It doesn't
might
work
change.
on the opposition's batsman. The commentators curse.
But he played a couple of sort of airy, fairy shots, didn't he, early on?
He was very nervous. I thought he was nervy early on, and he was really tested by Kyle Abbott. There was one over from the pavilion end when Hildreth must have played and missed 3 or 4 times. And looked anything but comfortable, like a cat on hot bricks.
Yes. But looking increasingly confident. Here's Barker to start his 12th over. He has 1 for 25. It's full delivery, and that's driven by Hildreth up to mid-off, and that's fielded by Fuller. A couple of tweets here. Brian Barish has tweeted at Somerset Sport. He says, hello from a rainy Philadelphia, where the weather seems to be in solidarity. Not quite, it's just windy here, not rainy. Great to have the championship back, and it's the opening day of the baseball season too. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I love lots of wickets, so I'm finding this highly entertaining. That's obviously an American saying. Here's Barker. Length ball, and that's turned neatly away down to fine leg by Hildreth. Moves on to 42, and it's 83 for 5. Always look on the bright side, which I guess is a Somerset account.
It is. It's a very good podcast in which your co-commentator features.
Of course. It must be a very good one, and I'm sure you enhance it greatly since you joined. I think the best tribute to Shane Warne was Keith Barker's delivery to Steve Davis, which deviated like one of the great man's leggies. Yes, it was a great delivery.
It must have deviated 18 inches, I think. Well, certainly a foot.
Yeah. 83 for 5. Van der Merwe on 6, facing Barker now. That's driven. The ball just came into him fractionally, so it gets an inside edge as the ball makes its way out towards mid-on. This tweet here from Nick Jenkins at Somerset Sport. It says, great to have you guys back. Do we know who is the Hampshire skipper now for the rest of the day? Just to fill everybody in, if you've just joined us. James Vince only taking the field in the session between the start of play and lunch, because he has gone off to attend his father-in-law's funeral, so we'll take no further part today, but we'll be back tomorrow. Barker bowls, Van der Merwe punchy off the back foot, steers that up to Fuller at mid-off, who has yet to come on. Fuller in the Hampshire side, taking the place of Brad Wheel. Fuller has had, by all accounts, a very, very impressive pre-season. 3 matches Hampshire were involved in pre-season, and all the talk was of 2 players really. One of those was Fuller. Everybody's saying how well he was bowling. Could that be down to the new bowling coach Graham Welsh? I don't know. I'll let you make up your mind on that one, as that's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run, but by all accounts he's bowled very, very well indeed. So he had the nod over Brad Wheel. No Mason Crane in the side today. He was
I was surprised at that. I had Brad Wheel in my likely Hampshire 11.
Well, he was
bowled so well towards the second half of last season.
Yeah. 34 wickets at 25 in the championship last year, and
he bowled with genuine pace as well.
Yeah, I agree. He was exceptional. Benefited from playing regularly, and I think there's a school of thought here that he's at his best when he's playing week in and week out, and not quite so when he's in and out, and that remains to be seen how that unfolds. Length ball to Van der Merwe, who pushes that back to the bowler. End of the over, 83 for 5 here at Somerset. Don't forget you can pick up this game via the BBC Sport website and app. All the championship matches taking place today and throughout the season you can pick up on the website and the BBC app. And also, if you would like to see live pictures as well, then the various counties, the home counties, then live stream the pictures, most of which pick up the BBC commentary at the same time, not all, so you can have the best of both worlds.
I've got 2 contrasting tweets. I've got a glass half full one from Chris Farrow, who says damage limitation till we can get some of the absent lads back, as Abbott is in and bowls to Hildreth, who defends. And from Sam Shane, joins up well with 7 months ago. Who's really surprised? 7 months ago, of course, was when Somerset lost 4 matches in succession in the county championship in September. Well, I don't know. I think Somerset have batted with real application this morning, and they've been undone by some very good bowling on a difficult pitch, which I suspect will get easier as the game goes on. Abbott bowls. Hildreth turns that into the onside. Typical Hildreth shot again, just turning the wrists at the last moment. They're coming back for a second run. Get there comfortably enough. Hildreth moves on to 44, 86 for 5. But yeah, it was a very disappointing run last September. I just wonder how much the break from red ball cricket for the whole of August for the 100 and the Royal London One Day Cup, how much that contributed. This is cut away by Hildreth, yeah, and misfielded at backward point by Ian Holland. Although it's rather a harsh thing to say, because he actually made a good half stop, had to dive down to his left, and probably saved his side 3 runs. Hildreth moves on to 45, 86 for 5. Somerset, these two trying to put a partnership together, a partnership that Somerset very badly need, with only the fast bowlers to come. And no Jack Leach even. Abbott bowls, Van der Merwe comes across his stumps, comes almost too far across his stumps, but manages to get the middle of the bat onto that ball in a defensive shot. Back up the pitch. It's a bright and, I was going to say breezy, but it's not breezy, it's windy here at the Ageas Bowl. I fancy the wind has dropped just a little bit since lunchtime. There's a shower away to the southeast, but that's not coming in our direction. The wind's coming from the southwest. A small crowd huddled in the stands. Abbott bowls and punched into the offside by Van der Merwe. He waited for that, showed again how slow this pitch is. It started sort of slow, and it's getting a bit slower as the day wears on.
Older ball.
And the older ball, indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. What do you think about using the Kookaburra ball in this country rather than the Dukes to sort of level things up a bit between batsmen and bowlers in early season?
It will find 1 or 2 seamers out.
Yeah, well, it might make them, have to work a bit harder for their wickets. Here's Abbott. Oh, and takes him on the pad, and is given not out by Neil Bainton. A good delivery from Abbott, jagging back into Van der Merwe, maybe just doing a little bit too much. Van der Merwe, sorry, Hildreth. No, it was Van der Merwe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was, yeah. The scoreboard
It's changed for the next over.
It's changed for the next over. 86 for 5. Hildreth 45. Van der Merwe on 6.
Yeah, they are very different. They are very different balls. They're much harder to seam around. So early season, you'd notice. That's for sure. I mean, a lot of bowlers are very skillful at just landing the ball on the seam and letting it, nip one way and nip another. Now, great and very well done to them. But I think sometimes, you've only got to land the ball on the seam for it to do something. Barker bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. They're going to take a quick single. That's good judgment between these two. We're going to see a lot of that if these two are together for a while. As the ball goes up to mid-on. So yes, the bowlers will have to work a little bit harder. I have to say, I am still in the camp of the England side is the England side, and good players will be good players no matter what they're playing in. I think county cricket is there for entertainment. And to be honest, I do not want to see a game where it's 400 for 6 declared, plays 380 for 5, 100 for 2 at the end of day 4. That's left alone by Merwe, because I just don't think that's...
You still get that occasionally, though, don't you? I mean, there was that game at Cardiff a couple of seasons ago. Glamorgan got 700 and Northants replied with 600 for 7 or something. And,
and I still hear people moaning about that game even now. I mean, it's, to me, county cricket has got to be entertaining. However you do that, it shouldn't be too much one way, it shouldn't be too much the other. So you have to find that balance, and of course in trying to find that balance it's not easy. Sometimes it tips one way and sometimes it tips the other. That's pushed to mid-wicket, and there is...
yeah, I agree with that. I mean, county cricket is valid in its own right. You know, thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of cricket followers love the county championship. They support their county, and all right, it's there to produce players for England, but it's valid in its own right. It isn't just there in order as a sort of stepping stone to the England side.
And they're all taken out anyway of county cricket, aren't they? We've got two not playing today. That's cut away hard through backward point by Van der Merwe. He gave that. He's quite bulky, Van der Merwe. He's quite a strong oak, and he's given that quite a hard nudge away to the backward point boundary. 91 for 5, and he moves on to 10. It's, you know, they all play England A. They're all in England camps and this and that and what have you. So, you know, they have plenty of opportunities away from county cricket to develop their game. You know, county cricket needs to entertain.
It does, and it means a lot.
Yes.
To the counties and their many supporters.
Here's Barker to Van der Merwe on the back foot, pushing that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Chris Chigoning has tweeted at Somerset Sport, great to have the cricket season back. Loving the commentary whilst I'm working from home due to COVID. There's a few people can say that, I think, at the moment.
Polly Road says it's Kyle Abbott. Did you say that? Did you tell it?
I don't think I did, actually, no.
Kyle Abbott is skippering
thank you, Polly.
In place of James Vince.
She's always been a great help, Polly, isn't she? She'll be scoring, won't she?
She will.
Over the far end of the ground for Somerset. That's a foolish delivery, which brings Van der Merwe forward, pushes that out towards extra cover. End of the over, 91 for 5. Hildreth has 46. Van der Merwe has 10. We've had 35 overs of this Somerset first innings, and these two have now put on 30, which doesn't sound a lot, but actually
it's a third of the innings.
It is. Thank you. I was trying to work that out. Thank you, Anthony. I couldn't work out the third. I was going to say a fairly large percentage.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that the scorers are able to travel. It's the first season since 2019 that they've been able to travel to away matches.
Okay.
So, where do the scorers sit here?
They are about 2 o'clock as we look on the end of the late Shane Warne stand.
Ah, yeah. This is Abbott bowling to Hildreth, who's on 46. And that's played defensively into the offside. James Hildreth's last innings of any significance in county championship was against Surrey at the Oval, when he got an absolutely vital century in a match that Somerset needed not to lose in order to qualify for Division 1 of the county championship. And Hildreth's century more or less made that safe. Abbott bowls. This is turned into the onside by Hildreth. It'll just be a single. Moves on to 47. 92 for 5. So even though Somerset collapsed, well, not disastrously, comprehensively in their second innings, I think they were bowled out for 69.
Oh,
Surrey didn't have enough time to force a victory, and Somerset got the draw they needed. Got through to Division 1 with a healthy points differential, 17 points in their favour. Abbott to Van der Merwe, who defends up to mid-on, and much good it didn't do them in the end. Whereas Hampshire made the very best of their position in the run into the county championship, and were very, very unlucky not to edge out Warwickshire.
It was it was just one of those periods where everything goes your way, and of course you have to play well to get into those positions, but everything Hampshire tried sort of worked, and within 1 wicket and 2 balls of winning the championship, that close.
Abbott in and bowls outside the off stump, only just outside the off stump, about 2 inches outside the off stump, I think, as Van der Merwe shouldered arms, and the ball nipped back from outside off stump. And Kyle Abbott captaining the side in the temporary absence of James Vince. His shoulders slightly slumped in disappointment there, but it was a good delivery. It's a slow pitch, just offering the seamers a little bit of help. There isn't much swing. It's probably a bit too windy for that.
Yeah.
Here comes Abbott again. Bustling run up. He's there, bowls. And Van der Merwe is driving. Doesn't really time it up the arm side of the pitch. Keith Barker moves to his left at mid-on to do the fielding. 92 for 5. Somerset won the toss here on a very windy, cold April morning. And I don't think anyone would have been very surprised at the lunchtime score of Somerset 61 for 5. In this weather, at this time of year on this pitch and against this very potent Hampshire seam attack. One of the strongest in the country, if not the strongest. Abbott to Van der Merwe down the leg side, lifts his bat out of the way, which is sensible, rather than just sort of fencing at it as it goes past the leg stump. See so many batsmen these days just nick it through down the leg side and think, oh, how unlucky I am to be strangled like that. Whereas if you leave your bat there, it's always a risk. You get the bat up and out of the way like Van der Merwe did there. It's a risk that you take out of the equation. End of the over, 92 for 5.
I used to get caught down the leg side a lot.
Did you? Was there something that you did that you felt was responsible for this?
I don't know, it's difficult, isn't it, really? I think it's a natural reaction. As soon as you see the ball offline, don't you? You have a flick at it, especially down the leg side. I think it's difficult not to. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I think you've either got to play a proper shot at it, proper leg glance, or whatever, or leave it alone. It's when it's just the sort of casual flick that gets you in trouble.
You're right, and I think that ball there is an example. I think it's easier to pull the bat out of the way when the ball's shorter, because you get more time to see it, than actually a ball when it's fuller and you try and flick it away. Ian Holland is taking over from Keith Barker with his right arm medium paces. He's on the money straight away as Hildreth pushes forward and it goes along the ground to backward point. There's still no James Fuller in the bowling attack as Holland begins his second spell. His first spell this morning, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby, caught behind for 11. Looked a decent ball, that one, actually, as well. There was a bit of conjecture as to whether it flicked the pad or what. I have to say, looking at the replays, I think the only doubt might have been whether it actually did flick the glove through to the keeper, as Hildreth's trying to drive that through the offside and makes a bit of a mess of that. Gets an inside edge, the ball trickles down towards the leg side, but the disappointment I think he showed, which he didn't show a lot of, to be fair, but you could see, I think, was because he worked so hard for that 11, 62 balls for it, and looked very solid.
He did look solid, didn't he? I thought he batted very well.
Yeah, he did. Very, very solid indeed. You can see that he's done a lot of work on his defensive technique, as all these Somerset batsmen have done, as Hildreth pushes forward, keeps a little bit low, inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeal from the Hampshire players. Yeah, I think it was more the fact that he'd worked so hard for that 11 and was probably just a little bit miffed that he got a goodie. But as I say, the only doubt I think maybe whether it flicked the glove or maybe just flicked the wrist. I don't know.
Yeah.
Very difficult to tell. I'm sure if you look on the
lost their
replays.
cap.
Oh no, that shows you how windy it is. That's. Can't look out there. There might be gubbins, mightn't it? I don't know. Somebody at third slip anyway. Here's Holland again. Bowls, and Hildreth works that on the leg side, but Barker does the fielding there. It's been gusty all day, but every now and then it just sort of dies down for a bit and you think, oh, finally we might get some respite, and then sort of 20 minutes later it's back again. So we're in the middle of another breezy spell from this not great weather really. It's not raining, that's the main thing. Here's Holland, bowls, length ball to Hildreth.
Nice delivery there, just shaped into Hildreth and just left him a touch off the seam.
Yep.
He's getting a bit of shape on it.
He is a little bit, yeah, but he's very medium pace. But Ian Holland, very much just a backup bowler. Has been really in his time here, but last year found wickets hard to come by, 6th, which cost him 72 runs apiece last year. So he's not a prolific wicket taker by any stretch of the imagination, just used to keep things down. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there. I think that's going down the leg side. Yeah. Just played slightly across that though, Hildreth.
Yeah,
Ball nipped back on him.
Wasn't a very good shot.
Charlotte Taylor's going to have another look because she's willing it to be out. Missing leg, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't much of a concerted appeal.
Charlotte Taylor would have been dancing all around the pitch, shouting and screaming at the umpire for that.
Well, I know one or two bowlers who would. That's for sure.
Charlotte with us in about 15 minutes. No, about 20 minutes time or so. 25 minutes. No, 15 minutes. That's right.
So bowling change from the pavilion end. Looks like Mohamed Abbas coming back to replace Kyle Abbott. Abbas 9 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 17. Somerset 92 for 5. Roelof van der Merwe will be on strike. And a decent season in the championship last year. Roelof van der Merwe, he ended up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in the averages. Played 6 games, 241 runs, highest of 88. Average just over 30.
Steady.
Yeah, it is.
Very steady. And you throw in his left arm quick spinners.
I'll tell you something, his batting average was exactly the same as his bowling average, 30.12 to 2 decimal places. Here's Mohamed Abbas in and bowls, and Van der Merwe up on his toes, punching that into the offside where Gubbins does the thing. They always say the test of a good all-rounder is whether their bowling average is lower than their batting average. How was yours? How did you finish up?
Funny enough, I was very similar to Van der Merwe. Actually, I think my batting average was about 30-31 and my bowling average was 32.
Oh,
it was very similar, and I got told that unfortunately my bowling average was just about 2 or 3 points higher than it should have been.
Yeah. Mohamed Abbas in bowls to Van der Merwe, again punches that, this time opens the face and runs it down to Ian Holland, who fields well at backward point. Still pretty good figures over an entire career.
Yeah, it's very kind of you to say so. I mean, I think, to be, I put Van der Merwe as a true all-rounder. I think his batting and his bowling, run very similar, and his figures obviously suggest that.
He's a very good fielder as well. Yeah, you see the ball go up in the air, see that Van der Merwe's underneath it. He's going to take it. He doesn't miss much.
He's my type of player, a real fighter, really gets stuck in. Love that.
He's on strike now as Abbas is in bowls and brings that one back into Van der Merwe, who has plenty of time to adjust on this slow pitch. I think Hampshire would be quite looking forward to batting on this against an inexperienced, well, with the exception of Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
An inexperienced Somerset seam bowling attack. You've got Casey Aldridge and Ned Leonard, who are really still learning their trade. Marchant de Lange, speed Marchant, but this isn't the sort of pitch that's going to suit him. Abbas in and bowls, and Van der Merwe drives, but can't get it past Gubbins at extra cover. But I think Peter Siddle might bowl well on this.
I think you're right. I mean, he would be, if I was in that top 5 in the Hampshire order, I'd think, right, well, Siddle's the one that I've really got to, battle hard against, and, maybe have a bit of luck as well if I'm to play some sort of reasonable knock. The others, well, okay, they can bowl you a good ball, fair enough, but Siddle would be the one that I would worry the most about.
Abbas in bowls to Van der Merwe, who gets one in the midriff. Again, that cuts back into him. That bounced a bit as well. Just caught him in the lower abdomen, not a sensitive spot, but in a certain amount of discomfort.
Yeah, Siddle's the one that you think is going to ask the most questions. If you're out there and facing one of his spells, you think, well, he's the one that's going to give me the most trouble. He's the one that's going to test me.
Well, if there's anything in the pitch, he's going to get it out of the pitch. Yeah. And he's so, he's accurate, he's relentless. Abbas. Ooh, and again, he's bringing the ball in quite sharply to Van der Merwe, who again adjusts well to that. Keeps it out, end of the over, 92 for 5, 47 to Hildreth, 10 to Van der Merwe.
Battling partnership here between Hildreth and Van der Merwe, as you'd expect. bit of resistance being shown by the more experienced batters. We thought Steve Davis would be one of those as well, but got a good ball from Barker. That nipped back on Davis just before lunch. He wasn't playing a shot, off stump, cartwheeling out of the ground. Ian Holland to continue 5 overs, 1 for 6. Very economical as he comes in and bowls to Hildreth. Hildreth gets wrapped on the pad, maybe a bit of bat pad first.
By the sound of it.
I think you're right. Nipped back and bounced. We're seeing one or two best bounce a little bit at the moment. Just watching the replay here. And
he's bowling well at Holland because Hildreth's on 47. He'll be desperate to get to 50, and Holland is offering absolutely nothing at the moment. He's just bowling good length on or around off stump, swinging it a little bit.
Yep. Just enough there, isn't there? Another length ball, which Hildreth just makes sure he's in behind that, doesn't he? Watching to see if that ball moves, which that one didn't. All you need to do no more here than just bowl line and length. I mean, we say that about a lot of wickets, and a lot of days, and a lot of situations, but this one especially. Just bowl it there, and probably 2 balls out of your 6 are going to just nip a little bit, maybe 3 balls out of 6, just nip a fraction. Here comes Holland again. It's bounced to work. Well played by Hildreth, through back with a point, past the diving fielder, and that's going to be 4 runs. There was just a little bit of width, there was just a little bit of bounce, and that's Hildreth's 50.
Well batted, James Hildreth. Well batted, and all of his many supporters and friends in Somerset will be absolutely delighted to see him back in the runs again after such a difficult season last year. That is his 76th 50 for Somerset. Quite an achievement to go with 45 centuries.
Yeah, I've seen 1 or 2 of them. Probably 1 or 2 more than that, actually. Here's Holland again. It's on the line of leg stump, and it wraps Hildreth on the pad as it goes towards mid-wicket. I think that was 88 balls for his 50.
Which is a decent rate of progress in comparison with the other batsmen, and in the context of the conditions.
Yeah, he's played well. I mentioned earlier that just a couple of overs in the early part of his knock, he played 1 or 2 airy-fairy shots outside off stump, but since then he's looked very calm and collected, and using every ounce of his experience gained over 37 years. Well, he hasn't been 37 years in the game, that's how old he is, but you know what I mean. That's another single on the leg side. 97 for 5. These situations, experience counts for a lot. Tom Alsop, who's on loan to Sussex, made just 1 for Sussex in their game against Notts. That's end of the over, as that sees Van der Merwe hit on the pad as well. So 51 to Hildreth, 10 to Van der Merwe. Somerset 97 for 5, having been 61 for 5 at lunch.
A tweet from Adam, who says, any reason why we being Somerset decided to bat first? Well, partly I guess it'll be the sort of historical record of sides batting first at the Ageas Bowl, tending to win more often than they lose. Also, I think it's a reflection on Somerset's seriously weakened pace attack, and I think the theory would have been, well, it's going to be difficult the first morning. If we can get through losing only a couple of wickets, then the pitch will flatten out, and we need to get big first innings runs on the board to put Hampshire under pressure. Hasn't quite worked out like that just yet, but you never know. Mohamed Abbas is in and bowls, and that one bounces and comes into Hildreth. There was a sort of strangulated appeal. It was much too high, but again, quite sharp movement from Mohamed Abbas. Batting, even though the pitch is maybe a little bit easier than it was this morning, batting is still not easy out there. Mohamed Abbas asking all sorts of questions. So who is the Hampshire 12th man standing at first slip?
It is Scott Curry.
Oh yes, I've seen Scott Curry before. Yeah. Oh, and this squirts off the outside edge of Roelof van der Merwe's bat. He was aiming that at mid-off. It ended at mid-on. It ended up at extra cover as he was just turned round by the movement off the seam. Neil Bainton goes and picks up one of the bails, which is blown off. I wonder if they're using the specially weighted bails. I expect they are, aren't they?
I don't know. I must admit, this is like playing cricket in Wellington, New Zealand. This playing cricket. I played first-class cricket there without bails. It's that windy.
They wouldn't stay on.
Yeah.
Mohamed Abbas in and bowls. Ooh, and brings that one back in. He's getting quite sharp. He's nipping it back into the right-handers, is Mohamed Abbas. But the pace of the pitch, or the lack of pace in it, is meaning that they can adjust.
Yeah.
To the movement. Maybe he needs just to pitch it up a touch more. I don't know.
Well, I'm just thinking of the wickets that were caught in the slips. I mean, they were fairly well pitched up balls, weren't they?
Yeah, almost identical deliveries, and 2 good slip catches as well on a cold morning. This is driven by Van der Merwe with some authority, but straight to mid-off, so he won't get a run. The sun is out here at the Ageas Bowl. The white clouds are scudding across the sky to the south of us, hoping we might get some sunshine at some stage, but I think probably the sun is too high in the sky to shine into our camera gantry from which we're commentating. It's rather a long way from the action out in the middle, but we've got a very good view, wicket to wicket, just at a very fine third man with the bowling right arm from the pavilion end.
Well, if you need an idea as to how windy it is, James Fuller's had to run back from square leg about 30 yards to fetch his cap.
Yeah. Here comes Abbas into Van der Merwe. Oh, and it brings that one back, and again bit of an inside edge, I think, and he might just about have got outside off stump. In any case, no, he didn't get outside off stump. It just maybe a little bit of inside edge, or maybe it was doing a little bit too much. 2 slips and a 4th slip. Got Curry at first slip, Liam Dawson at second, Joe Weatherly at that 4th slip position. Then we got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Abbas bowls to Van der Merwe, who covers up, plays it back up the pitch. Abbas picks up 99 98 for 5 are Somerset, and this partnership has added so far 37.
Yeah, they've done very well indeed. We shouldn't moan too much about the wind, because in Cardiff the players have gone off, albeit briefly, because there is a hailstorm down there. Glamorgan 138 for 4 against Durham in that Division 2 match.
Andy Miles on Twitter says it's snowing in Nailsea in North Somerset.
Did you see that Nottinghamshire team photo?
Yeah, I did. It was great, wasn't it? Yeah.
You couldn't see the team for the snow falling. Here's Holland to Hildreth, who pushes forward off the front foot into the covers. No run there. Yeah, amazing team photo that.
Well, the Somerset team photo was taken on Monday morning. Unfortunately, the rain had just stopped, but it was the most miserable morning imaginary.
James Kettle at Sonet Sport on the tweet says, long way to go in this match, but interested to see that Dawson may bat at 5. I think he is. Is this with a view to getting back into the Test team? As Holland comes in and bowls to Hildreth. Hildreth cuts that away, and there's the gap at point, and that's going for 4 runs. A little bit of width there from Ian Holland. At that pace, you can't afford too much width. And Hildreth, who's already past 50, is looking every opportunity.
Played that with a real flourish, didn't he?
Yeah. And that's the 100 up for Somerset as well in the 41st over. Back to the tweets, because everyone in that 11 seems to be a natural number 5 these days. I'm not aware, James, if I'm honest, that is the reason why Liam Dawson's batting at number 5. I think that's just the way that...
It's a bit of wishful thinking there.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that the team's padded out with Tom Alsop out on loan at Sussex. I think that's just his position at the moment when you look at the men who are playing. He's certainly a worthy number 5. Here's Holland again in the sunshine, fortunately, for a while anyway, as that's off the back foot, hits it out of the covers and there's no run. Afternoon to David Collicott, who's listening in from Los Angeles, as usual, he says. Yeah, don't rub it in. Heat warning here today, says David. Lucky you. I think there'll be a wind warning here if this keeps going. Here's and the sun's disappeared as that delivery is bowled, and it's half stopped by Holland on his follow through. Score remains on 102 for 5. It's been hard work for Somerset. The bowling has been accurate, and Hildreth by some margin is the Somerset top scorer, 55 not out. Roland van der Merwe not quite the second top scorer. That is still being held by Tom Lammonby, who made 11 off 62 deliveries, battled hard. He was the third man out at 35. Tough going for Somerset this morning, but faring better this afternoon. Holland comes in again. It's a length ball which is just steered into the covers once more by Hildreth in that elegant way that he plays.
I tell you the other interesting thing or significant thing about this Hildreth innings is it's quite possible he might not have played.
Really?
Yeah. Because Tom Banton got a century in the warm-up games, and George Bartlett, one or other of them might have been selected ahead of James Hildreth.
Holland bowls, brings Hildreth forward. Gets a thick outside edge along the ground to a point, end of the over, 102 for 5. Well, when you think he only averaged 21 last year, James Hildreth, so he's hardly a shoe-in, is he, for the start of this season? Hardly at the top of the team sheet, despite his great career record.
Well, he was dropped for the last match of last season against Warwickshire.
Was he?
Yep. Because because poor chap, he hadn't been getting any runs, and he hadn't really been looking like getting any runs.
Sure. Do you want to do one more, Anthony, and then
I'll
Charlotte will come in, or
yeah.
Charlotte can come in now? Or?
I'll do this one.
Do one more, yeah.
And Charlotte can come in for.
We can never get enough of you, Anthony, so stay on as long as you like.
Who have we got? Mohammed Abbas from the pavilion end, bowling. Oh, and that one bounces over the top of Roelof van der Merwe's horizontal bat as he looked to square cut a ball that just bounced on him more than he was expecting. Just a little bit of inconsistent bounce. What dear old Jim Laker used to describe as invariable bounce.
Variable.
In the great old days when the BBC did test match cricket on the television. Mohammed Abbas. Have Sky signed the 10-year deal? Has that been negotiated? Has it been signed and sealed? Here's Abbas bowls, and this is... Ooh, I think he got an edge on that. He did. And Ben Brown tried to get down. It would have been a very, very good catch if he'd taken it, because the ball went down quite sharply off the inside edge. But just a hint of an opportunity there for Hampshire. 106 for 5. Van der Merwe moves on to 14. What did you make of that?
Yes, it nipped back quite quickly, that one, didn't it? It went a bit too quick for Brown to be able to react. But I think Abbas in this spell has looked as likely as taking wickets as he has previously.
Here he comes again into Van der Merwe. Van der Merwe pushes forward. In fact, he drives up through mid-off, and it's going to be pulled in just a couple of yards inside the boundary. And 2 runs to Van der Merwe. He moves on to 16, 108 for 5.
Ooh, strong punch shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he just put a little bit of extra effort into his defensive push. And a nice shot. These two have added 47 now. As Abbas is into Van der Merwe, again bringing it back in to the South African stroke Dutchman. Not sure how much Dutch he actually speaks, Roelof van der Merwe.
If you're Afrikaans, well,
Well, it's
that's
similar.
kind of a,
It's similar, but I think it's similar in the way that Spanish is similar to Portuguese. Ooh. Sea state is becoming slight and moderate later. Mohamed Abbas in and bowls again, bringing it back into the left arm. Kevin James will be providing a report on proceedings to date in the merest hint of time. Listening out to the traffic information at the moment. Not much traffic around this morning as I drove down from Somerset. Lovely drive it is too, coming through Salisbury, South Wiltshire, beautiful countryside. Abbas bowls. Oh! Van der Merwe goes for a full-blooded off drive to a good length ball outside his off stump, trying to drive it on the up. Fortunately for him, he made no contact. End of the over, 106 for 5.
Anthony Mwekwe for Charlotte Taylor of the Southern Vipers. 108 for 5 then. 42 overs gone. Hampshire. Somerset winning the toss and electing to bat first. Here's a quick update. We've had 42 overs of the Somerset innings. They are 108 for 5, and a bit of a recovery from the away side here, because at lunch they were 61 for 5. And good bowling conditions for the Hampshire seamers. Abbas picked up 2, a wicket each for Barker, Abbott and for Ian Holland, but they're being held up this afternoon by James Hildreth, who's 55 not out, and Roland van der Merwe, who is 16 not out. So 108 for 5 Somerset. Oh, what's going on there? We'll have to turn that down. If you go that way, Charlotte, a little bit. No, we're going to have to get you some different earphones, actually. Oh, hang on. We're just getting a bit of feedback here, and I do not know why. Hang on, don't worry. We'll sort that out in a moment as Holland bowls, and that just pushes that on towards mid-wicket. I might have to sort something out for you. Let's turn you back on. Are we there? I think we're right. Hello, Charlotte.
Hello, that's a bit better.
That's good, yeah. I don't quite know what's going on there, but anyway.
I'll stay away from you as much as I can.
Social distancing.
Yeah, at its finest.
Yes, because of the feedback. Here's Ian Holland again. And bowls. There was a man on the drive on the leg side now, and that bounces a little bit at Hildreth as he keeps the ball down well as it goes out towards deepish gully. What have you made of things since lunch?
It's almost been like a tale of two halves. The first half dominated by Hampshire, and then this half of this innings has been, this session has been all Somerset really rebuilding nicely and hoping to post a decent total now.
Holland again with his medium pace. He's got just 2 slips now as he bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's whipped away behind square by Hildreth. He'll pick up 1 as Mo Abbas does the fielding. Comes in off the fine leg boundary, and Somerset move on to 109 for 5. 56 now to James Hildreth.
Yeah, he's batted well, hasn't he?
Superbly.
He's needed to.
Superb. Well, that's right. It's Somerset in real problems at 61 for 5.
It's something that Anthony said earlier about really when Roelof came in, he's just really tried to be positive.
Here's Holland again, length ball, which
and that rubs
Van der
off.
Merwe pushes forward to.
And that rubs off on Hildreth, and therefore the rebuilding starts and the momentum shifts and a few loose deliveries, and then before you know it, you've scored sort of 48.
Yeah.
And made it look, a lot easier than the first half. Obviously an older ball and things like that help. Ball stops moving as much, but
there's still some problems to navigate though, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not all plain sailing, but it
no,
looks considerably easier.
Yeah, Abbas is proving a bit of a handful from that far end, and that's whipped away by Van der Merwe on the leg side again, bringing Abbas into play. Again, quickly comes off that boundary and keeps it down to a single. That'll be 110 for 5. I always think Van der Merwe is a guy that I'd love to bat with. You know, I think,
Why is
if
that?
I was feeling, I'm not sure I ever batted. I'm not sure many people bat and feel lethargic, but I think if you're not quite on it, Van der Merwe would let you know. You know what I mean? And then just watching him bat, you'd think, right, you know, he would like be inspiring to me. I think if I was at the non-striker's end, seeing him battling away, and even defensive shots are played with though it's the last ball he'll ever face in his career. And I think that's quite an uplifting thing to see, don't you?
Yeah, positivity. It's all about the longer you bat, the easier it gets, and having someone at the other end that's going to tug you along.
Yeah.
But he does seem like that type of guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's my type of cricketer. He is. Apart from you, of course, when I watch you play.
Thank you. That was kind. Not that I expected the less. Sorry, that sounded really rude, didn't it?
It's almost as you thought I'd said that sarcastically.
No.
I love watching
I'm just
you bowl,
used to
you know
sarcasm. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's what professional sport is, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
it is. Do they call it banter, do they?
Yeah.
Abbas to continue from the pavilion end. And that's just back of a length, and it's prodded out to cover, and there is no run. She's made 17 or 42 balls for Van der Merwe, yeah, so he's doing a job.
For him. Yeah, it is, but that's quite slow for him.
Yeah, I just know what I thought. The way he looks, he just looks like he should. The straight rate would be a bit higher, but
yeah. Well, and it goes back to my point that even the defensive shots, you know, are played with a lot of effort, you know, a lot of feeling and a lot of thought.
Absolutely. And Abbas continues to bowl at him now, and he bowls back of a length again. That's carved away backward a point. It's not going to quite reach the boundary, and it's just collected just inside the rope by Holland, and they've grabbed 2 and takes score to 110 for 5.
JV on the tweets at Somerset Sport. You can keep in touch, of course, via the tweets or @andgib when he's back on, and solarcricket@gmail.com on the emails. That's the email we're using for the 4 days. JV says, happy opening day.
Oh.
Never heard that before, but no. I like that.
We've got a 50 partnership as well from Somerset between these two batters.
This was tweeted just before you came on, actually, Charlotte, but so glad to hear Kevin Anthony today. 2 of my 3 favourite commentators. Who's the third?
That is the same sort of ball there from Abbas. It runs down again, backward a point, and they're going to pick up another 2. It's pulled in just, bit of a misfield there from the flick back to Dawson, but they're just going to collect 2 and take the score to 112 for 5.
JV goes on to say, I hope you wintered well and that you'll have a great season. Well, yeah, let's hope so.
I've heard that a few times, wintered well. I don't even know what that means.
Well, it means...
Yeah, you just made it.
Yeah, we just made it. Another month and we wouldn't have done, for whatever reason.
Yeah, I was discussing, I think all cricketers suffer with seasonal affective disorder. They get grumpy in the winter, and so as soon as that sun comes out, everyone's so happy. I think that's what it is. Abbas to continue, and that's driven up the ground by Van der Merwe for no run.
Do you miss cricket a lot in the winter?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you?
Yeah. And I hate bowling indoors. It's a real pet hate of mine. And you've got to do it for so long.
It's a bit false at times, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have to do it,
I
of course.
prey on the drift, and I get nothing of that indoors. So.
Do you not get any drift on your off-spin indoors?
No.
Do you not?
Well, if I bowl with a brand new ball, but that's very often, I don't want to bowl with a brand new ball twice a week. I think we're going through balls like no means business. I don't think Lottie would allow that, to be honest. Abbas comes in, and that's spooned up in the air. It's going to drop safely, straight over the bowler's head. It's probably landed about 5 feet short of Abbott, and it didn't look in great control, but they pick up 1 run and take the score to 114 for 5. It didn't look in great control of that.
Bizarre shot.
Yeah, it was almost like he tried to flick it off his legs, but it was a bit too straight to do. He's now rehearsing the shots, then he should have whacked it over the bowler's head, which potentially was a better opportunity.
Very weird.
Weird.
Have you not thought about playing abroad in the winter?
The only problem is my job ties me to here to earn the monies, but I would love to, as Abbas comes in to complete his over, and that's just a dot ball, push back up to mid-off, and there is no run. At the end of the 44th over, 115 for 5.
So have you never thought, I mean, you know, obviously now women's cricket is becoming more prominent, and there's more going on, and there's more of this and more of that, professional contracts, blah, blah, blah. Have you not thought, do you know what, I would give it up. I would give my job up for a couple of years. Because, I mean, you were, 2 years ago, you were the highest wicket taker in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. So, I mean, at that point, and obviously, you know, still, because that was still relatively recent, have you not thought, you know what, I'm just going to, for a couple of years, now I'm sort of at my peak or whatever, you know, just go and enjoy cricket all year round?
Yeah, I think there's so many things to weigh into that, isn't there? It's such a big question.
Here's Holland. Bowles, start of a new over, well forward there, Van der Merwe, head well over the ball as he pushes up to mid-off.
Because there's so many other challenges, like for me, you know, I'd love to be able to own my own house and getting a mortgage and that type of thing. I'm like, do I do that now? Do I wait? You know, I quite like having a bit of time away from the game. Like, the job is quite nice to a certain extent because I don't talk about cricket like hardly at all. It's quite a distraction. Makes me really cherish it when I come back to it. But yeah, in terms of like sticking to the sun, I'd love to, and I have done it. I've done 6 months in Tasmania.
Okay.
I played for a team in Hobart down there. That was in 2017, 2018. So I've done it, loved it. So yeah, it might be time to do that. I don't know. So many things going on. I like my winters here, even though I moaned earlier and I made jokes about the winter, but it does, you grow your skills here.
Yeah, sure.
And you really sort of get into the backbone of it, which is quite nice.
Ben Brown is standing up now because he's called for the helmet, and off the back foot there is Van der Merwe punching that out to extra cover. Can't find the gap.
So yeah, it's kind of a big question that, yeah, no, I don't know. I'd love to, but yeah, it's kind of, when do I do it, and just making sure that timing's right. But hopefully, yeah, more contracts coming around. Hopefully, one of them might be available, or two might become available for players in the next sort of 2 years. So yeah, that might give me more flexibility in my timeline.
He's up in the air now. He's got away with this again, Van der Merwe, as it just spoons over extra cover. Love handy chip, that one. In fact, the Van der Merwe, that was a lovely little handy sand wedge there from Van der Merwe. Now twice he's done that. What he's doing is he's trying to whip that away on the leg side and closing the face too quickly.
And the pitch is too slow to do that at this stage in the season. So.
And he's just replaying that now as if to play up to mid-on, which is of course what he should be doing. Absolutely. And he knows that, but it's sometimes just a habit, isn't it? Just trying to whip that ball away through square. And he got away twice. He's got away with shots that have just gone straight up in the air and missed the fielder. Nips back a little bit there, wraps him on the top of the pad.
There are comments about, you know, when you play a lot in indoor schools and things like that, the ball comes on real nicely and you play all these lovely clips off the legs, but actually when you come to an April wicket, it's not replicated at all. So you kind of get used to just leaning on it.
Yeah, I agree.
Both a blessing and a curse.
He's been a lucky boy, Van der Merwe, but he's on 24. Still played well for those 24. Oh, he's wrapped forward, he's wrapped on the pad, but I think he's okay.
Half an appeal.
Well forward there, yeah. But again, just an example of the ball just nipping around a little bit. You've got to get the ball in the right areas. You can't bowl too short because batsmen have a chance to see the ball seam a little bit, and it is quite slow out there. But if you can just pitch the ball up a fraction, batsmen don't have times to readjust. 117 for 5 as Holland comes in again, and Van der Merwe pushes forward and steers that out to backward point. End of the over. Holland would consider himself a little unlucky.
Yeah, I think he would. I think he'd like to have picked up that wicket of Van der Merwe there, but he's causing mistakes and he's giving the batsman problems.
Yeah.
Just an update from other games around today, other than the one here. Essex are 120 for 0 against Kent. Alistair Cook's probably, he's 48 not out. Brown 58 not out. Gloucester 24 for 3 against Northants, but they are off for rain there. They've been off for quite a while, I think. Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Surrey 117 for 1. Rory Burns getting out just before the lunch break there. Glamorgan have just resumed play as I've been talking, so they are 138 for 4. Leicester Worcester not playing at the minute, delayed start. Middlesex 146 for 1 at Lords against Derby. And down at Hove 141 for 3, and unfortunately Tom Alsop's one of the 3, so he made 1.
Yeah, disappointing, as he's on loan from Hampshire. Now, for the first time today in the 46th over, we're going to get some James Fuller.
Oh, lovely.
John Evans has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm really enjoying the live stream today as I'm off work with COVID, says John. That's we've had several of those, haven't we?
Yeah, that's not
already.
The first time you'll hear that, will it?
Yeah, I don't really want to put it out there.
Fuller bounds in from the pavilion end, and it's a back of the length delivery to start, and Hildreth just prods that back up the wicket to Gubbins, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's very easy to say, oh, of course, if you've got COVID, then give us an email. I don't really want to be doing that, but you know what I mean. If you have got COVID, I feel sorry.
If you've got nothing to do.
Yeah. Let us all know you've got COVID. But it's good that you're still able to watch some cricket or listen to some cricket.
Absolutely. Fuller to Hildreth again, quite straight. Up to mid-on, and there is no run. He kind of looks to take a single, but decides against it in the end, which I think is a good call. The last thing they want here, Somerset, is a run out, and otherwise, unfortunately, I think they'll be into the tail, so they need to protect this this 6th wicket at the minute.
Yes, there's a bit of a long tail for Somerset in this game, isn't there?
There is. Fuller approaches again, bowls. That's wide, and it's been whacked out to deep cover, just in front of point, really. And that is 4 runs, and that's a lovely shot, but way too much width and way too much bounce from Fuller there. Real loosener.
Yeah, he's played several cut shots, hasn't he, James Hildreth, in his innings?
Played that one well, hit that one hard. It flew out to the boundary. But I think Fuller would be disappointed with his line and length there, and Abbott's just having a couple of words to him and saying, you know, build that pressure, that's what we've been doing so well.
This is probably why Fuller has only just coming into the attack now. We know that he sometimes does have some loose overs.
Yeah, you did mention that before as he approaches it again. And the same sort of thing, they have got protection out there now. So it's a wide, long hop, if you like, out to deep point. And it's collected in, that takes the score to 122 for 5. And Hildreth moves to 61. And Van der Merwe 24 not out. There's just a bit of cloud hovering over now. The sun's still trying to gleam through here. It's a lovely day though, isn't it, when you look around? Just hear the wind all round as Fuller approaches. Back of a length, tighter line this time. And that's a much better area. And there is no run.
Yeah, we're right on the edge of it, aren't we? To our right, lovely blue sky, and almost above us, and to our left, completely different picture. Do you think that's raining away to our left?
That is over there, definitely raining over to our left, yeah.
Unfortunately, we've missed that.
Over those golfers might be getting a bit wet over the far side of the golf course there. I think it's a long old hack around that golf course.
Have you been around?
Yeah.
It's not easy, is it?
No, it's not. And if you're not very good at golf, it's Fuller. Oh, that's an uppercut, and it's been lifted over the slips. And I can't quite see, it's 1 bounce 4. I just had to look at Scott Curry's sub-fielding at the minute, waves. And that takes the score to 126 for 5. And Van der Merwe moves to 28 at the end of that 46th over.
Charlotte Taylor from the Southern Vipers, and I'm Kevin James. But Paul O'Flaherty, hope I've got that right, Paul, sorry, apologies, who's tweeted at Sonet Sport. He says, I'm really enjoying some nighttime listening over here in New Zealand. Have also battled into the northerly at the Basin Reserve, Kev, albeit at a much lower level. Hope the wind leaves you all alone as soon as possible. It threatens to for a few minutes, and then it comes back with a vengeance, so I think we're getting used to it. I'm sure I ever got used to it in the time I was over in Wellington, but
yeah, it is windy over there. Just from watching the Women's World Cup recently, some of the girls are running in, and nope, got to pull out of that, out of their run-ups and things like that. It's not easy.
What was the game that England played there recently? It was Ian Holland continuing with his medium pace as Van der Merwe pushes that up towards mid-off. And I was listening to the TMS commentary from there. And I mean, that was my home for a season and a bit when I played for Wellington, and I loved the Basin Reserve. And they were just all going on about the wind, and I'm thinking, yeah, I know.
I've had to live with it for so long.
Tell me about it. But it was quite an amazing place, and as that's turned away on the leg side by James Hildreth. Again, pleasant piece of timing, just lent into that. Doesn't quite make it all the way to the boundary. Keith Barker, I've seen him move better as he pulls that ball back, and the ball comes into Ben Brown.
Yeah, it's a long way down for Keith.
Yeah, it was, yeah. He hasn't bowled that many overs, but looked a little bit stiff there, if I'm honest. But yeah, and you are, and I've mentioned this before, but you are either a downwind bowler or an upwind bowler in New Zealand, and the difference is about 2 yards.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it literally is difficult to get the ball down the other end. If you bowl upwind, as that's pushed up to mid-off, and downwind, you feel like Dennis Lilly. I mean, it's really bizarre.
Polar opposites.
Yeah.
I think some of the girls did struggle.
Yeah.
There was a couple of games they struggled with their lines as well, bowling quite a few wides, and that's across not just England. They were sort of had their culprits in their team, but
Holland again, length ball, which Van der Merwe steers to short mid-wicket.
But they lots of the teams did struggle just getting used to it, I suppose.
Yeah, it takes a little while. There's no doubt about it.
And in tournament cricket, you don't have a long time to get used to things. It's not like especially playing against different opposition every single time. You're moving around different grounds, different conditions. It's it's a World Cup for a reason. It's a big challenge. So
it would have been a good place to tour, that's for sure. That's on the line of leg stump, and Ben Brown's missed that. I'm not sure what it's hit on the way through to the boundary. That's going to beat Scott Curry, the substitute fielder. It's 4 byes.
Missed everything.
Yeah. Angled down the leg side there by Ian Holland. Just notice that Mason Crane is also on the field, so the Hampshire at the moment have got 2 substitute fielders. We know about James Vince was on the field for just the morning session and has gone to the funeral of his father-in-law. He'll be back tomorrow. But somebody else for Hampshire is off at the moment as Holland comes in again, as that wind picks up once more as Van der Merwe pushes that quietly back to the bowler. That's the end of Holland's 10th over now. He has 1 for 21. Hildreth has 64 off 108. Van der Merwe 28 off 59 at 133 for 5. Somerset have not lost a wicket so far in this afternoon session, having gone into lunch at 61 for 5. Yeah,
they've done very well, haven't they? Really rebuilt very well in this second session, and are looking, quite dangerous now. If they both get in and start scoring freely, it could be quite damaging. So they've done very well after being put under a lot of pressure this morning. Somebody is just walking up the stairs, but I can't see who that is.
That's a long
that is a long way away. Well, it's not Fuller because he's got the ball in his hands. He's going to have a second over.
It's Mo Abbas, who's just walked up the steps, so he's off.
Okay. Thank you for that. Great eyes. And Fuller comes in. That's short and wide. That's pull. He's still got a man out there at deep points. That's cut away, and that'll be 1 run.
Yeah, James Fuller, I'm afraid, is not quite on the same page as all the other bowlers so far in the game. Jez Wilder has tweeted at Sun Sports, says, playing Fuller does make the batting stronger in theory and a pretty good 5th change bowler. Well, it does in theory.
But in practice?
In practice, it's not working.
Not at the minute.
No.
But if he's playing, if he's been impressed with the bat, then hopefully he'll come into play later on in this game. As he bowls now, he's chopped on. It's a bit too close to cut. Van der Merwe's tried to sort of almost cut that, I suppose, but it's way too close. And he's been bowled, chopped on. I don't really know what he tried to do there, really. He got himself in all sorts of hassle. It's come back into him, back of a length. And he's made a bit of a mess of that, if I'm honest. But Fuller gets a wicket, and that's the end of Van der Merwe. He's gone for 28. And yeah, Fuller's got a wicket after we've just said that he's not been particularly accurate. He's been a bit on the money then and bowled much tighter line. And Somerset are now 136 for 4. And we're halfway through the 48th over. Not 134 for 6, sorry.
Well, that is James Fuller, isn't it? I mean, that is James Fuller.
Wide, straight wicket. It's sort of like the unpredictability of...
It is.
And that's so hard to play.
I suppose you could say, well, it's justified his selection, because those two were batting very nicely. I know Van der Merwe a couple of times had spooned the ball up in the air and got away with it, but in between that was playing very, very nicely. And that partnership was annoying from a Hampshire point of view, but from a Somerset point of view, we're getting them into a run. I don't think this is going to be a particularly high-scoring game. I think the ball is just doing enough to suggest that if bowlers bowl accurately, then it's difficult for the batters. But Fuller's just produced one has actually just come back a fraction. But Van der Merwe's playing that 2 square. Yeah, he's playing that 2 square. He's giving himself too much room. He's opened up a gap.
I didn't know whether he was trying to cut it or whether he wanted to then.
He's in no man's land. He's in absolute no man's land, and he's, he'll look back at that and say, do you know what? I should have been playing that straighter.
Absolutely.
Casey Aldridge is the new man for Somerset.
But I can only imagine that's what Fuller's been doing in these warm-up games to just justify a selection like you just said.
Yeah.
Is that he's produced a good delivery to break a partnership, and that's exactly what he's done here. Yes, he might have gone for sort of, you know, a couple of boundaries early on, but he's taken a wicket and broken a key partnership, so it's worth it in the end, they might say. As he's going to continue here, and his first ball to Aldridge, the right-hander from the pavilion end. He bowls, and that one beats the outside edge as he sort of wafts a bat at that, and it goes through to Ben Brown.
73-run partnership there for the 6th wicket between Hildreth and Van der Merwe. Casey Aldridge playing just his 2nd first-class game. But yeah, an important wicket, has to be said.
Yeah,
they're all
very
important.
much so. They are really important. You're right about that. And he bowls, and that's just got a little bit of tail in to the right-hander of Aldridge, and it beats the bat. And Fuller has sort of found his rhythm in the last couple of balls, and he's starting to look a little bit more threatening. Bowling a lot straighter.
I always think he's quite a confidence bowler as well. I think you know, I think he's somebody that, you know, just when he goes for a few boundaries, and he just sort of turns around and he's sort of, you know, oh, okay, I'll just bowl the next one, sort of thing. Hopefully that will give him some real confidence.
Absolutely. He bowls again now, and he's bowled again. It's beat the outside edge of, well, he's left it alone in the end, but it's gone through to Ben Brown. And yeah, it does look like he's got his tail up now, and he's bowling a bit with a bit more confidence.
This is how he bowled at the back end of last year. Came in the side, and you thought, well, you know, you don't really want to be bowling him, but actually he bowled superbly in the last few games of the season. You know, with an old ball. Yeah,
and that's what he's doing here, is really showing that skill set. As he bowls again now to Aldridge, and he just defends that, solid in defence that time. And that is no run at the end of the 48th over. It's 134 for 6.
Charlotte's going to come in to my side. The Somerset, so 65 to Hildreth off 109. Aldridge has faced just the 4 balls yet to get off the mark, and just that 1 wicket that has fallen this afternoon. Roland van der Merwe, bowled by Fuller for 28, 73 runs he put on for that 6th wicket with James Hildreth. And the sun is back out, which is great, but it won't be for long. I know it won't be. But Anthony Gibson back with us, and he'll take you through this next passage with
almost
Charlotte.
Uninterrupted blue sky overhead, the clouds disappearing on the wind away to the east. Yeah, disappointing wicket that for Somerset, and Hampshire through to the tail now, which it poses a bit of a problem for James Hildreth, because you know, he's the only recognised batsman out there. He can't expect, I don't think, a great deal of support from Messrs Aldridge and co, the fast bowlers, Siddle, De Lange and Ned Leonard. But I suspect he'll just carry on bowling, batting rather, as he has been. Charlotte.
So Abbott is the change of bowler at this end. That's been carved away, and that is 4 runs. That's sort of backward a point, too much width, and Hildreth climbs into that one. He's going to pick up 4, and he moves on to 69.
Yeah, a bit of a loosener from Kyle Abbott.
He wasn't quite on it then.
Nicely placed by
He's played
Hildreth
that well today, Hildreth. He's kept the ball all the way along the floor.
Yeah, because we got the sweeper out there at backward point, which is slightly surprising. You know,
it is a little bit.
130 odd for 6.
But they're obviously happy just to give him 1 out there at the minute, but he's got that way too fine as Abbott. That's a great shot. He's climbed into that, and that's 4. That's probably the shot of the day, I would say, maybe, through the covers from Hildreth, and that's a fantastic shot.
Yeah. That's James Hildreth in a nutshell, in a shot.
Absolutely. And the score, it sort of feels like it's motoring a bit now, 142 for 6.
Well,
from where we started motoring.
I'd be surprised if his mindset has changed very much. I think, you know, it was a wide one outside, wide and short outside the off stump, and then a half volley, and he's just taken full advantage.
Absolutely. And he's doing very well for his team at the minute. Abbott comes to announce a tighter line, and he plays that back up to mid-off, and there is no run. It's a much better line. That's where he wants to be, Abbott, hitting the top of off, as they say.
Well, this is the first time that Casey Aldridge has batted in first-class cricket. He's played 1 game for Somerset against Leicestershire, Taunton last year. He took 0 for 101, didn't bat.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't the most memorable debut of all time.
Yeah, that is a bit of a long slog. Bless him. Abbott bowls, this time tight again on the front foot. Is Hildreth, and there is no run. The ball pings up. Fuller's there, down on one knee, does the fielding. And the sun is still out. It's lovely here, actually. The wind seems to have dropped
a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. I've just been down in the deserted media centre where you get a lovely view, and it's very warm.
Oh, right.
Very nice.
Makes you think, why are we not
dozing
there?
Off. Yeah. It's completely deserted. I don't know if there are any written press here at all, but if there are, they aren't in the media centre.
No, they're over in that where it says by director at Ageas.
Ah, right.
Have a little look at the ball here. Not sure what the composition would be after almost 50 overs. Seems to be okay. Being told to get on with it, I think.
Well, it isn't as if it hasn't been moving around. I mean, it's...
There we go. Abbott's got the ball back in his hand now at the top of his mark. And he's going to bound in, as he always does, with loads of energy. Away from us here, bowls to Hildreth. That's flicked out to deep square. And they're going to pick up one. And the score moves to 143 for 6.
Just looking at Casey Aldridge's batting career, it doesn't amount to a huge amount. He played an under-19 test for England, in which he scored 19.
Okay.
And he played 5 ODIs for the under-19s, averaged 35 in those, so obviously can't bat.
Hopefully we're going to see
he's
more
helped
of
by
that.
the fact he had 11 not outs.
Oh, okay. So we can carry his bat, is what we're saying. That's full again from Abbott. That's just turned into the onside, but there is no run. It's a much more probing line at the end of the 49th over. And Somerset 143 for 6. Aldridge is 0. And Hildreth on 74.
Yeah, just retake that. England under-19 ODI career, 14 matches, 11 innings, 5 not outs, 211 runs, best of 58.
Okay.
Average of 35. So it's, you know, he can bat, but got to feel that number 8 is probably two positions in the batting order too high.
Yeah. So did he play in the under-19 World Cup that just happened? Do you know?
No. 2 Somerset players did, James Rue and George Thomas, and Sonny Baker as well. So 3. Sonny Baker's got a back injury, young fast bowler. But no, Casey Aldridge is now too old for the under-19s. He's Fuller into Hildreth. Plays around his front pad to keep that one out. Casey Aldridge is, I can reveal to you, 21.
Okay. It's a couple of years ago.
Born in Bristol. So I suppose could have played for Gloucestershire. Went to Millfield though, as did several of this Somerset team. James Hildreth, who's batting now, being one of them. Fuller, formerly of Gloucestershire, brings that one back into Hildreth, who tucks it into a big gap on the onside and takes the single. So off the second ball of the over. So James Hildreth's obviously got some faith in Casey Aldridge's batting ability.
Absolutely, you'd like to think so.
Well, there are very few complete rabbits around in first-class cricket, top-class cricket these days.
Absolutely, especially these young players. They want to be able to do everything. So.
They do, and they're well coached.
Yeah.
He's got a chance to show what he can do. Young Mr. Aldridge. Oh, and this is a wild bouncer
that sailed
James.
over his head.
It did.
That was wild.
Has it been signalled as anything?
I don't think so.
It was strange. I mean, there's no way you could get a bat on it.
No, Nigel Long's definitely got his hands firmly in his pockets.
Yeah.
But, yeah, bizarre, really. I thought that would have been called a wide.
I thought so.
Evans, James Fuller does put the occasional ball in the right place, but he's more of a limited over player, especially with the bat.
Here's Fuller in bowls. Ooh, and brings that one back. And Casey Aldridge plays inside the line. Yes, James Fuller did his best to win the in 2019 Royal London One Day Cup final at Lords. He played a really good innings there and took Hampshire, who looks as if they might be bowled out for not very many, for below 200, took them to a very defensible score. Although that day it was James Hildreth who scored the winning runs. Full of bowls, and that one moves the other way, bouncing again, and Aldridge not able to get a bat on it. He's a tall young man, Casey Aldridge, 6'3", 6'4", slender. Bowls at a decent pace. He's not having to show what he can do with the bat in county championship cricket, and he really does need to stay there.
He does. Bells are flying off here. There's sawdust or sand or something flying across the ground.
Here's Fuller from the pavilion end in bright sunshine, in a bowls, and Casey Aldridge fences at that outside the off stump. Fortunately, doesn't get anything on it. Survives those 4 balls. I think he attempted, or he couldn't play a shot at the bouncer, the one that sailed over his head, but the other 3, he was sort of waving his bat in the general direction of where
it's dangerous when you start to do that, isn't it? You're sort of asking for trouble. You said earlier about when batters get strangled down the leg side, it's don't leave your bat out there and you've got no risk. So if you're going to leave the ball, make sure you properly leave it.
Either play a shot or leave the ball. Don't sort of leave it there.
It's just the inconsistency and, the sort of mental, do I play, do I not? Do I attack, do I not? Especially for a young player, it's still a learning thing. It's so much of a mental game, batting. As Abbott continues from the Hilton end, Bowles Hildreth solid in defence, and there'll be no run.
He's bowling a full length, isn't he, Kyle Abbott? Getting it right up to the back, giving it a chance to swing.
That's how he likes to bowl. He likes to get the ball up there, likes the ball to do the talking, as they say.
Yeah. Top-class bowler, famously took 17 wickets in a match here in 2019 when Somerset were challenging for the county championship.
Absolutely. Like to do that again this year, I'm sure. Kyle Abbott in, bowls inside edge. He's got his hands on his head as Abbott. They're going to pick up 1 as it goes just behind square. And he was interested for a minute then, Abbott. He seems to still be stood there thinking that something else should have happened. But
well, I think he's still got his hands on his head. He just gives James Hildreth the pat. Probably said, just as well you got a bow on that, mate.
Yeah.
Because I think otherwise there'd have been a terrific appeal for LBW.
That's exactly what he'd be saying, I can guarantee it.
It's a game being played in a good spirit.
Yeah. Always will be between 2 great sides, both looking to challenge for the championship this year, I'm sure. As Abbott continues away from us here, bowls, and that's Aldridge in defence, pushes it up to mid on.
I bet Casey Aldridge's heart is beating inside his chest. Thump, thump,
yeah,
thump, thump, thump.
I totally get that. There is not that we play any sort of longer format cricket, but I can imagine, with the game in your hands, you want to support Hildreth as best you can at the minute, and as soon as you start to lose quick wickets, you're asking for trouble. So he's really hoping that he can stay in here and make a name for himself.
Well, he just needs to hang around for as long as possible.
Yeah, and show support for his teammate at the other end. That's prodded up into the air, just in front of short mid wicket, and there is no run. They're interested for a minute. Abbott is tight to his man. And it's just fallen short of, I think it's Weatherly in there, I'm not sure. No, I was a lie, that's Holland. It's only when they turn around and I see their numbers that I sort of have a guess.
They are a long way away, and the sun is shining into our...
Thing is that Weatherly and Holland actually look nothing alike. But there we go. Abbott turns at the top of his mark here. Aldridge is waiting to face this one. He bowls it nice and tight, back of a length, leaves that one alone. Good leave.
I think Abbott fancies his chances against Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, he just looks like he's interested here.
Yeah.
He's got 1 for 40 at the minute. 1 maiden, Kyle Abbott, and he's coming to the end of his 12th over, and he'll be wanting to change that 1 in the wickets column to 2. I'm very, very sure. And scores 145 for 6. It's a lovely day here at the Ageas Bowl. I'm having a lovely day. I don't know about you, Anthony.
Yeah. Well, as soon as Somerset lost slightly fewer wickets.
Abbott bowls and Aldridge just prods that into the onside, and there is no run. Nice full delivery to finish the over. And Somerset 145 for 6.
But it has been a terrific innings from James Hildreth. It's so good to see him back to something like his best after a difficult season last year and in 2020 and in 2019 as well, when he's slipped from his previously sky-high standards. But he's been such a wonderful servant to Somerset cricket over, must be, I think his debut, I think 2005, something like that.
Yeah, okay. We wanted to turn
2003, so this is his 20th season.
Yeah, wow.
For Somerset.
That's a really good effort, isn't it?
Yeah. And there are not many cricketers.
No, I can't imagine there being many more.
Entire careers with one county these days. Right, we've got Fuller to that man Hildreth, who drives, doesn't time it, comes off the toe of the bat, up to acting captain Abbott at mid-off.
Yeah, there won't be many. I can't think of it. Can you think of anyone else?
Well, Marcus Trescothick.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Currently?
No, currently.
Yeah, because you'll probably be best placed. No, I don't know too many.
There must be some. There must be Yorkshiremen.
Has Cook always played at Essex?
Yes, yeah. Alistair Cook has always played at Essex. Yeah.
That's the one I plucked out. I didn't have any more.
Yeah.
I've run out now.
Is Fuller, and that's thick edge down to third man. They'll pick up 2. Takes the score on to 147. Hildreth on to 78.
And Dawson's been around a long while. He would have played all his games at Hampshire.
Yep.
He's signed a new contract as well, which is nice to see. Big Liam Dawson fan, great guy. Always says hello to us. He's really nice man.
Yes, and he's got a very good record against Somerset as well. He scored more runs against Somerset than any other county.
Oh, wow.
It's Fuller into Hildreth, who shapes as if to play an aggressive shot into the offside, changes his mind and just prods it into the covers where Gubbins picks up.
The way that Fuller's running in here, he seems to just be giving it everything. He's really, getting the ball down there, really lots of effort in every delivery. It's obviously what I said earlier about getting his tail up and really fancying another wicket here and trying to dismiss Hildreth before he becomes any more dangerous.
Here he comes again, sprinting in. He's there and bowls. Hildreth punches that into the offside, but only as far as Gubbins at extra cover. Yeah, I've seen quite a lot of James Fuller over the years for Gloucestershire and for Middlesex, and he's never quite made it. He's never cemented his place in the teams that he's played for, and it's a bit the same with Hampshire. And he's been given his chance here today ahead of Brad Wheel, and it was quite surprising that it's sort of middle of the afternoon before he was brought into the attack on a pitch that you would have thought he'd bowl well on. Got 2 men back now on the onside, deep square leg and a long leg, 2 slips in a gully.
Pulls out
Fuller
that one.
loses his run up. I think that was the wind probably, just gusted then. And
we were saying earlier with Kev about the wind in New Zealand recently in the Women's World Cup. It kind of resembles that at the minute.
it is difficult.
Yeah, well, the umpires.
If you just get caught by a gust as you're running in, knocks you out of your rhythm, and the wind has just suddenly picked up again, as you can probably hear in our effects microphone. It's fairly howling around the Ageas Bowl at the moment as Fuller is in and bowls to Hildreth, who whips that away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. He bisects the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, long leg and deep backward square. Timed it nicely, and also that shot was played with the wind, which will be a factor even if the ball is going along the ground as that one did. So 150 is on the board for Somerset.
If you could draw a line between the 2 fielders, you would have set absolutely dead in the middle, dissected them. You're right.
Hildreth on to 82. Vitally important innings for his side. They want to carry on though. Fuller in and bowls, and that's a bouncer which sails over Hildreth's head, taken by Ben Brown with no fuss whatsoever, flying down the leg side. End of the over, 151 for 6, 82 to Hildreth. Casey Aldridge hanging in there grimly, yet to score.
It's I'm not sure. They're having a little bit of chat in the middle. There's a few players talking. Gubbins is one of them. Abbott's one of them. Ben Brown's waiting there. And we're just going to have a small discussion. Not sure what that was. He's still talking to Keith Barker, and he's going to continue bowling Abbott. I thought it was going to be a bowling change, but no. He's going to continue from the hotel end here. Somerset 151 for 6. Abbott's going to start bowling his 13th over of the game. And he's going to look to bowl that full line, target the stumps, let the ball do the work off the pitch and through the air. He's just having another little discussion here at near the hotel with Mo Abbas. Not sure what that was about. But he's at the top of his mark now, and he's ready to bowl to Aldridge, who's waiting patiently. Bowls now, like I said, full, very full actually, almost a Yorker length.
Yeah, well,
his toes.
He kept that out well, did Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, he needed to.
He's a Yorker is an obvious ball to bowl to Casey Aldridge because he is tall.
Yes.
So he's got got that much further to come down on the ball, but
maybe that's what the discussion was about. Going to bowl a bit fuller to him, throw in a couple of Yorkers, change their lengths up. They do sort of use their, white ball skills in bowling, varies the length, pace. They do use that in the county championship, so maybe they decided it's time for that as he bowls. Good length though this time. It's beaten backward point now. Played all the way along the ground, outside edge, and he's going to pick up 2 as Aldridge.
He's off the mark.
Brilliant.
His first runs in first-class cricket.
And his whole relief would have just been a big sigh of...
Absolutely.
I know that's what I feel like. As soon as you get that first one away, it's just relief. You just feel better. So
I think that applies almost however good or however bad a batsman you are.
Yeah, it is that sense of relief. Yeah, absolutely. And Abbott's in again at him here. He's going to bowl full length, pushes forward, solid in defence. There is no run. Score moves to 153 for 6. And that wind is howling. Just watching these guys' trousers, and it's just blowing them around. He's got some baggy trousers on, it's wafting them around over to the right hand side of the ground. Quite amusing. Where we had lunch, it was quite a warm box, and I was thinking, yeah, I'd quite like to be in there really. But there we go, here we are, out in the gantry at the Ageas Bowl. Bowl's full. Does Abbott. Aldridge back up the pitch to him.
He's doing his job, isn't he?
Yeah, he is supporting Hildreth well. That's all he needs to do. Stick around, make it difficult.
Play the Jack Leach role.
Absolutely. As the great man would want for his team. What would he be doing on a Thursday afternoon?
The most famous one not out in cricket history.
It was brilliant though, wasn't it?
It was. Well, he's such a phlegmatic character, Jack Leach. Nothing too much bothers him. He's had a lot to put up with in his life.
No. Very calm, cool and collected. Abbott bowls to Aldridge now. Again, straight. Back up the pitch.
Somerset they need the tail, this rather fragile, fast bowling tail. They need it to wag because the pitch I reckon is getting a bit easier. It's not doing as much. Probably flatten out further. Somerset need to get a decent first innings score on the board. They need to get above 200 as an absolute minimum. Especially
after they elected to bat first. You'd like to think that was possible. Abbott comes in now, full ball. Inside edge maybe onto pad. No real appeal from Abbott. Slight interest from Ben Brown behind, but there is no run. Aldridge rehearses that shot at the end of the over, and it's 153 for 6. Abbott's 1 for 42 off 13.
Elsewhere, Surrey 123 for 2 against Warwickshire, who's getting the runs there. Let's have a look. Burns got 41, and Ryan Patel opening with Rory Burns. Interesting. 70, made 75. What else have we got? Gloucestershire and Northants, our West Country neighbours. Gloucestershire 36 for 3. Having been put in by Northants. Here we've got Fuller bowling to Hildreth. He's there and bowls. Hildreth whips this away into the... Oh, he gets it down to fine leg. I thought that was going to... He just adjusted his wrists at the very last moment. I thought he was just going to play that gently down to long leg for a single, put an extra turn on his wrists, hit it finer. 4 runs, thank you very much.
And absolutely nailed it. Mo Abbas didn't even move. He didn't even try and stop it.
Takes him on to 86. Here with Gloucestershire. Have they got batting? Let's have a look. We have goes out Charlesworth, Dent and Graham Van Buren, but James Bracey, Bobby Bracey, is still there for Gloucestershire. This is played into the offside, but straight to Nick Gubbins at short extra cover. I think Gloucestershire could be a force to be reckoned with in the first division, as they are this season. Essex are...
They were doing well earlier.
Yeah.
Cook was...
They've yet to lose a wicket. Alistair Cook 53 and Nick Brown 74. They're coming to Taunton next week. This is dug out by Hildreth on full length from James Fuller, where they will receive the warmest of welcomes.
I'm sure.
After reporting Somerset to the ECB at the end of the 2019 season and costing us a 12-point penalty after the umpires had declined to report the pitch. But there you are. That was Ryan Tenderscarter responsible for that, and he's retired, so
we can move on.
we can move on. Exactly, we should move on. Fuller bowls. Hildreth plays that square of the wicket on the offside just for a single. Means that Aldridge will have the strike. How many balls have we got? We've got 3 more in this over?
Yep. No, 2, I think. I think quite a scoreboard's caught up.
Yes. 157 for 6. Takes Hildreth on to 87.
Yeah.
So unlucky 13 short of a century. Fuller to Aldridge. He bowls. That's outside the off stump, and Aldridge just watches it go by. Through to wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who, like all of the best wicketkeepers, you never really notice him.
No.
Unless he takes a spectacular catch, but he's so neat and tidy.
Yeah.
He moves well behind the stumps. He moves his feet rather than diving around as some of them do.
That's what they're taught, aren't they? Get across the ground quickly and do all the work in your legs.
Last ball of the over, and again Fuller is discombobulated by a gust of wind.
Yeah, it's not
blowing
pleasant.
him out of his stride. Sort of coming and going, isn't it?
When it comes, it properly,
period,
it sort of makes you stop and think about it and pause.
The pavilion roofs on top of the pavilion, in danger of being blown away.
Yeah, those tents have been up there for a long time. I'd like to think they were stable enough.
Full of inner bowls and tries to York. Casey Aldridge, who's equal to it, keeps it out, digs it out into the onside. Keith Barker has a little bit of a rehearse of a bowling action, so perhaps he's going to come into the attack shortly. But in the meantime, Somerset are 158 for 6. Hildreth on 87, Aldridge on 2.
I'm just watching a plane take off from Southampton Airport or Eastleigh Airport. Lovely, going off somewhere hot, I assume. Those lucky people on board that.
Probably going to the Canary Islands. That's where people tend to be going at this time of year.
There is a change of bowling. It'll be Liam Dawson.
Oh,
that's going to have his first.
Spin.
Absolutely. He's going to have his first over of the game. He's blowing into his hands, trying to warm them up, those spinning fingers. See how this pitch reacts to a bit of spin from Liam Dawson. Like I said earlier, he's signed another 2-year contract, I think I saw him sign it during this winter for Hampshire, so he's a great guy. 2 of the cutest kids. And he'll be wanting to take a wicket here in his first over and put some real pressure on. He's got one slip, first slip. He's got a backward point, deep cover, sort of a extra cover and a shortest extra cover, almost on the same similar line. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. He bowls, and that's full. He's bowled it by the looks of things. His first ball, full, almost Yorker length, and Hildreth has been bemused by that one. As he's bowled him, he's gone for 87.
He's just played over the top of it, hasn't he? Oh dear, what a shame. Still fine innings from James Hildreth, back to something like his real form. Terrific innings for his side. 87 he's made from 129 deliveries with 10 fours. Terrific knock from James Hildreth, being warmly applauded as he makes his way back to the pavilion. He'll be bitterly disappointed at not reaching 3 figures, but a good piece of bowling from Liam Dawson, just bowling that very full length delivery, and Hildreth playing all around and over the top of it.
He gets that sort of spearing in, very full delivery, really challenges the batsman, does Liam Dawson. He always bowls at the stumps, really important, you know, spinners were told to bowl at the stumps, challenge the batters, challenge their footwork, challenge their decision making. And he's done that, and he's already back at the end of his run up, ready to go by the looks of things. Everyone else is still having a drink, and he's raring to go. He almost did the helicopter around the whole field. I thought he was going to do a lap, if I'm honest. He was that excited.
Well, I think this innings could be over fairly quickly now. We will see.
Optimism.
This is Peter Siddle walking out to bat.
Has he got a first class 100? Peter Siddle? I know he's got a 50. Seen him get a 50 from Australia before. Remember seeing that.
Tell you.
So he can bat.
He can. Where are we? Peter Siddle. Yes, he got 103 not out for Australia A against Scotland.
Thank you. What a stat! But I've seen him get a 50 in an Ashes Test match. Definitely.
He averages in first-class cricket just under 17.
Okay.
With the bat, so yes, he can bat.
Dawson's at the end of his mark, and Siddle's waiting to face his first ball. He's around the wicket, and he just tickles that down to fine leg, and they'll pick up 1 run. Siddle's off the mark, first ball.
First run for Somerset.
Congratulations, Peter Siddle. Be looking forward to seeing him bowl over the next few days. Very exciting.
Yeah.
I love watching him bowl in the Big Bash, especially. He's so exciting. Took
He's
4
good
for...
captain as well, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Adelaide Strikers.
He is. Dawson's in, round the wicket, back of a length. And he's gone... Which wasn't... Sorry, the ball was full, but he's gone back to it and prodded it out into the offside. There is no run, Aldridge. It's 2 from 22. The score's 159 for 7. Dawson's in again. Bowls full, driving, and that's a great shot. That's through wide mid-off, and Abbas gives up the chase, and that's 4 to Aldridge. That's a fantastic shot.
It was a full toss, mine.
Oh yeah, it was.
That was a bit of an early season delivery, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely bowling full though. That's obviously the plan. Really, really full. And bring in that catcher that's waiting patiently at short extra cover there. That was a glorious shot all the way along the floor. Dawson's in again. Bowls back of a length this time, straight, prodded out to that fielder at short extra cover, and there is no run.
Yep. Casey Aldridge's first boundary in first-class cricket, as you were saying. Charlotte Hanson won too.
Absolutely. I'm going to disappear at the end of this over. And Kevin James is going to come back in. Dawson bowls back of a length. It's straight. It's turned into the onside, and there is no run. I'll leave Anthony to chat a bit more.
Just a hint of turn there, I thought, in that last delivery. But it wasn't the turn that accounted for James Hildreth. It was the flight, as much as anything. Maybe a little bit of dip at the end, which just found its way under James Hildreth's bat and into his stumps. But even for a Hampshire follower like yourself, Kevin, it must have been good to see James Hildreth scoring some runs again.
I always enjoy watching him bat. I do. There are. I mean, listen. I still enjoy the game, still love it. But there are some players that I enjoy watching bat more than others. He's one of them. Elegant.
He's a very fluent stroke maker. Right, Fuller coming in from the pavilion end, bowling to Siddle. He's there and bowls, and Siddle gets a full length ball on leg stump, which he turns into the onside and won't get a run as Felix Organ does the fielding. Felix Organ's got great muddy patches on both of his knees of his white cricketing trousers, which suggests that there is some moisture around the ground somewhere. Quite a lot of rain yesterday, heavy showers. Just waiting for shortly. Kevin will be providing his latest report. Siddle covers up, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run, 161 for 7. So a bit of a recovery for Somerset. It was 61 for 5 at lunchtime. They've added 100 for 2 so far this afternoon, thanks largely to that partnership between Roller van der Merwe, who made 28, and James Hildreth, who was out in the previous over for 87.
It's Fuller from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's worked away nicely on the leg side by Peter Siddle. Runs there through mid-wicket. That could go all the way. That is just going over the rope now. Here's a quick update coming up. And Somerset move on to 167 for 7 now with that 4 from Peter Siddle, the former Australian test bowler. 167 for 7 means that Hampshire have only taken 2 wickets since lunch. They found wickets easier to come by before lunch. They had Somerset 61 for 5. There was a couple of wickets for Mo Abbas, 1 for Abbott, Holland and Barker in that time. And then there was a comeback from Somerset. James Hildreth with 87, the last man out. Surprisingly bowled by Liam Dawson, sort of yorked himself at the same time. And Roland van der Merwe also put up some resistance. He was out just before that for 28. Those two put on 73 for the 6th wicket. But Hampshire in a good position here. 167 for 7, Somerset.
Yes, that just angled down to a third man by Peter Siddle, short and wide from Fuller, and it bounced and gave Siddle every opportunity to play that shot. Vastly experienced, of course, Peter Siddle. This is his 198th first-class game, and he's played 67 test matches for Australia.
A good cricketer.
He's a very good cricketer.
Will have bowled well here this morning, that's for sure.
Got Weatherly going down to third man. We've got Fuller in the bowls, and this again is angled down to Weatherly, just for a single this time. Siddle moves on to 10. Been in there no time at all.
Fuller's just being a bit too expensive for me. I know he got the important wicket of Roller van der Merwe, but Hampshire haven't really been able to apply too much pressure while he's been bowling. Coming up to the end of his 6th over, has conceded 31 runs. It's 5.5 and over. It's not loads, but when you think how slow Somerset innings was going, it's a lot.
Here he comes again. He's in and bowls. Aldridge plays that firmly back to the bowler. End of that over from James Fuller. It gives him figures of 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31.
Yeah.
And do you think the pitch is flattening out a bit?
I think the ball's just getting older and softer, isn't it?
It's the ball.
We see it a lot, don't we? Yeah. We see that a lot. The new ball makes a huge difference. I thought Mo Abbas bowled a really good spell from the pavilion end after lunch without taking any wickets. But there's still a little bit of wobble, isn't there? There's still a little bit of seam movement there. The seamers are obviously taking a bit of a rest, actually, the main 3 seamers. I'm sure we'll see them again before not too long, but even so, we've got 8 overs before tea. Liam Dawson's obviously going to hold up an end, I guess, before tea. What a real bonus wicket that was of James Hildreth. You're right, he just yorked himself really, but also trying to angle the bat. He closed the face of the bat, trying to aim it through the offside. Here he is then round the wicket to Peter Siddle. He's got a short leg in, placed forward, gets a thick inside edge as the ball goes out towards mid-wicket and fielded by Ian Holland. Yeah, bonus wicket there, and I think, you know, both players who played well, Van der Merwe and Hildreth. Van der Merwe as well was a bonus wicket for me. I think he just got a little too ahead of himself really, as Siddle just works that to backward point, fielded by Barker. I think Van der Merwe just gave himself too much room, didn't he? Just opened himself out, tried to play too square, and the ball probably did come back a fraction.
Maybe just touch of overconfidence, but you know, he's that sort of player. You know, he likes to feel bat on ball.
Played well for his 28. Siddle's on the back foot, just stabs down on that one in the end from Dawson. He's got a slip in, he's got that short leg in, he's got a man on the drive on the offside, and well, mid-wicket is fairly close in, but I wouldn't say he was on the drive. In the sunshine here, Dawson. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad maybe there. Siddle, but quite high. The sun's certainly starting to show through our commentary positions, getting a lot brighter. Hugh Ellis at Somerset Sports, a couple of tweets here for you. Liam Dawson briefly played at Essex. Yes, he did. That was a little while ago, and he played a couple of weeks and returned, and that was his Hampshire career really kicked off from there. James Kettle also making the same point. Dawson did play at least one game on loan at Essex a few years ago. He played a little bit more than one game, but not very long, as I mentioned. That's pushed out towards extra cover, because I saw him playing for Essex against Lancashire whilst visiting my sister-in-law. Derek at Somerset Sports says, at last summer must be on its way. Kevin James and co are back to give us their superb ball-by-ball commentary on this new season. Thank you very much. As Siddle pushes forward, out of the offside, end of the over. 7 to do now before lunch, and that is before tea, and that's a maiden over for Liam Dawson. 2 overs, 1 for 5. Fingers crossed, says Derek, that we can go one step better than last year when we got so close, but with little to show for it. Joe, who tweeted a little while ago, the first team with 2 points on the board this season are Hampshire. And Vicky Marlerhausen, afternoon to you, Vicky. A new cricket season is underway, and I've returned to Twitter to keep in touch with Kevin, the team. Not that I ever have anything useful to contribute. On the contrary, we're all on the edge of our seat reading this out. We do need a wicket in this afternoon's session, though. Please, Hampshire. And as I type, was 6 down. Well, of course, Somerset are now 7. Thank you, Vicky.
Who have we got coming into the attack from the... Is that Kyle Abbott coming back? Captain Kyle. Somebody on Twitter has asked us, which I just lost momentarily, what we think a par score is on this pitch. I don't know, 250?
Yeah, max.
Something like that. Here's Abbott in and bowls. Ooh, and that beats Aldridge as well. He's given the benefit of the doubt, so he just drew his bat inside the line in the accepted manner. Yeah, we've got a hum, haven't we?
Yeah. And where's that coming from?
Don't know.
We'll have a look at that at tea time, actually. I don't think there's much we can do. I'm not sure if it's coming from outside the ground, actually.
Yeah, it might be. Bright sunshine at the Ageas Bowl. Kyle Abbott striding in, bowling outside the off stump, left alone by Casey Aldridge, and some excitement in the slips as that ball was coming back in towards Aldridge's off stump, but still missed it by a margin.
See, I'm turning the effects mic down there, and we're not hearing it.
No.
And I turn it up, and the effects mic, because it's pointing outside, I think it's outside. I don't know.
Could be. Well, how many overs have we got to go until tea? 6 after this. Here's Abbott bowls to Aldridge, who defends stoutly. He's been in there now for 28 deliveries, Casey Aldridge, giving a good account of himself. A mainly defensive innings. He did play a very nice off drive to a full toss from Liam Dawson in the last over, and he looks the part. as a batsman. He was obviously very nervous when he came in. Abbott's in and bowls, and almost identical to the ball before last. Just outside the off stump, coming back in towards the off stump. But no need for Aldridge to play a shot. Smallish crowd here. Doesn't seem to have grown much during the day either. Measured in hundreds rather than thousands. Plenty of people in the Shane Warne stand, who are sheltered from the wind but aren't getting the benefit of much of the sunshine at the moment. Abbott to Aldridge, thinks about playing at that, decides against it. It's an ooh from the bowler. I think he's one of those bowlers, Kyle Abbott, who thinks he's going to take a wicket with every ball, isn't he?
Well, there are some who show it more than others,
yeah.
aren't there, really? I mean, that's the thing about bowling, you have to believe that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, bowling gets very difficult. But you're right, some sort of show the crowd more that they think it's going to happen than others.
Yeah, he's a demonstrative bowler. Here he comes again. In and bowls, and a lot of effort for not much result on that occasion, as a solid defensive bat from Casey Aldridge plays it out into the onside, brings that over to a conclusion. 172 for 7. Somerset was a maiden from Kyle Abbott, who's taken 1 for 42 in 14 overs, so he's been going at 3 runs and over. I wouldn't say he's absolutely at his best, but he's bowled very well, and he certainly gave James Hildreth a good going over this morning when Hildreth first came in.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually. I mean, he's played a little bit of first-class cricket this winter, not a lot. And I think somebody mentioned on Twitter earlier, and I didn't read it out, so apologies, but you know, he didn't take many wickets. He got a few overs under his belt, which is important, but he certainly didn't set any records or set anything alight while he was playing last winter. But unlike him these previous 2 winters, where he didn't bowl at all, he has got some overs in his legs. Here's Dawson, and Siddle's off the back foot, plays that quite late.
Yeah, just hurried on to him, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. But you're right, going back to the point about Abbott, sort of, believing that, wickets and that sort of thing. I think, as a bowler, you just get excited. When you see the ball either swing when it leaves your hand, or you see the ball nip off the deck, you do get excited. Even if the batsman leaves it, or whatever. You just get excited because the ball goes off the straight, and you can't help that. Goes for a bit of a hoik there, Siddle. Goes up towards a deepish mid-on, where Abbott does the fielding.
The other thing is, if you're a bowler and you know as soon as you've bowled it whether you've bowled a good one, don't you?
Yeah.
And if it is a good one, you're half expecting something to happen.
You do. You get excited. You do. That's right. Can't help it. Still windy as Dawson bowls. It's on the line of middle and leg, and Aldridge pushes forward out on the onside. Still important runs here for Somerset to get. We are expecting a lowish scoring game, simply because if you bowl accurately on here, it's quite difficult to get away, and the ball does nibble around. Not a lot, but just enough, as Aldridge plays forward, almost exactly the same result as the previous delivery, where it goes out to mid-wicket.
I don't know. I think Hampshire will fancy their chances of putting some serious runs on the board against a mostly inexperienced Somerset attack.
Siddle has an important role to play, doesn't he, when he bowls. Slightly shorter this time. Aldridge just guides that out into the covers. No gap. Looks like Barker is doing some loosening up exercises at backward point. We've got 5 overs after this until tea. Probably about a 4:05 tea, somewhere around there. 25 minutes after the time expected. Slightly quicker ball there from Dawson. Aldridge pushes forward, back to the bowler. And Dawson doing what he does early season pretty well. Just keeps it tight, picks up the odd wicket, which he's done already. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6.
And he picked up the wicket as well, didn't he?
Important one.
If Hildreth was out there, Somerset would have, still out there, Somerset would have hopes of passing 200 quite comfortably. They still might. 173 for 7. So Both of these two have shown already in this innings that they know how to handle a bat. Siddle, of course, vastly experienced. And Aldridge, I think when he first came into the Somerset squad, he was, I think he was advertised as a young quick bowler and a stylish lower order batsman. So, you know, he must have batting credentials. As his England under-19 ODI record showed when he reached 35. He's forward defensively this time to an in-ducker from Kyle Abbott, plays it out into the onside. Keith Barker fields and rehearses his bowling action. Where do you think? Which end do you think he's going to bowl from?
Siddle?
No, Barker.
Oh, Barker.
He's bowled from both ends today.
I don't know whether he's just
started up from the pavilion and then
he has, hasn't he? Whether he's just loosening up anyway, just to keep himself loose.
Abbott's in and bowls, and Aldridge was part of a Dorset brewery called Eldridge Pope.
I remember. Are they still going, or has that been swallowed up?
Sadly, they I think they just closed down in the end. Dorchester. They brewed Thomas Hardy Ale, very famous bottle conditioned beer that apparently lasts forever, which is just as well because I've got 2 bottles of it, which go back to about 1975. Is Abbott in and bowls, and Aldridge drives, and they'll take a single this time as that goes to the left of Mohammed Abbas at middle. I can't bring myself to drink it.
No?
No, well, it's...
Don't want to spoil it.
Well, you know, when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah. Trouble is, it'll never go if you don't touch
Well, exactly, yeah.
Who are you going to leave
It's
it to?
got to go before I do. Well, I leave it to my son, who's also quite keen on beer, but I'm not sure it will. It's lasted 40 years.
Gosh.
40, nearly 50 years. No, I mustn't exaggerate. It's about 40 years. Abbott bowls and getting defended out into the offside by Casey Aldridge.
Beer's not supposed to last that long, though, is it?
No, it's very strong though, and it's bottle conditioned, which means it's carrying on fermenting in the bottle, so it won't last forever. But they do say it should still be drinkable. Perhaps I'll drink it in celebration of a Somerset victory in my dreams, as this is defended into the onside. I must say it's good to see people at the Ageas Bowl for daytime cricket. There weren't. I don't think there was no one here at all last season, was there, for that game in
not early season.
Early May.
No. Quite bleak, wasn't it?
It was very bleak.
It wasn't great weather. Nobody here.
Yeah, we lost best part of a day, didn't we, to the rain.
Apart from that, it was an awesome 4 days.
Here's Abbott again, in and bowls outside the off stump, coming back in towards Aldridge, but he lifts his bat out of the way. Kyle Abbott stands with his hands on his hips, looking disgusted either with himself or with that delivery, or with Hampshire's failure so far to absolutely press home their advantage. 61 for 5 at lunchtime has become 174 for 7 for Somerset, so significant recovery.
Yeah, definitely. Just the 2 wickets so far, 4 to do until tea. I will remind everybody just as we go to tea, but as I mentioned earlier, for the crowd here, there was a Shane Warne tribute video played out at the lunch interval, and the crowd were invited to stand on the playing area, watch the video, and joined in with a minute's applause. Now, for those of you who are watching on the live stream, here's Dawson round the wicket, bowls, and that's a length ball to Siddle, drives that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. For those of you watching on the live picture feed, Hampshire are going to play that video out during the tea break, so stick around during the break and if you're a lover of Shane Warne, it's just maybe out past the outstretched hands of short leg. I think it was.
It was in the air as it went past him, but I don't think he got a hand on it.
There's Joe Weatherly in there close, but single to Siddle takes him on to 13, 175 for 7. So yeah, stick around on the live picture feed. They will be playing that video out in the tea break, that tribute to Shane Warne. Aldridge back on strike. He's on 6 off 39, doing a good job for his side here. The youngster playing in only his second first-class game. He's on the back foot there, steers it nicely out into the covers, finds the fielder. Barker still doing some loosening up exercises at backward point. I can't believe he's going to be coming on before tea time. Maybe he's already loosening up ahead of a spell straight after the break. Dawson with one slip and short leg. The batsman just composing and himself there. Well, there's another gust of wind. Back playing again. That's a nice pleasant drive up to mid-off where it's fielded by Mo Abbas, but he's quite deep. And Aldridge moves on to 7, 176 for 7.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Was. A couple of emails I haven't read out, apologies, so I'll read those out now before we go to the break. Simon Woodhead, sonatcricket@gmail.com, remember that, for after tea. That's played out towards mid-wicket by Siddle. Simon says, just driven back from Winchester to my home on the Welsh coast. How fantastic to cheer up a routine journey with the return of county cricket. I look forward to it filling my house for the coming months. Keep up the good work and fabulous company. Thank you very much. As that's played out on the leg side by Siddle. That's a gap there at square leg, so they'll jog through for a single and he'll keep the strike. 177 for 7. End of the over. Peter Smith, I'm one of those with you know what, that's the COVID. I wasn't touting for tweets about people that had COVID listening, but thank you, Peter. Otherwise I would have been at the game today. Also Tigger Miles, who is at home with his crutches, but I know John Hooper and Jenny Scoville are there. I can hear their teeth chattering from here in Swanage. That's a good effort. They must have great ears. Love the commentaries and looking forward to seeing Brian the Cat on the return match, says Pete Smith. That Brian the Cat is getting far too much publicity, by the way.
When is it towards the end of May? Is it the return match? Yeah.
Will you take a picture of me and
Brian
the Cat?
And Brian the Cat, if we can capture Brian. He's usually at the other end of the ground, but I'm sure we can. Ben Warren will arrange it.
Right.
Is Keith Barker outside the off stump. Andy Miles on Twitter has got some bad news for me. He says that the best before on Hardy Ale bottles is 12 years. Well, my Hardy Ale bottles are so old they don't have a best before on them. I will drink one and report back.
Yes.
When Somerset finally win a match, I'll have a bottle of it and give a critique. Barker is in and bowls. This is angled down towards the third man boundary. Holland is in pursuit, picks it up and keeps them down just to a single, I think. 170. Scoreboard being slow in ticking over. 179 for 7. Siddle on to 16.
It's been a good session, isn't it, really? They've scored 118 runs for 2. As opposed to 61 for 5.
It was a good counter-attack from Hildreth and Roller van der Merwe. It's just pushed into the offside, slightly uppishly by Siddle, but well short of Gubbins at extra cover. They came out and played very positively after lunch, didn't they?
Yeah.
When Hampshire must have been expecting to make further inroads after Somerset suffered the very heavy blow of losing Steve Davis. Bowled by a fast leg break off the last ball, as it proved before lunch. Is Barker. Bowls. Oh, and edged, and the catch is claimed by Curry, and it's given out. Yep. Siddle is walking away. I'm not sure he's 100% convinced that it carried. We can't see from here because Curry is facing away from us. The umpires are conferring and Siddle is being sent on his way. So that's the 8th Somerset wicket to go down on 179. Peter Siddle caught Curry, bowled Barker for 16. And who knows, Somerset may yet be bowled out before the tea interval. We will have to wait and see. It was a good catch.
Was.
Because it went fast and it went low, and he had to get down quickly. His tall man is Curry, and took it two-handed. And Siddle, not entirely convinced that it carried, but nobody else seemed in any doubt.
Well, to be honest, you know, well done Peter Siddle there, because to be fair to him, he didn't make a big thing about it, did he?
No.
He was, even while he was looking around, he was still slowly making his way back towards the pavilion. I think, you know, I think that's that was good from him, taking the word basically. I'm not sure the umpire was 100% convinced, but they took Scott Curry's word. And good. I have to say, from this angle, it's difficult to tell, but I mean, I wouldn't have been sure.
No,
you know, just the way those low catches are taken.
I wasn't
sometimes
sure.
you think, have
I
they
mean, well,
really
we can't tell, but it was just so low down that he was obviously taking it close to the half volley.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a few people who would have waited around and made a bit more of a.
Well, I think if we'd had DRS, there would certainly have been
definitely
called. Not that DRS for those sorts of catches is much use in any case.
They're not, are they? But no, well done to Peter Siddle.
Right, 179 for 8 then. And that's second wicket for Keith Barker, 2 for 33 he has. And the new batsman is Ned Leonard. So Marchant de Lange is being relegated to number 11. Leonard facing as Barker bowls, and Leonard plays that into the onside. Ned Leonard is another young Devonian, 19. Well, actually, no, he's not a young Devonian. I take that back. He was born in Hammersmith. He went to school at Millfield, as did about half of the Somerset side. He's 19 years old, and I've written in my notes, allegedly a, quote, hard-hitting batsman. But I haven't actually seen him bat, and this is played into the offside. I think this is only his second first-class game. He made his debut against Lancashire last season and took 1 for 68. End of that over. Successful over for Barker in Hampshire, 179 for 8 at the end of it. 7 to Aldridge, Ned Leonard yet to score.
2 overs till tea. I always wonder what would happen if Millfield was suddenly to make a statement and say, we are moving up to Durham. What on earth would you guys do?
It would be well, we do have Kings as well.
Oh.
Kings Taunton, which is producing almost as many good cricketers now as Millfield. The Millfield people won't thank me for saying that, but you know, the likes of Tom Banton and James Rue and George Thomas, and of course Joss Butler went to Kings Taunton.
Yeah.
So plenty of good young cricketers coming from there, and Blundell's down near Tiverton, which is in Devon. They're producing some good cricketers too. So, but Somerset, like a lot of counties, do rely pretty heavily on the private sector in the education. There are some who didn't have. Lewis Goldsworthy, he ended up at Millfield for the 6th form, but he went to school in the state system down in Camborne.
Yes, of course, that reliance on the private sector might change. That balance might change over the next, well, should be changing now, but will be changing as the years go on. 179 for 8, then 2 to do till tea. Here's Dawson bowling to Casey Aldridge. 2 short legs in there now for the right-hander, and he plays that back to Dawson, and there is no run. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says, can we have Brian the Cat's email address, please? There are about 20 of them, and none seem to be the real Brian.
Right,
okay.
You can follow him on Twitter.
Oh, he's bowled!
Oh.
Dawson's got one past the outside edge, and Aldridge pushing forward is out. Bowled for 7, and that's 9 down. I say 2 overs to do till tea. We might have to do a few more yet with Somerset at 9 down, and Dawson looks as though he's produced an absolute perler of a delivery there. I can't believe that's pitched and turned. It may have pitched and slightly straightened.
I thought he turned 1 or 2 earlier on
Really?
in the spell, yeah.
Well, here we go. We're looking at the replay on the feed. It's straightened, isn't it?
It did, didn't it?
Straightened,
yeah.
Bold Liam Dawson.
Yeah, good piece of bowling. Roller van der Merwe will be cheered by that, in the sense that Dawson now got 2 for 9 in his 4.2 overs. And Somerset's last man emerges from the Somerset, or the steps leading up to the Somerset dressing room, and it is the big man, Marchant de Lange, who scored a very important 50 in his first innings for Somerset in the first game of last season against Middlesex, when he and Jack Leach added 83 for the last wicket when Somerset were in all sorts of trouble against Middlesex. And in the end, Somerset ended up winning that match. And Marchant de Lange made a very intelligent 51, but he's rather flattered to deceive. Didn't score when he runs after that. Likes to give it the big heave-ho. So, and as you can see by the from the field setting,
it's changed dramatically.
His reputation has gone before him.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a field of a side that were 179 for 9. It looks like 500 for 1. As de Lange plays forward and plays it back to Dawson. There was a deep mid wicket, there was a deep mid on, a deep mid off. All of a sudden, all fielding positions that we have not seen throughout the Somerset innings. So de Lange still got the short leg in though, as Dawson comes in and bowls, and de Lange pushes forward quietly up towards mid wicket.
It's only a matter of time.
Is it a numbers game here?
He's just playing himself in for about 3 balls.
Is Dawson just going to toss one up and see what happens? Comes in and bowls. It's a length ball. De Lange quietly plays that down the pitch. Is he going to toss one up here, Liam Dawson, and just invite the swipe or the heave
I'm
to
sure
somewhere?
he's been told to go out there and not give it away.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
And that's what he needs to have in his mind.
200 yet might be a decent score. Now there's the swipe. It's on the leg side, but it's along the ground, and it goes out to deep mid wicket where Fuller fields, and de Lange will keep the strike. 180 for 9. There are 33 overs left in the day, and de Lange off the mark.
That's a wonderful de Lange cameo, the rest of that. Block, 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 swipe.
That's all right, it's good to see. Good, I like to see.
What he bats like? He bats like a proper tail ender.
Yeah, that's right, that's fine. It's absolutely fine.
But it's a slight waste because he's got a good eye. You know, he's no mug with the bat, but it's just the way he is.
Yeah.
Great character.
Yeah.
Don't think this pitch will suit him very well, but we'll see.
And knowing how quick he bowls, I wouldn't be the one to tell him to change.
No.
If I was fielding and saying, you can't bat like that. I know what would be coming if I walked out to the middle.
So this won't be the last over before tea, will it?
Unless there's a wicket.
Unless there's a wicket. Barker then to de Lange, who gropes for one outside, the full length ball outside the off stump. It was an attempted Yorker from
Yeah, it was.
Barker, just misdirected. Would have been a good ball in white ball cricket. Sort of ball that they all practice endlessly in the nets these days.
Difficult to get away, that one.
Yeah.
We'll see that later in the season, although a little bit earlier than normal, the T20.
Yeah, end of May, isn't it? May the 25th, I think, is Somerset's first.
All those nice cold evenings.
Yeah.
End of May, T20. It'll be fun.
Here's Barker to de Lange. Ooh, and brings that. He's caught. No, he's not caught. It came off his chest. Came off his chest to Scott Curry at first slip.
I'd say he looks a good slipper at Scott Curry. I can see why, as a substitute fielder, he was put at first slip, because that was a great catch to get rid of Siddleman. Whilst that was an easier take, just the way he takes it makes it look easier, like him there.
Yeah, it's not the place that many people would like to field on a day like this.
It's difficult anyway.
Barker bowls. This is prodded into the offside by Marchant de Lange, wearing his Somerset sweater. There's no number on the back, as is the Somerset way. They still favour traditional cable knit sweaters, which is nice to see, but it does make life a little bit difficult for away commentators.
Yeah.
Barker then to DeLange bowls. Oh, and he's bowled. Great swing. That was going to carry over the top of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand had he made contact, but he didn't. And that's the end of Marchant DeLange, perishing in his usual fashion for 1. And Somerset have been bowled out for 180, which will be disappointing, but is a bit better probably than threatened to be the case when they were 61 for 5 at lunchtime. And the fact that they have reached 180 is down to the efforts mainly of Roloff van der Merwe, who made a typically combative positive 28, and a superb innings of 87 by James Hildreth from just 129 deliveries with 10 fours. Hildreth just about back to his very best, which will something that will cheer all Somerset supporters. But there's no doubt that the first 2 sessions of this game have very much gone in Hampshire's direction, and they'll be very happy having bowled Somerset out for 180.
That's for sure, yes. James Hildreth, the standout innings for the visitors here. 3 wickets for Keith Barker, 3 for 33 from 14.4 overs. A couple of wickets for Abbas, 2 for 28 off 13 and 2 for 10 off 5 for Liam Dawson. That was a real bonus, the left-arm spinner there, chipping in with wickets as well as keeping it nice and tight. I tell you what, I'd have been disappointed with that shot in the 100, let alone in a 4-day county championship match. We'll take a break because it is the tea break now here at the Ageas Bowl, so we'll be back in 20 minutes time. But for those of you that are watching on the live picture stream, don't go away, because earlier today on the ground during the lunch interval, Hampshire played a video in tribute to the former club captain Shane Warne, where those in attendance were able to walk on the pitch, not actually on the playing pitch, but on the playing area, watch the video and also a minute's applause. But for those of you that are watching on the live stream, coming up will be that video in tribute to Shane Warne.
Down here, a few years as captain. Had 8 years of my life was spent down here, a few years as captain. Had a wonderful time. You know, the fans that used to come along and watch us play, whether it be a 1-day game, a Pro 40 game, a championship game, but they were all very loyal and all very supportive, so they made me feel welcome. It was basically my second home, as I said, for 8 years.
Shane Warne was a one-off. He was an absolute genius.
He was an icon.
But Warne was the first VIP, the first star.
He'd do anything for you and ask nothing from you.
He believed that we could win any game from any position, and he persuaded the rest of the team that that was possible as well.
In essence, he taught us the way we should play the game, how the game should be played.
What he's done for Hampshire is immeasurable, changed our culture back in the day.
And I think all of us as a group probably, we just clung to his coattails really, and he pulled us along like we've never been pulled before.
He really did change the attitude of Hampshire players on the field, and the impact he had on this club can never ever be exaggerated.
Force of personality backed up by obviously the genius skill set was an incredibly powerful combination, and turned us from, many of us from sort of, county player into this thinking, okay, we are part of a side that's going to win and dominate.
He taught us humility, he taught us how to win. Those values have been instilled at the club ever since. I think you see that on the pitch when you look at performances last year against Notts or the performance against Glamorgan here to qualify in the 2020 in the group stages. Those performances had Warnie's fingerprints all over them, and his legacy will live on.
He was a conjurer, a brilliant man, and entertaining, legendary in nearly every respect.
A true legend, the best cricketer ever in my opinion. The fact that his star didn't fade once he finished playing cricket said everything. His personality was generous, he was loyal. When you were talking to him, he gave you everything. He was totally immersed in the conversation, and he was great.
He had the combination of Hollywood star, but also remembered the humble beginnings where he came from.
Shane Warne that people knew, and there was an awful lot that people didn't know. His charitable work in Australia with his foundation was deeply moving at times. He had great interest in the welfare of children, gave himself freely to everybody. I've seen long queues outside cricket grounds, including the Ageas Bowl, where Shane would just sign anything and everything for anybody, sometimes for an hour after play had finished.
We all miss him deeply, and let's hope we can carry on what he started for many more years.
Shane will be remembered, I think, as the greatest player of our generation. He was certainly the most exciting player that I can remember watching. Every single ball just oozed with anticipation. He was a giver in nearly every respect, and he will be severely missed both as a cricket player and as a person.
And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are moments away from getting the evening session underway on day one of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. Hampshire are about to begin their reply, because just before tea, Somerset were bowled out for 180 in the 64th over. Top scorer was James Hildreth. Roland van der Merwe 28. Those two put on 73 for the sixth wicket. A bit of a turnaround there for Somerset, having been 61 for 5 at lunch. There was 3 wickets for Keith Barker, a couple for Mohammed Abbas, and a couple for Liam Dawson as well. Your commentary team this evening. A little later you'll hear from Southern Vipers off-spinner Charlotte Taylor, but I'm Kevin James, and next to me from BBC Somerset, Anthony Gibson.
And Peter Siddle to open up from the pavilion end. His dyed blonde hair glinting in the sunshine. He bowls, and that's off a thick edge out into the offside from Joe Weatherly's bat, and Hampshire are underway with 2 runs. 2 without loss. Wide of the off stump, Weatherly just pushing out at it. Somerset have got 4 slips in place, who are James Hildreth at first slip, Tom Abel at second, I think that's Roland van der Merwe at third, and I think that's Casey Aldridge at fourth. But they're facing away from us, so it's difficult to tell. Here comes Siddle again, bustling approach, bringing that one back into Weatherly. Bowling at decent pace. Peter Siddle.
I'll tell you what, that hair colour's interesting, isn't it? I must admit, when I saw him at the top of the mark, I thought, who's that?
It's, yeah. Well, I think he's been affecting that for the Adelaide Strikers, isn't he?
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Yeah, the vegan Peter Siddle, reputed to eat between 16 and 20 bananas a day.
Wow.
He's in and bowls, and this is a quick delivery which is run off an open face or maybe a thick edge down to the 3rd man boundary, and Aldridge retrieves, and the first boundary of the Hampshire innings, 6 without loss. Yeah, Somerset's 180. It's a lot better than it might have been when they were 61 for 5, but still ultimately a disappointing return. I think they would have felt if they could have got through that morning session with, say, 2 or 3 wickets down, then they would have been well placed to put decent runs on the board as the ball got softer and the wicket flattened out. But I don't think 180 is enough. Hampshire very much on top. Here's Siddle in and bowls, and this is played firmly up to mid-on, where I think that's Marchant de Lange. Somerset fielders not having numbers on their backs, as I was explaining earlier on. I think that's Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point. Here comes Siddle again. He's there and bowls, bending his back. That's, that must be Tom Lammonby. Left-handed return from mid-off. Quite a pleasant afternoon. Now the wind has dropped. The gusts have become a little bit more sporadic, not quite as fierce. It's blustery rather than very windy. This is driven nicely and well half stopped by, I think that's Lammonby at mid-off. They still take a single, but saved his side. 3 runs there. 7 without loss at the end of the first over. Good start for Hampshire.
Well, I love the blonde locks from Peter Siddle, first and foremost. I think whatever he does in terms of his wicket-taking ability will come up a massive second for me. I can't take my eyes off his top of his head. But his that's the 4th county, isn't it, he's been playing for? Notts, Lancashire, Essex, and now Somerset. Clearly loves county cricket. Has done well as well.
He did great things for Essex.
So we've got Ned
91
Leonard.
wickets in 21 games for Essex.
Wow.
Not bad, is it?
Mind you, that was Chelmsford. I mean, if a game went past the second day, you'd done well. But that's not taking anything away from him. Of course, he was superb. He has been a superb bowler for quite a while. 37 years of age now is Peter Siddle. And here's a man who's just 19 years of age, opening up at the near end, our commentary end at the hotel. It's Ned Leonard, right arm over, and comes in to bowl to Joe Weatherly. And Weatherly works that ball through the vacant square leg area for a single.
It's Ben Green fielding there.
This is going to, I mean, you've been equal to the challenge already, but this is going to test you more than me because I had numbers to help me. You don't have anything like that.
No, but I'm familiar with most of them.
No, you're very good, and the fact that you had your eye operation during the winter will make you even better.
Well, I tell you what, it's a great relief actually being able to see quite clearly what's going on out in the middle, rather than having to work with a mixing fair amount of guesswork last season.
Well, you covered it up very well. Ian Holland yet to get off the mark. Leonard bowls, it's fullish, and Holland just quietly playing that out on the onside. Ian Holland's had a decent pre-season lead up to this game. Joe Weatherly, on the other hand, is probably the one player in the Hampshire lineup that has struggled for runs pre-season. But of course, this is the real thing. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update shortly. As Leonard comes in, that's outside of the off stump, and there is no run. And here we go. And Hampshire are batting. In fact, they're only in the second over. They are replying to Somerset's total of 180 all out, and they are 8 without loss. All 8 of those to Joe Weatherly, who's struggled a little bit for pre-season form. 180 all out represented a good effort from the Hampshire bowlers. Keith Barker leading the way with 3 wickets, a couple of wickets for Mohammed Abbas, and 2 for spinner Liam Dawson as well, including top scorer James Hildreth, who went for 87. 2 big wickets after lunch. Roland van der Merwe before that for 28. James Fuller claimed that one. So 180 all out. Hampshire now have moved on to 12 without loss.
Yeah, short and wide one from Ned Leonard, which was dispatched by Ian Holland to the square cover boundary. Fierce shot. Ball got precisely what it deserved.
So Leonard with 4 slips here, all fairly close to the bat actually. They look fairly close as Holland pushes that out on the onside. Brisk medium pace, isn't he, Leonard?
Yeah, I mean, he has the reputation of being able to bowl a little bit quicker than that. Sort of, I guess he'd be around about 80 miles an hour, something like that.
That's all right.
Might be able to push it up to about 85.
That's a decent pace at the moment. He's probably just still warming up. Not easy out there as comes in again, runs away from us. That's outside the off stump. Good leave. Through to Steve Davis. 2 overs gone then. Hampshire are 12 without loss.
Yeah, very much weakened Somerset attack without, well, Josh Davies still recovering from a groin injury. He did bowl against Warwickshire in one of the warm-up matches, but obviously wasn't fully fit. Lewis Gregory's laid aside with some form of sickness. Ditto Jack Brooks, and Craig Overton not yet released by the ECB to play for his county, so Peter Siddle, much the most experienced of them, is in and bowls, and that comes off the edge and well fielded at 4th slip by Casey Aldridge, getting down quickly to his right to make the stop on the bats. That was a outside edge, and Weatherly goes down and gives the pitch a prod. They're a noisy lot, Somerset, in the field, as you can probably hear in our effects microphone. Tom Abel, the captain, never short of a word of encouragement for his bowlers and fielders. Siddle bowls. Weatherly just pulls his bat inside the line, I think. The Slips thought he didn't, and that he played and missed, but give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. Good carry from Siddle, who I think it would be fair to say is the quickest that we've seen so far today.
Yeah,
he's a yard or 2 quicker than Kyle Abbott. And Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas more fast medium. This is angled in from outside the off stump, but a full length. Played out into the offside by Weatherly.
He seems just the same pace as he was in those sort of Ashes series you remember back from, I don't know, 10 years back or so, and the only thing different about him, of course, is the colour of his hair.
He's got an uncomplicated action, hasn't he?
Good action. Good English action.
It's the sort of action that will last.
Yes.
That will mean, you know, give a quick bowler longevity. He's there now, bowls. This is driven, but only as far as Tom Lammonby at mid-off. I wonder if Lammonby's got a finger injury of some sort. He normally fields slip or gully. He's there at mid-off. Somerset can ill afford another casualty. Although hopefully, I mean, they'll certainly have Overton and Leach back for the Essex game. Hopefully Brooks and Gregory will have recovered. Davey might be fit. Siddle bowls, beats, and there's a sort of half-hearted appeal. Peter Siddle running the full length of the pitch. Umpire Bainton not in the least bit interested. I didn't think he got anything on it. It was a good ball.
Yeah.
It was a proper play and a miss.
Yeah.
And it might, it could easily have taken the outside edge, but it didn't.
Going back to Lammonby, he's definitely got a bandage on his finger.
Ah. That is the explanation. Here comes Siddle again. He's there in bowls, and Weatherly pushes forward solidly out into the offside. Lammonby picks up. End of the third over. 12 without loss. Hampshire replying to Somerset's first innings of 180.
Yeah, probing over there from Siddle, as you'd expect, and we'll have a lot more of those from the Australian between now and whenever the end of the Hampshire innings is. Just to remind everybody that there'll be no James Vince batting today. Hasn't been on the field since lunchtime when he's gone off to the funeral of his father-in-law, so I guess the first objective for Hampshire is not to lose too many wickets today, and if Vince does get in tomorrow and plays a substantial innings, there's plenty of batsmen around him to bowls. Just short of a length, bit of bounce on Holland, who takes the bottom hand off the bat as he plays that into the pitch.
Taken Aldridge out of slip, so just the 3 slips, and reinforced the cover field just to give Ned Leonard a bit of cover out there so if he does drop one just a little bit short and wide, he's not necessarily going to go for a boundary.
No, I don't think
good captaincy.
Yeah, and I don't think too much has gone through 4th slip anyway, so it's not really I don't think that's a problem. Just let him settle down a little bit. Again, that's bounced a bit. Hits high on the bat as Holland pushes that out on the onside. May just have hit him on the thigh pad as well. Paul Williams has tweeted at Solent Sport. He watched the Shane Warne tribute on the live stream at the tea break. He said it was a superb tribute. Thank you, Charlotte Taylor, who's just dropped a water bottle. It's a glass one, obviously. That's why it made so much noise. Watched the superb tribute to Shane Warne. What a loss to cricket and the world. That's a good length. That's a good carry through to keeper Davis there as Holland leaves that. I think he left that right at the last moment as well.
Well, Nigel on Twitter asks, it's the first proper game of the season, so how can we, Somerset, field a weakened team? Well, the answer is they've got no option. I think the 11 players out there at the moment are the only 11 squad players. James Rue, I think, is still at school at the moment. And everybody else is either unavailable, injured or sick.
Leonard bowls to Holland, who just tucks that away down towards fine leg. He moves on to 5, 13 without loss. Yeah, I blame England for a couple of the omissions.
Well, Overton and Leach, yeah. That's ridiculous.
Email the ECB and ask why.
Well, why, quite. Anil Zhang says, great to hear your familiar voice again, as well as Kevin's. And the sound of cricket. Bit of an afterthought there, Kevin.
That's all right.
I just wish the scoreboard wasn't so familiar, stroke predictable. Yeah, well, I'm afraid it's been the way with Somerset in the last few seasons. But at least James Hildreth made some runs. That's a great saving grace.
It's still a long way in the game to go. As Leonard runs away from us, bowls good length ball there to Weatherly. He plays that watchfully out on the offside.
Interesting that Leonard's been given the new ball rather than Casey Aldridge. Marchant de Lange doesn't tend to bowl with the new ball, but it suggests that maybe Leonard is slightly ahead of Aldridge in the pecking order of the young quick bowlers. Sonny Baker's the other one, but he's got a back injury at the moment, so not available again.
Here's Leonard again. Good delivery outside the off stump. Again, good carry through
good
to
carry,
Davis.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Left alone, end of the over, 13 without loss. We have 28 overs left in the day's play.
He looks to be bowling with a nice bit of nip.
Yeah, nice action.
Does, Ned Leonard. Again, he's come up through the Somerset Academy ranks and highly rated by Steve Kirby, the great Curbs, who's Somerset's bowling coach, who I had the pleasure of having lunch with back in the autumn when he spoke at the West of England Cricket Society, and he was very, very good as well.
Funny story? Some funny stories?
Yeah, some funny stories, but some very intelligent comments as well. This is Peter Siddle bowling to Holland, who turns that down to long leg for a single. And I almost got him to reveal that Peter Siddle was joining Somerset, and because I said it had been mentioned, I think, in the Cricketer. I said not another ageing fast bowler, and he leapt to Siddle's defence. So from that I deduced that Peter Siddle was definitely joining Somerset. That's turned out to be the case. Here he is bowling now to Weatherly and beats him outside the off stump. Beautiful delivery. Just on a good length. Weatherly had to play at it and did just enough to beat the outside edge. That's twice that Siddle's been past Joe Weatherly's outside edge without quite finding it. Couldn't have been much in it there. Full slips waiting expectantly. Hildreth, Abel, Van der Merwe and Aldridge. In lovely spring sunshine now. Oh, and my goodness me, that one went the other way. Moved sharply back in and must almost have gone over the top of Weatherly's off stump. A little bit of movement, a little bit of bounce as well. He's for Somerset supporters listening, what I've seen of Peter Siddle so far is hugely encouraging. He's bowling fast, he's bowling accurately, he's hitting the pitch, he's getting a bit of movement. He looks the part. Here he comes again. He's in bowls, and that's maybe slightly slower delivery to Weatherly, who's equal to it, plays it defensively into the offside. Yes, he looks as fit as anything. He certainly doesn't look as if he's short of match practice. No.
Well, you're right. I think he, up until about mid-March he was playing for Victoria, wasn't he? In fact, I'm not sure if Victoria quite finished yet in the Sheffield Shield. I couldn't quite work it out when I was looking the other day, but he was certainly playing up until then, so he's gone straight from one season to this.
Here he comes again, in and bowls to Weatherly. That comes off a thick edge, past Aldridge at fourth slip. Tom Abel sprints after it. They'll come back for 2 runs as Abel, who's probably the fastest mover amongst the Somerset fieldsmen, sets a wonderful example. Wisden Cricketer of the Year, Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2012, and he was runner-up in that year to Tom Daly for, I can just...
Tom Daly, what, the diver?
Yeah, to...
was he?
For the Daily Telegraph Aviva School Sport Awards.
Oh.
So
other newspapers available.
This is driven back down the pitch by Joe Weatherly. Yeah.
Right.
So that was a national thing. He was Male Pupil of the Year in 2012. So it's not on a bad
It's all right, no.
form line to come second to Olympic gold medalist.
Settle for that, wouldn't you?
And he had a staggering record as a schoolboy cricketer.
Did I say Victoria earlier? I meant Tasmania. Apologies. I'll just add to that.
Yes,
19 wickets at 23.
Yeah, he's with Tasmania now, isn't he?
Yeah. Here's Ned Leonard. 2 overs, none for 6 for the 19-year-old. Runs away from us and bowls to Holland. Length ball gets squared up a little bit. Leading edge out towards backward point. They'll pick up a single. Good delivery. Nice probing delivery. Just looks as though he gets a little bit of nip off the pitch here, the youngster. Good to see. 17 without loss. 7 of those to Holland now. Joe Weatherly back on strike, who's being tested by Peter Siddle. Welcome back to 5 Sports Extra. Listeners, you're here at the Ageas Bowl. At the moment it's sunny and the wind is just holding off for the moment, but it'll be back as Weatherly pushes forward to the 19-year-old Ned Leonard, and the score remains at 17 without loss. We have just under 27 overs left in the day's play. It's moved forward at a fair rate. Wicket has given the bowlers a little help, but only a little. If you land the ball on the seam, there's a little bit of movement there. Not a lot, but just enough that if you're accurate, you will be rewarded as Leonard comes in and bowls, and Weatherly just pushes that out into the covers. So Weatherly has 10, Holland has 7, and Hampshire are replying to that Somerset total of 180 all out. Keith Barker with 3 wickets leading the way there, a couple for Mohammed Abbas. There was also 2 wickets for Liam Dawson, the left-arm spinner, who got one to turn a fraction to Casey Aldridge, which knocked back the off stump. But Somerset recovering from 61 for 5 at lunchtime, chiefly through a 6th wicket partnership. I'll come back to that in a moment. Outside the off stump from Aldridge, and Weatherly leaves alone. There was a 6th wicket partnership worth 73 between Roelof van der Merwe and James Hildreth, and they were growing in confidence and perhaps a little overconfident in the end, because van der Merwe was bowled by James Fuller, just trying to give himself a little bit of room, trying to work that away, probably too square on the offside when he was bowled for 28, maybe a slight hint of an inside edge. And then about half an hour later, after lunch, as Leonard bowls, nice pleasant drive there from Weatherly up to mid-off. James Hildreth kind of yorked himself when Liam Dawson came on, just to hold an end up really, and bowled one, and Hildreth trying to push that through the offside, maybe again a little too square, just closed the face of the bat, the ball went under the bat, and he was out for 87. That was 158 for 7 then, and Somerset in the end bowled out for 180. Hampshire at full strength really, and Somerset suffering a bit with tell you about that. 17 without loss at the end of that over.
Yep, just to run through them quickly. Craig Overton, Jack Leach not available by dint of the ECB. Jack Brooks and Lewis Gregory are sick. Josh Davey hasn't recovered from a groin injury. Tom Banton's got a broken finger, and George Bartlett damaged his shoulder yesterday. Sonny Baker's got a back injury, the young fast bowler. So one way and another, these are the only 11 fit and available players that Somerset have. So let's hope that's what Jason Kerr will have to come on as 12th man, this coach. That's good ball from Siddle, just a little bit wide of off stump. Good carry through to Stephen Davis. That was the in ducker to Weatherly's, past Weatherly's outside edge. A couple of occasions he looks fit, he looks firing, and he looks as if he means business. Peter Siddle, great record at Essex, 67 tests for Australia, vastly experienced, nearly 200 first class games, and at the moment he looks the part of an overseas fast bowler. He's there at bowls and brings this one again into Weatherly from outside the off stump. Weatherly turns it up to Marchant de Lange. We haven't seen Big Marchant with the ball yet. We saw him briefly with the bat. It was an absolutely typical Marchant de Lange innings. We had block, 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 swipe, Then he came down the other end, block, swipe, bowled. It's Siddle bowling to Weatherly. I'm swear he was trying to hit it over the top of the Ingleby Mackenzie stand on the far end of the ground, and if he'd middled it, it might very well have done that, but he didn't. In fact, he made no contact whatsoever.
It was a shot worthy of the 100. Just.
Yeah. Of course, he plays in the 100, doesn't he? For,
he does.
Trent Rockets.
Yeah.
Did quite well under the captaincy of Lewis Gregory, and they're both, I think, with the Trent Rockets again this year. Whether Gregory's going to captain them, I'm not sure. Siddle is in and bowls, and that's defended by Joe Weatherly. Tom Abel has taken over from Lewis Gregory as Somerset's Vitality Blast captain, and I'd expect Ben Green to captain the side in the Royal London One Day Cup. Somerset losing 8, possibly 9 players to the 100, so that'll give some of the youngsters a chance to show what they can do, and some of the more experienced as well, James Hildreth and Stephen Davis. Siddle bowls and Weatherly defends. There's no run after made a quick start. Hampshire, things have slowed down since then. 18 without loss. They are 11 to Weatherly and 7 to Holland. Siddle's 1 ball short of his 4th over. He's gone for 10. And Ned Leonard conceded just 8 runs off his 3 overs. He's been accurate, tidy, but not yet managed to get it past the bat. This is outside the off stump, goes through chest height to Stephen Davis. So he's bending his back, is Peter Siddle. That was a maiden, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10, but bending his back so far with no result.
One match is already, well, not match, but one game is already finished for the day. It's down at Cardiff. Morgan 164 for 4, and they went off because of a second hailstorm, and that effectively put paid to any further play. But live commentary on the BBC Sport website and app continues on all the other games around the country that are taking place, including here. And of course, if you want to marry that up with the live picture feed, then all the counties are providing the pictures along with not always BBC commentaries, but most of them. So you get the best of both worlds. Here's Ned Leonard bowling to Holland, who steers that leg stump delivery down towards fine leg. He'll move on to 8. Siddle definitely proving the bigger threat out of the 2 bowlers here. I think if I was batting out there at the moment, not any disrespect to Leonard, who's actually bowling quite tightly, but Siddle is asking a few more questions. I think I'll be facing too much of Siddle at the moment. Rich Lloyd, who's tweeted at Somerset Sports, says great to have the cricket back. Come to more of that in a moment as Leonard right arm over. 19-year-old runs in, bowls, and that's flicked away on the leg side by Weatherly for another single. He moves on to 12, and it's 20 without loss. Looking forward to another season of Kevin and Friends on the live commentary. Hope it goes the distance this evening, as just setting out on a 2.5-hour drive home. Come on, Hampshire, says Rich. Well, there's plenty of cricket left here today. I don't think we'll have any problems with hail, or all the problems have been caused by the wind. It's got very gusty at times today, and we've seen 1 or 2 instances of, that's outside the off stump and left alone, of players losing their cap, and certainly in James Fuller's case, probably having to run half the length of the field to go and retrieve it. You can still hear the wind in the background. It's hardly been a let up today. Every now and then it goes calm, and you think, oh, and you really notice it. So that just shows how blowy it has been.
It's warmer now than it's been all day.
Yeah, I know, it's
up here
quite
in
weird, isn't it?
Gantry.
Yeah.
A little bit of sunshine breaking through.
Yeah. That doesn't say a lot for when it's been cold. Outside the off stump, left alone by Ian Holland.
Well, I've taken 1 layer off.
Have you?
Yep.
So you've still got 8 to go.
I've taken my coat off. I've still got my body warmer on and pull over and goodness knows what else.
Yeah. This exaggerates, this camera gantry here on the top of the hotel exaggerates the weather outside, so If it's cold, it's like Antarctica in here. If it's warm, it's like Venus. That's outside the off stump, and that's left alone, and there's very little in between.
Big Marchant just doing some stretches at mid-on. Ned Leonard in his 4th over, so maybe it's time to give Marchant a go.
Interesting. Does he not open up for you guys?
No.
Maybe he's one of those bowlers that doesn't like the brand new cherry in his hand. There are a few around. That's cut away by Holland. Finds the gap, square on the offside. 4 runs. Beautiful shot. All along the ground. Ripple of applause. Hasn't been a great crowd here today. I'm sure the conditions have had a part in that. End of the over. 24 without loss. 24 to do in the day.
He rather blotted his copybook there with that delivery, did Ned Leonard. He'd been bowling tidily up to them, but just dragged that one down a little bit, and Ian Holland taking full toll. I think the other problem with Marchant de Lange is the faster he bowls it, the faster it goes off the bat. If he bowls a loose one, and he can be very expensive. And with a hard new ball, that again will tend to fly around. But it may be, as you say, that he just prefers bowling with a slightly older ball. Here comes Siddle again, in and bowls outside the off stump. To Weatherly, who's on 12, both batsmen on 12, Hampshire on 24. This is the 9th over. Somerset were already in trouble at this stage in their innings. Ben Green was the first to go. That was 14 for 1 at the end of the 7th, and in the 10th Tom Abel followed him back to the pavilion. Siddle bowls outside the off stump, carbon copy of the previous delivery. No shot from Weatherly. Lots of encouragement from the 4 slips. James Hildreth with his hands in his pockets at first slip. I shall be talking to James at close of play, unless one of these Somerset bowlers does something very, very dramatic. And I'm sure he'll be, well, relieved probably, as well as pleased to have finally got some serious runs under his belt. This is turned away into the onside, but only as far as Ben Green at mid-wicket. He's had a very lean time of it, James Hildreth. But after a nervy start this morning, he warmed to his task, and by the end he was looking like the James Hildreth of old.
It's good to see, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Played really well. Played very, very well.
Lovely fluent stroke play.
Makes it look easy when he plays like that.
Here's Siddle again. Bowls to Weatherly on fuller length, turned into the onside, but Green is there to cut it off at mid-wicket.
Some players make batting look hard work, even though they're scoring runs. Some batters score runs and make it look not stupidly easy, but just easy. Just makes the game look as though how it should be played, and he's one.
He bats, when he's batting well, he bats with a lovely rhythm as well. Siddle is in and bowls, and full length pushed into the offside. It could be a run out. Lammonby's there, misses the stumps as he flings himself and the ball in the general direction of the stumps. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. I think Ian Holland would have been home in any case, but it was a sharp single called by Weatherly. Takes the score on to 25.
It was a tight one, isn't it? I mean, it's good to be aggressive, but I'm not sure you'd want to see too many singles like that. That was just about okay.
Well, as mid-offs go, Tom Lammonby is one of the quickest in the business. He normally fields in the slips, and he is very quick across the ground, but he'll be disappointed not to have hit the stumps. Siddle then to Holland outside the off stump. Just took a little bit of pace off that, floated it up a little bit further, but Holland not to be tempted. End of that over, which is the 9th of the innings so far, and Somerset yet to make the breakthrough. Hampshire going along fairly securely, 25 without loss.
Keep the emails coming in, silentcricket@gmail.com. That's the one we're using throughout the 4 days. John Skews has emailed saying, good afternoon, good to be watching and listening to the Hampshire live stream again. Great to see Shane Warne walking off the pitch at Southgate after completing a century. That was, of course, on the tribute video, which was played out to the crowd here at lunchtime and again on the live feed during tea at Southgate, of course, yeah. Middlesex haven't played there for a while. I don't think they're due to either. Will, I think he says Marcus, I think you mean Mason, ever open the innings again after doing so at Ageas? That was the last game of last season. Pity he got a duck. Well, he certainly won't be opening in this game because he's not playing. Here's Leonard. There's another cut shot there from Weatherly. Slightly aerial Leonard, this time, but it's short and wide. Short and wider than the one bowled to Ian Holland in the previous over.
It's De Lange.
Oh, De Lange, sorry, apologies.
Yeah, yeah,
sorry, apologies.
Yeah. And you've just seen a demonstration of why Martin De Lange doesn't take the new ball.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, we all know he's a better bowler than that, and I'm sure it just takes a couple of balls or so just to get loose. I mean, this is not the easiest conditions just to come in and bowl, is it? With the wind and the cold, and sure it'll take him a few balls, but yeah, he's a better bowler than what he's shown there, that's for sure. That's a better delivery. That bounces a bit on Weatherly, plays it well, keeps it down as it goes on the leg side.
Well, this could be the only championship match that Martin De Lange plays this side of September, because Somerset have got 3 overseas on their books, yes, or will have when Matt Renshaw arrives. And I think Renshaw and Siddle are both ahead of Martin De Lange in the pecking order.
Oh, right, so he's going to be kicking his heels a little bit, is he? As he bowls, that's a good length ball as Weatherly pushes forward.
Well, he'll play in the T20,
yeah,
but they can't play all 3 of them in the same championship match. And I would have thought, well, I think almost self-evidently, Peter Siddle's, as long as he stays fit, is a better bet with the new ball than Martin De Lange, and Renshaw has been signed to reinforce the main batting.
Yeah, he did well for you guys, didn't he, when he played before. De Lange bowls outside the off stump, and that's cut away on the offside, past the diving fielder at backward point, and that's 4. A little bit of width there from De Lange. Again.
2 boundaries in the over so far.
It's just coming on, the ball's coming on a little bit to the batters here with De Lange's extra pace, and it may just be suiting them a fraction. It's not the quickest of pitches. Early season, of course, which doesn't help in that regard. And maybe the batsmen are enjoying just the extra little bit of pace. De Lange, 20 wickets at 34 apiece last season, which
it's not
I
great
think
for
him,
an overseas fast bowler, is it?
No, it should be better than that. But he's a little bit quicker than most. Comes in again, right arm over. Bowls, that's short, and there's a duck hook there down towards fine leg from Joe Weatherly. He was almost down on one knee.
Shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was almost a sweep. Obviously it's not when the ball's well, it was head height, almost head height initially, but he was almost on one knee as he helped that down to fine leg. Very strange shot, but actually quite well executed. He's on 22, 34 without loss. Jack Sanderson has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've just seen Adrian Harms's tweet showing some nice cakes at the tea interval at Sussex.
A chance to be a fine thing.
Yeah. Hope it was similarly nice for you guys at the Ageas too. We had a nice lunch, although Anthony unfortunately missed out, but I'm sure he'll make up for it tomorrow. That's played back to De Lange, whose first over has cost 9, Hampshire 34 without loss. Heading down on the 30th for the Lancashire game. That's here at the Ageas. I can't wait, says Jack. I have to say the lunch was pretty good here, I have to say.
Just had a WhatsApp from Tim Carson, who farms up on the Wiltshire Downs. It's nice to hear your voice on the radio again. Just driving back from the NFU board meeting at Taunton. Is Tim, who's got a son at Millfield, who's another very talented sportsman. And Tim himself played fly half for Bath many moons ago.
All right.
Here's Siddle in a bowls outside the off stump, not far off outside the off stump. He does look very fit, Peter Siddle, doesn't he? He has that, sort of bright-eyed, bushy tail look about him.
It looks as though he means business. As I say, I said earlier that to me he doesn't look any different than when I saw him bowl in international matches 10 years ago. He comes in with the same gusto, probably not a lot of pace, although he might be a fraction down. He's 37 these days, but yeah, he's still as accurate as ever, still gets that ball to move off the seam.
Here he comes again,
Enthusiastic.
past the umpire and bowls, and slightly. Oh, that almost rolled back onto his stumps. I think. Let's just watch the replay. Yeah, it did. Yes, it just missed the off stump. As Joe Weatherly played a sort of dead bat defensive shot, and the ball ran down the face of the bat and almost took his off stump. But he survives. Siddle in bowls and beats Weatherly outside the off stump. Groped for that. And a message from Polly Rhodes, who's scoring for Somerset here today. She asks, had Peter Siddle started his career before his new ball partner Ned Leonard was born? Not quite is the answer. Ned Leonard was born in 2003, and Peter Siddle played his first game for Victoria in 2005. But that would have been a good stat, wouldn't it? Here comes Siddle again. He's there and bowls. Again, that's the one that he just takes a little bit of pace off and pitches it right up. Just hoping that the batsman will hit it in the air to one of those offside fielders. Not that there is much in the way of an offside field. We've got Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point and Tom Lammonby at mid-off. And a great big gap between, inviting the drive. 4 slips still. As we're in the 11th over. Good ball from Siddle. Comes back into Weatherly, who deals with it very proficiently. He's been batting well, as Joe Weatherly is on 22. Had more of the strike than Ian Holland.
Yeah.
Sun comes out, shining directly into our eyes in the commentary gantry in the hotel at the Ageas Bowl. Siddle bowls and brings this one back into Weatherly, who calmly plays it into the onside, and I think that's me done for the time being. I'll have a break, and Charlotte Taylor will be coming in to join Kevin James.
Thank you, Anthony. Well, the teams change over for the change of innings. George McMenemy has tweeted, afternoon to you, George. Nice to hear from you. At Sonet Sport, overjoyed to hear the cricket team back on the air, as I know it means we've got our cricket back. Never felt more optimistic for a Hampshire season. Whatever happens, we've built a cricket inside we can all be proud of. I love Hampshire and this glorious sport. I know George absolutely loves cricket and he loves Hampshire, as that tweet suggests. 34 without loss, as De Lange runs away from us, bowls middle and leg, and that's turned away behind square on the leg side by Ian Holland. May look for 2 here. They do. Holland moves on to 14, and it's 36 without loss. I can hear another noise in my ears. What's that?
I think it's me again.
No, it's not you. It's below us.
You sure?
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
No.
There's something going on somewhere.
Yeah, it's usually me.
Anyway.
Me causing a ruckus.
No, it's not. No, it's fun. We've got just under 21 overs left in the day's play, so I think we're probably looking at nearly 6:30, probably 25 past 6 at the moment. Here's De Lange, bowls to Ian Holland, leaves that alone outside the off stump. Good length delivery.
Good carry.
Yeah.
I need my sunnies now. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
It's gone from one extreme to the other. The wind has died down for the moment, but that's happened a few times.
And then it's come back to bite us.
Yes, it has, yeah. There's definitely something going on with... How's that? Does that sound better? I'm not sure. De Lange bowls, length ball, and Holland pushes that up towards shortish mid-on. And there is no run. What have you made of things since tea?
I think there's been a good battle between bat and ball, hasn't it? There's been some chances, there's been some good shots. I think it's been it's just good fight from these two. Weatherly hasn't had the best pre-season, and he didn't score too many runs last year either, so I think he's got something to prove and he's doing well so far, so I'm happy for him.
Pushed out on the offside by Ian Holland. De Lange is one of these bowlers that sort of bangs it into the wicket a bit, doesn't he? He's all sort of brute force, brute shoulder. Quite a nice action.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of him in this. I saw a bit of him. He played for the Trent Rockets in the 100, and I was impressed with him then. I think he took. Was it in his first game? He took 5. I mean, it might even have been against Southern Brave. I can't remember.
Okay.
And he was, he just looked fearsome.
He gets it through. That's Fuller this time, and Holland just pushes that up towards mid-on. Sun quite bright at the moment. Shadows appearing from the players. You just think that the wind is not far away. Hasn't been far away all day.
No, you're
and
right
when
about
it blows. Oh, there it comes back. There it is.
It's like you almost knew. That's bizarre. See into the future, you can.
De Lange in again, runs away from us. Shorter, and Holland ducks very low as that ball goes over his head through to wicketkeeper Steve Davis. 36 without loss, Hampshire. They faced 12 overs of their reply to the Somerset total of 180. Weatherly has 22, Ian Holland has 14. Just to remind you, in that Somerset innings, that 6-wicket partnership worth 73 between Rola van der Merwe and James Hildreth certainly got them back into the game when at lunch they were in a bit of a state really at 61 for 5. It wasn't through bad batting, it was just through some very good, tight, accurate bowling. I think it's fair to say that all the batters out before lunch were all got out rather than getting themselves out. Ball just nibbled around a little bit. It nibbled around a bit in the afternoon session, but van der Merwe with his 28 and certainly Hildreth with his 87 played quite superbly. Got a change of bowling here. Casey Aldridge is coming on at the pavilion end. Another youngster, 21 years of age.
Yeah, exciting talent for Somerset. You say he come through Millfield?
Yeah, it's another Millfield.
Yeah,
just say Millfield. You'll be about 70% right.
And he bowls from the pavilion end that guides down towards third man, thick outside edge. 2 players running after it. And it's just pulled inside the rope. It was a great bit of athleticism, to drag that back in, and they're going to pick up 3. So that's 3 to Weatherly. He moves to 25. Hampshire 39 for none. It was a great bit of acrobatics. Almost dived over the line, scooped it back. Not that I could see much because
you're a bit.
I'm just vertically challenged. I could stand on this chair.
You're not vertically challenged. You're just.
Hold on.
You're not tall.
There we go. Oh, this is much better. Why did I not do this 3 hours ago? He comes in from the pavilion end, and that's just tucked into the onside for no run. This is much better. This is a great view from up here.
Well, I have to say, I mean, Hampshire have been very good today. They've given us a great lunch, and we've had tea and coffee brought very early on with some pastries. I mean, I have to say, it's been absolutely superb. That's different, but before we had stalls that were a little bit higher. We got brand new stalls for this year. We got brand new tables, which is lovely, and they're all lovely, but the stalls are a fraction lower.
So it doesn't help me.
So it hasn't helped you at all.
No, but that's fine. I'm just on the edge of it here. Yeah, I'm here.
But are you going to be able to stay like that, stood on that bottom rung of that stall for ages?
Well, we'll have to find out as Casey Aldridge runs in, bowls over the wicket, and that's left alone by Holland outside the off stump. Yeah, I'm unsure. We'll find out. We like to talk about other sports sometimes on radio, and there's an email in from actually Matt, no surname, who's the opening day of the Major League Baseball this year is in America the same day as the county championship. He's very happy about that. As Aldridge comes in left alone, great carry through to the keeper. Good deal of bounce. And he sports the Pittsburgh Pirates. I don't know where Pittsburgh is actually.
Pittsburgh is, without looking it up.
I feel like you would know.
Well, why? I don't know why. I've got a feeling it's south something of Detroit.
Well, he's mentioned something about Wisconsin here, but I don't know if that's related or not.
That's a bit more
I'm not sure.
left.
I don't know my American
geography. The other side of the
really.
Great Lakes, I think.
That's short and wide outside off stump by Aldridge, and it's left alone by Holland. He was half tempted to cut, but he didn't in the end.
I could have got that horribly wrong, and I'm going to get absolutely slaughtered. There was more to that tweet. Actually, wasn't it? Because he was saying, Matt was saying that he's not sure if it's ever happened before, where the first day of the county championship season is also the opening day for Major League Baseball. I'm not sure everybody's ever put those two sports together, to be honest.
Other than compare them, Americans like to compare them actually, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Holland, and there is no run again, and the score is 39 for naught.
So St Louis Cardinals are in action today against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, maybe it's St Louis Cardinals that he supports then.
At the Bosch Stadium.
Bosch
Stadium. Not sure if Ian Holland is a Milwaukee Brewers fan, but Wisconsin are in the same division.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a foreign language to me, baseball, if I'm honest.
I've been to one baseball game. I went to the Detroit Tigers against, I can't remember who they played now, it's a little while ago, but yeah, I've been to one game. It's quite good, it's good fun.
Yeah, I would like to go and watch baseball actually. I've got this thing I want to go and watch all different sports.
Here's De Lange, start of a new over, length ball to Weatherly, who comes forward, out goes the ball on the offside.
Yeah, I've got into Formula 1 recently.
Have you?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, no, I don't know the...
Why have you got into it?
I don't know. George Adams, our captain, loves it, absolutely obsessed with Mercedes.
The Vipers.
Yeah. And, yeah, so she sort of got me into it. And then my nan, bless her, she loves the Formula 1.
Really?
So we sat there watching that. But I've got into basketball as well. So Solent University, local university to Southampton, they are really big on their basketball. They get a lot of Americans come over.
De Lange bowls on the line of leg stump, whipped away on the leg side, but not timed. And there's a bizarre throw from square leg where he was aiming for the stumps at the batter's end, and it was nearer the bowler's end, just slipped out the hand. Not sure who that was. Was that
no, I don't know.
Might be.
Maybe.
He's got a bandage on his left hand, one of the fingers. No, he's up mid-off, I think. It's difficult as Anthony Gibson. Well, of course, he's used to the Somerset players.
Yeah, that is true.
As they're all in sweaters with no numbers, it's a little bit difficult for us. Here comes De Lange, length ball. It's pushed back to the bowler, there's no run. I think we can reveal that when we walked around to the far end for lunch, that George Adams' dad, Chris Adams, former England and Sussex batsman, was here. And he said he is here at his new job as an England batting scout. And I'm sure he won't mind us mentioning this. If he does, he'll tell me off at some point, because I'll see him again. And he said he was here. He said Tom Abel got one. Oh, and that's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery there from De Lange. Just left Weatherly as it went past the outside edge of his bat. And he said James Vince disappeared at lunchtime for his father-in-law's funeral. So I'm not sure it's going to be his most productive day.
Well, that's right. Ease your way in. Gets to watch some nice cricket in the sun.
He does.
I don't know whether he's then supposed to go to other games around the country.
Well, Hove is, well, obviously that's his place.
Yeah.
Where he's on the committee there.
So I don't know whether he'd just do like a morning session here and then after.
He might go. But that depends on who's playing
else.
there and who's on his list. It's wrapped on the thigh pad there, whether he was almost as if he was trying to step outside the line of the ball.
I don't know if it got him a bit higher than that.
Shot,
I thought he was gripping onto his chest a little bit, but no, it seems to be okay.
Bit of extra bounce there from De Lange, but either way, I mean, he's a fairly regular visitor here, of course, because as you mentioned, George Adams, your Vipers captain, comes and watches, doesn't he, from time to time?
Absolutely, yeah.
When you can, of course. Hasn't been that often in the last year and a bit with the COVID restrictions.
No,
you guys had to play a whole season without any crowd.
Yeah, that was, well, it wasn't too bizarre for me.
De Lange to Weatherly. Weatherly turns that away, gets a bat on this time as it goes down to fine leg, and he moves on to 26, 40 without loss.
But yeah, we'd love to get the crowd in at the Ageas now. Yeah. We're tasked with getting at least 500 for our game on the 18th. So we'd really like to see lots of people come down for that evening fixture on Wednesday the 18th of May for our second game in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. We've got a plan to do the double this year, Kev. That's our challenge.
Have you?
Can
You've got
we
a plan?
Yeah, a formidable plan. Can we do the double? Can we win the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, and can we win the Charlotte Edwards Cup? That is our big challenge.
Well, you came close last year, didn't you?
It's a big, it's a big plan. But hopefully it can come to fruition this year.
I suppose it's a plan you can't share with anybody. Can't.
No, absolutely
not.
Of
course not. No, it's all secret. It's a big secret.
It's top secret. I thought it was a bowling change, but there's not. Aldridge is going to continue from the pavilion end. It's a field change, though. Two players are going to swap. Don't know who they are, like you say, because they both got jumpers on. but they're going to swap their point and deep third around. And he approaches from the pavilion end, bowls to Weatherly, and that's pushed up to mid-on for no run.
Paul Barnes in the tweets at Somerset Sport, I think he's tweeted you as well, Charlotte. Great to hear another Vipers superstar on the feed. Looking forward to another great season, and good luck to all of them. And Brian Barish has tweeted on the subject of the baseball. I support the Philadelphia Phillies on the other side of the state.
That's left alone by Weatherly outside the off stump. Good carry through to the keeper from Aldridge.
He talks about the stadium. He says the Bush, we said Bush, whatever. He says it's pronounced like Bush.
Oh.
So there we go. He's also sent a map. So Pittsburgh is just below Lake Erie.
Do we know what state yet? Have we nailed that one down?
Pennsylvania.
Right, okay. As Aldridge comes in, bowls Weatherly, pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
So it is near the Great Lakes. Yeah, I said about Detroit, it's actually south east of Detroit, below Lake Erie is Pittsburgh. That's right.
Well, there we go. My American geography is that bad, I didn't actually know that Detroit was in Pennsylvania.
It's not.
Oh.
It's in Michigan.
Well, there we go. It's a good job I don't have to do anything about American sport. Aldridge comes, that's a lovely flowing drive from Weatherly. It's a really, really good shot through the covers, over pitched, and just climbs into that one. He's going to pick up 4. And that's a really good shot from Weatherly. He takes him to 30, and Hampshire are 44 for no loss, and seem to be in control at the minute.
Yeah, Weatherly's best shot of his innings so far.
That was lovely, wasn't it? Just looked flowing, free, like he had all the time in the world, and just punched it. He didn't even move, he just sort of watched the stroke fly after the boundary. He'd be happy to see that, I'm sure. Lovely start.
That'll give Weatherly a bit of confidence. As I said, he was struggling for runs pre-season. Probably the only Hampshire top-order batsman that didn't really score anything of note.
Yeah, that was definitely something that he'd want to improve on and start strong, considering that. And comes in again, does Aldridge. He's just tucked into the onside. Shorter in length this time.
Brian Barish is back on the tweets about the baseball. As to whether or not MLB and the Championship have started on the same day, I don't know if it's happened recently. Well, the previous tweet said it hadn't. MLB was supposed to start last week, but it got delayed because of a labour dispute. It usually starts around the end of March. There you go.
Well, there you go. Aldridge comes in again, bowls to Weatherly, pushes it up to mid-on. And there is no run. That's the end of this 15th over, sorry. And Hampshire 44 for no loss. Holland is 14 not out, and Weatherly is 30 not as well.
I'm getting a few baseball tweets in here now. Liam Williamson, somersetcricket@gmail.com. Hi again. Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania, yep, in the northeast of the country. As for baseball, it's a rarity to have the opening day today. I'm a fan as well, but not of the Pirates. In fact, I would like to offer my condolences to the previous emailer for his support of that particular team. I don't think we want to start a baseball war here.
No, I really don't think we need to start that at all, really.
Anyway, here's Delanger again running away from us. Still some sunshine here at the Ageas as Ian Holland pushes forward back to the bowler. Delanger starting his 4th over. He has none for 12. Casey Aldridge at the pavilion end has 2 overs, none for 7. Somerset bowlers wicketless currently. Peter Siddle, the pick of the bowlers so far of the 4 that have been employed by Somerset.
Yeah, he was fantastic to start with, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Come back to his figures in a moment as Holland gets on his toes there as he plays that away on the leg side. Bit of extra bounce there from Delanger. Holland moves on to 14, 45 without loss now. Siddle's opening gambit, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 11. Beat the bat, especially Joe Weatherly a few times. That sort of nagging line just outside off stump where the odd ball nips back and the odd ball goes on with the arm. We see that Abbott do that a lot and it is very difficult to judge what to play.
Absolutely, he's a seasoned pro now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Said he does it for fun almost.
Here's DeLanger. Length ball outside the off stump. That's a good lead from Weatherly. Wasn't that far away from his off stump. So we have 16 overs left in the day after this, so somewhere around 25 past 6 will be the close. Only had a few overs of spin today. Liam Dawson with 2 wickets, 2 for 10 of 5 overs. That's all the spin we've had.
And he bowled well.
He did, and it looked like he did get a little bit of purchase from this wicket. Not a lot, but just enough. It's pushed out in the offside. No run.
He does. He likes bowling here, does Liam Dawson. He bowls well.
He does.
Bowls full. And, yeah, creates problems for the batters in, you know, any stage of the game, really. But, yeah, he was brilliant today.
Yeah. Paul Barnes quite rightly points out on Twitter at Somerset Sport that we need to speak to Tara Norris, the Vipers' left-arm seam bowler, about the geography of that great country. Of course, she played for the USA in the winter, didn't she?
She absolutely did.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Weatherly.
Yeah, she did. Had a great time, I think, and really relishing the opportunity to go and play some, you know, in some fantastic countries. I think she played in Zimbabwe and went to Mexico, and
yeah,
you know, why would you not travel and play cricket?
So that's right. She played in Mexico some T20 World Cup qualifiers, didn't she? And then went to Zimbabwe for some 50 over World Cup qualifiers. But then didn't that tournament get pulled a little bit because of COVID, didn't it? I think outside the off stump, and that's left alone. But I think the USA were already struggling by then. They were playing some decent teams.
Yeah,
End of the over, 45 without loss. Graham Snow has tweeted at Somerset Sports, it's nice to see the cricket season starting. Currently watching the live stream and also looking forward to seeing Hampshire back at New Close on the Isle of Wight for the game against Northants. Graham's also on the Isle of Wight. Yep, we're back there this year for a one-day game. We're there for a 4-day game against Notts about 3 seasons ago. It was good fun.
Yeah, I like New Close. We went there for a pre-season. It was an internal pre-season game last summer in April. The Vipers went over as a combination of our academy and our first team. And we had a great day out. It was a long day out. Some of the girls came from Sussex in the morning, got on a boat to the Isle of Wight, played all day, got the boat back, then drove back to Sussex and got back, some of them 1 in the morning or something silly. As Aldridge continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Holland. That's short outside the off stump, and it's been carved away. I think it's going to get there. It's slowing up slightly, and it will go for 4 forward of cover, and Holland picks up 4 and the score moves to 49 for no loss.
Yes, for those of you that don't follow ferry timetables that well to the Isle of Wight and back again, they don't go too late in the evening, do they?
And no, I think the last one, it depends if you get on the car ferry or the sort of the speedy red jet, if you like, from Southampton. That's just the passenger. So we went on, had to put our cars on the car ferry, and I think the last one was about, well, it could have been probably about 10:30.
Yeah, I think that's
but we had to get on much earlier than that. As Aldridge bowls a no ball, first one of the day, I think.
You're right.
Oversteps there, and Holland leaves it alone, and that's Hampshire's 50 as a ripple of applause goes around the ground. They've batted well this morning, and wicketless still for Somerset, but they're still prying for one as we get later on in this day. Hampshire are 51 as the partnership comes up on the board between these two. They've batted well.
98 balls.
Yeah, they've been positive as well. Aldridge bowls. That one's left alone by Holland outside the off stump. Slightly wider there.
Have you guys got a game over there this year? No, you haven't got a competitive game, have you?
No.
I mean, it's great fun over there, there's no doubt about it, but I think it's a lot of effort for a one-day game. I mean, the 4-day game, you've got to take everything over there, and okay, for 4 days, you think, yeah, okay, that's fair enough, but to go over there for just 1 day and then bring it all back again,
it's just also for the travelling team. It's you could imagine. I mean, it's Northants, which isn't too bad, I suppose. As Aldridge comes in, bowls left alone by Holland outside the stump, convincing leave as he goes through to the keeper. But you know, Could you imagine Yorkshire going to come over and play the Isle of Wight for a game?
Yeah, well, it was Notts, wasn't it, that game 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Which I suppose is big enough. But yeah, for those of you that don't know the ground at New Close, it was basically built with this ground in mind, wasn't it? It's sort of the blueprint. Of course, it doesn't have the stands and the seats, but I mean, it's basic design.
Yeah, it does. Aldridge comes in. That's wafted at by Holland, but he does pull his bat away in the end, and that goes through to the keeper. It's well bowled by Aldridge.
But a good ground, and it has a very holiday feel. The weather there was pretty good for the 4 days that we had, and it had a real holiday vibe.
Do you remember the result?
Yeah, Hampshire won.
Good.
Yeah, hundreds from Sam Northeast and Ajinka Rihani.
Oh yeah. Amazing. Would have loved that. Aldridge bowls. That's just down the leg side, drifting slightly. No run. Keeper mops up. Some volume coming from below us. I don't know what's being said. But
yeah, there's always a group of fans that like sitting just either side of the sight screen, like most grounds, really, don't they? They like to sort of sit as close to the line of the ball as possible.
And the crowd has just sort of, it's working its way to stay in the sunshine.
Yeah, this end is the end to be.
Yeah.
The northern end of the ground at this time of day.
Yeah. We were jealous of the Shane Warne stand earlier. We're not now. As Aldridge comes in, bowls back of a length, and that's just pushed into the offside by Holland. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire 51 for naught.
I think that's you, Charlotte, unless
Lovely.
you want to do one more over. Do you want to do one more over,
Yeah.
and then Anthony will come in.
Sounds good.
It'll be two ends of the ground now. That'll be very cold over the far end in the shade.
Yeah, there's hardly anyone over there now.
No, that'll be cold. You'll need thermals there, that's for sure.
But almost wanting to take my whole big coat off now, which is quite brave.
But when there isn't any wind, I mean, it actually feels. I mean, this feels like June now all of a sudden, doesn't it? I mean, having felt like, December, November, December for 99% of the day, it now all of a sudden with no wind feels like.
Yeah, this is what I came for.
Yeah.
This is what I signed up for.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Tom Abel is coming on with his right arm medium paces. Always gets the ball to swing away from the right hander here. Can be quite dangerous as he pitches the ball up, inviting the drive. Taking over from Marchand de Lange, who bowled 4 overs, none for 13 from this hotel end. Here he is then. And bowls. It's down the line of leg stump. It's turned away on the leg side. I'll be doing a quick 30-second update. That's coming up right now. Yeah, Hampshire are going along quite nicely here, replying to the Somerset total of 180. They are 53 without loss, so the first half-century opening partnership of the season has come in their very first innings of the season. Joe Weatherly, who's been struggling for runs pre-season, is on 32 not out. Ian Holland is 19 not out. The former Australian Test seamer Peter Siddle gave Joe Weatherly a working over a little bit in terms of how to play outside the off stump and how not to play, and Weatherly got through that, so he's okay. But the wicket shared around for Hampshire. Keith Barker with 3, Mohammed Abbas with 2, and Liam Dawson for 2 kept Somerset down to 180 not out. Not out? Where did I get that from? Good grief.
Who knows?
I need to get retrained. 54 without loss, and here's Abel. Bowls. That's pitched up to Holland.
Yeah, he's bowling at full here, isn't he? He's challenging the bat.
Yeah, well, he's that sort of pace, isn't he? Really? He's kind of an Ian Holland pace,
yeah,
isn't he? Really. So you do tend to have to pitch the ball a little bit further up. Otherwise, of course, the ball just stands up a little bit, allows the batsman just to pick their spots and pick you off a little bit. So, but they're no less dangerous.
Absolutely
because
not.
when that ball is shaping away.
Well, we saw that from Holland earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, have to be careful. Holland picking up the wicket of Tom Lammerby, and the beauty actually caught in the slips as that's played out on the onside. Lammerby had worked hard for his 62 balls, and then got one that just bounced on him and appeared to glove one through to Ben Brown. That was Holland's wicket.
In other news, Essex have lost a wicket, their first one of the day. Brown's gone for 107. I was just keeping an eye on that.
Oh, so what's their score?
222 for 1.
Wow. Against?
Kent.
Wow. Tough day for Kent.
Yeah.
Abel bowls. And Holland pushing forward out on the offside. Yeah, the game at Cardiff finished, I think, just after tea because of a second hailstorm.
Yeah, no thanks.
In South Wales? No, that didn't sound much fun. We're moaning about cold here. That must have been freezing. That second hailstorm.
Very, very cold.
Wrapped up play for the day.
Yeah, this is much nicer. This June feeling.
Here's A ball. Forward is Holland, and that's the end of the over. 54 without loss. Thank you very much, Charlotte Taylor. That's the end of your stint for today. Good luck with the Vipers this season. Good luck with that lovely drifting arm ball that you have with your off spin. And hope you enjoyed listening to Charlotte Taylor's Day. She'll be back later on in the summer. And Anthony Gibson is back with us. 14 overs left to do in the day, with Hampshire 54 without cert loss, Weatherly 33, Holland 19. Somerset.
I just want to ask Charlotte, is the Vipers dressing room known as the Nest?
This probably knows a few things.
The Nest of Vipers.
Yes, very good.
Who have we got coming into bowl? It's Casey Aldridge again, and that's run down to third man, where Lammonby will do the fielding. I've been quite impressed with Casey Aldridge. He's been bending his back. He's been building up decent pace, hasn't he?
He's bowled quite nicely, actually.
Yeah. We're just having a discussion between Charlotte and Kevin as to who's going to join me on commentary.
I totally forgot.
Here comes Aldridge again in bowls to Holland, who plays that square of the wicket. And Lewis Goldsworthy, who bats right-handed, but bowls left-handed, and fields, throws left-handed as well, does the fielding at backward point. 55 without loss. This has emphatically been Hampshire's day. This injury and absentee weakened Somerset side are just about being kept in the game by that innings of 87 from James Hildreth. Aldridge bowls, and this is pulled, it's up in the air, it's a top edge, but it's not going to go to hand as it runs out to the boundary. Ned Leonard comes round from long leg to do the fielding, and they have come back for 2 runs.
Good short delivery that. I think it surprised Holland. Got right underneath that as well, didn't he? Yeah, apologies. I said that was the end of Charlotte Taylor. She's actually going to do another 20-minute stint for me at the end of this over. Apologies, everybody, if you wanted.
I could have asked her about the Vipers dressing room during the course of the commentary.
You can ask her again.
Right, Aldridge in his 4th over, number 416. He's in bowls, and that's edged down through where third slip would have been. Don't think it would have carried. It's picked up at third man by Tom Lammonby, who's got one of the fingers, or possibly 2 of the fingers on his right hand bandaged. Presumably an injury he sustained when he was batting this morning. Concentrated really hard, left the ball well. Just got a good one in the end. Aldridge bowls and Weatherly drives. Another player to injury, because these are the only 11 players they have on their books who are contracted and able to play in the county championship. So as I say, if there were to be an injury, I presume that Jason Kerr, the head coach, would come out. This is cut away, and misfielded by Goldsworthy at backward point. They'll come back for a second run. He'd be disappointed with that ball. Goldsworthy reached him almost on the half volley, but he didn't manage to get anything really behind it. And 2 runs is the result. 60 without loss at the end of that over. 19 overs have been bowled, 13 remain in the day.
You better keep your head down, you might be called up, Anthony.
No. There's Ben Warren over there. He's not a bad cricketer. He could go out there and do a bit of fielding. And of course Steve Kirby, well, I assume he's here, or even Lachlan Stevens, the batting coach, assuming he's here. In the meantime, it's Tom Abel, and Charlotte will take up the commentary.
I will indeed, and he's just nudged that into the onside. Has Holland, he's going to pick up 1 down to long leg, and the score moves to 61 for naught. Yeah, we don't call it the nest, we call it, well, I don't know if this is any better really, the snake pit, but then if you just get rid of the snake, it's just then the pit, and that doesn't sound very nice. So, but that is generally historically what we've called it before.
I've always thought it was a rather a curious name for a cricket team. I think we're calling them vipers.
Yeah.
You know, tigers would be fair enough, but vipers.
I think there was a poll a long time ago. I remember when it all was starting, there was a poll you could sort of choose the name of the team yourself as Abel comes in from the Hilton, and that's just nudged into the onside, and it's well fielded. At mid-on, is that Dalanger there?
It is,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, and he rolls around on the floor and dusts himself off. He looks at his trousers. But yeah, there was a poll.
You wouldn't call a cricket team the Southern Snakes, would you?
No, you wouldn't, no. But I thought they were all going to be animals, but then there's obviously all different times of things, so who knows. Abel... Oh, that's a bad ball from Abel, unfortunately. Dragged down outside the off stump, and it's punished by Weatherly through the covers. Just climbs on top of that one.
That is Tom Abel's weakness as a bowler. He does swing it. He bowls at decent pace, but he tends to bowl at least one bad ball and over. And
we were saying earlier, if you bowl back of a length on here, the batters can just pick you off. So it's important to try and bowl full, let the ball do the work off the pitch. That's how we've seen success so far. As Abel comes in again, he's steaming in now. That's Fuller this time, and that's squirted off the outside edge. It's going to be another boundary to Weatherly. It's gone down to third man, and that will be 4 as well. And the score is now 69 for naught. Weatherly's moved on to 44 of 73 balls.
Yeah, too much width. Too much width.
Yeah, 1 too full and 1 too short, but both too much width, you're right.
Well, he only really had to get some bat on that,
yeah.
And it was going to run away through the sparsely populated offside. There's no one down at the third man, so backward point.
Down into the shadows down there.
Yeah.
But he's at the top of his mark again now. He's willing to improve, so he's coming in, and he bowls to whether he just nudges that down to third man as well. That's racing away. I'm not sure it's quite going to get a boundary. They've turned for 2, and they're going to come back for a third. Holland calls him through for a third run, and that's well played, kept down all the way along the floor.
Yes, another poor delivery from Tom Abel there. So that's he's gone for what, 11 runs in 3 overs. Deficit close to coming into double figures, 72 without loss.
Yeah.
Still we got 12 overs in the day after this.
Abel bowls to Weatherly this time. Similar result, misfielded at gully. Guided all the way along the floor again. Holland's coming back for the second. They pick up 2 more scores, now 74 for no wicket. And there's 8, 11, 13, 14 off this over so far. It's been quite, well, that's the end of the over, so it's 14 off of it. Quite expensive from Abel there.
I think you're a bit hard on poor Casey Aldridge there at third slip. He made really quite a good half stop.
Yeah, he did.
It was he had to get down quickly and stretch.
He's a tall boy.
Tall guy, isn't he? I think he's bowled nicely. He's bowled quite quick.
Yeah, he has. He's bowled a long spell here as well. Oh, it's only 4 overs actually. It feels like he's bowling for a lot longer. But he's only gone for 19. He has bowled well. They'd be prizing for a wicket now. And he's deserved one.
Peter Siddle's bowled the most overs so far. He's bowled 6. Here comes Aldridge. In and bowls, and Weatherly plays that defensively. Siddle none for 11. Leonard 4 overs, none for 14. Marchant Delanger none for 13 and 4. Casey Aldridge none for 19 before this one. And Tom Abel 2 overs for 17. So no one will be more disappointed than Tom Abel himself, particularly at that last over.
No, they'll be prizing for a wicket now. Prime time to get one.
It would. Prime time to pick up 2 or 3 before the close.
Absolutely.
But Somerset don't want this innings to get away from them. Is Aldridge then to Weatherly. Brings that one back into the right-hander, plays it calmly. Back up the pitch, sun shining right into our eyes now in the commentary box. I could do with a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah, I just said that to Kev earlier,
which I
yeah.
haven't got. But,
and I bought the coat, the woolly hat.
I know.
I didn't bring the sunglasses.
But,
oh, someone's moving behind the ball as well.
Crowd just thinning out gradually as Aldridge bowls to Weatherly, who defends. It's a crowd, as I've said before, that's been measured in hundreds rather than thousands. There's that little knot of spectators down to our left. Quite a few of the spectators from the Shane Warne stand have migrated to the terraces below one of the scoreboards here, just to the western edge of the ground, so that they can get some of the sunshine. And conditions are a lot more pleasant now, as that's pushed into the offside by Weatherly, than they were this morning and early afternoon. Really strong winds, 40 miles an hour, clouds scudding across the sky, and bales being blown off and caps being blown off. And
yeah, quite amusing really when the caps fly across the ground and they're chasing after them.
Fielders with their hands in their pockets. Mind you, James Hildreth still got his hands in his pockets at first slip. Hildreth, the hero of the hour for Somerset, for his 87. Very welcome return to form. Aldridge is in and bowls. He's almost squares Weatherly up with that one. He's bowling a good line, he's bowling a good pace, is Casey Aldridge, but he's not really getting the ball to deviate.
No.
Either in the air or off the pitch. I was down in the press lounge just now, absolutely bang on, wicket to wicket, just to see if he was getting a little bit of movement, a little bit of nip back from outside the off stump, but nothing like as much as Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas were getting earlier on in the day. This is turned into the onside. Marchant de Lange goes off in pursuit, rather spoils the slide by just collapsing at the end of it, but gets his return in. Another run goes on the board, 76 without loss. Hampshire replying to Somerset's 180, and Weatherly moves on to 49.
Yep, Somerset will be desperate for a wicket or two before the end of play, or 3 or 4.
Absolutely.
However many you want to get. But yeah, Aldridge has bowled brilliantly from that end. He's really tested the batters. Abel's going to continue from the Hilton or hotel end. He's having a few warm-up deliveries, hoping to get his line and length right this over and really challenge.
Himself off after that last over.
He's backing himself. And he bowls, and he's better line than length that time. They do scamper through for a single. Holland's going to pull through.
Good running.
It was good running. And it was very well bowled though. Good challenge between bat and ball. That's what we like to see. The score moves to 77 for 0. Weatherly is 1 run away from a 50. I hope I don't jinx him now, but he's batted well considering his starts in pre-season. He'd be happy with that. Abel's at the top of his mark and he runs away from us here. And it's back of a length and it's just pushed up to mid-off and there is no run.
Yeah, these two haven't really been in much trouble at all. Joe Weatherly played and missed twice against Peter Siddle, and Ian Holland got a top edge to an attempted hook shot off Casey Aldridge, but that's really been the extent of it for Somerset in the way of opportunities.
Yeah, unfortunately so. As Abel runs in and pushes into the offside, does Weatherly, and there is no run again.
A little bit of a way swing there for
just
Tom Abel. A little bit of shape. He's looking very fit.
Yeah, he is.
He's
powerful.
Yeah, strong man. He troubled with a hamstring injury during the winter and last summer, in the middle of last summer as well. But he seems to have made a full recovery.
Yeah, that's good. Especially someone with his talent. You want to see him be playing. That's a bit straighter this time. They pushed a run up to mid-on. It's been misfielded by it's been misfielded by de Lange. Anthony's not happy with it, and he does go to 50. Does Joe Weatherly? He's getting a round of applause, and the dressing room are very, very happy to see him pass a half-century. I'm sure he's pleased for himself as well. And that is his first half-century for this year, and probably last year. I don't think he made one last year either, so we'd be very happy with that.
It's his 9th for Hampshire overall. I can reveal that.
Good stuff. He'll be really happy. to get there. And Abel comes in, bowls full on the stumps, pushed out into the onside by Holland.
He got 150 last season. Average just 18.45.
Yeah. So he started strongly as that wind rushes through again. There's sort of a larger black cloud that's about to cover the sun, I think, which means that our sunglasses are no longer required in the gantry up here. As Abel runs in, bowls down the leg side, and it's just been turned away to long leg for a single by Holland.
Settle down there. I wonder if he's going to get a bowl again before the close.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's warming up at the minute.
He's certainly looked the Somerset bowler most likely to make the breakthrough.
So we'll see. Aldridge is going to continue though, by the looks of things. At the end of there's 10 overs remaining in the day.
The sun is just about to disappear behind that big grey cloud. I don't think there's any threat of a shower or anything like that. But, they say it's an ill wind that blows no one any good, and today's wind has certainly blown Hampshire some good. They've had a very good day so far. Aldridge is in and bowls to Holland, and it's just late on that shot.
Yeah, it's cramped him for room a little bit.
Yeah, bringing it back from outside the off stump. Good pace from Casey Aldridge, who's looked a yard quicker than Ned Leonard, his fellow young Somerset fast bowler.
Is that to be expected? If you compared the two, are they usually?
I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them bowling together in a county championship match. Here's Aldridge in bowls, and that's turned into the onside. Ben Green will do the fielding. I haven't seen much of Ned Leonard at all. Casey Aldridge seen more of, and he's impressed me. I think he's, judging by his performance this afternoon, he's come on since last season. He's got a little bit quicker, and he's been bowling a good line. He's
bowled well.
He's now in and bowls to Holland again, bringing the ball back into the right-hander. The bowlers from that pavilion end, and this goes for the Hampshire bowlers as well, tending to bring it back into the right-hander, because that is the direction from which the wind has been blowing so strongly across the ground from west to east.
Yeah, we've seen a bit more carry from that end generally as well, a bit more bounce through.
Yeah. Here's Aldridge again. Down it's off the pad. There'd be a shy at the stumps by Ben Green with his wrong hand. No, it's not his wrong hand, it's his right hand.
I was going to say, for his wrong hand, that was impressive.
Yeah. He missed, and they come through for a single. And just exactly 100 behind now, Hampshire, with all first innings wickets in hand. Aldridge, and he gets one past the outside edge. But to no avail.
No, it was a good ball. Weatherly just sort of prodded at it.
There you are, Peter Siddle's doing some stretches, so I think he'll come back for a burst before the close. How many overs have we got to go? 9 after this. So we perhaps bowl, I don't know, 4. Aldridge bowls, Weatherly drives up to De Lange at mid-on, can't get it past him. And that's the end of another over, and 80 without loss is the Hampshire score, and they continue to go along very comfortably. I fancy the pitch has flattened out a bit. Yeah,
it looks that way, doesn't it?
I think the ball is the other factor in the equation. What do we have now? 21 overs. So it's batting's it's got easier the longer the day has gone.
Yeah, it definitely has. And Siddle, you're right, is going to come on from the Hilton end now, so he's going to change ends and have a dart at this end just before the end of play. There's 9 overs remaining, so let's see if he can make something happen here with all his international experience, his experience in England over the years, Ashes series and playing county cricket, and he'll be hoping to make a difference here and give Somerset something to cheer about in these next few overs. But he's bowled the first one left alone, nice and full, and I still can't get used to him with his bright blonde hair.
I wonder whose idea it was, whether it's his idea or his wife's idea.
Yeah, I don't know. He's had it for, I thought it was just going to be like a phase, but it seemed to have stuck around for a bit longer than I potentially thought. But
yes, I thought he might just have done it for the big bash.
Yeah.
But,
to reflect off the lights or something in the stadium as he comes in again. That's straighter this time, turned around into the leg side. It's gone down to long leg. And Holland will pick up one more. Hampshire 81 for no wicket. He's always got some presence on the field, Peter Siddle. He's always, whenever he's involved, you just feel like something's going to happen.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't watch much of the big bash, but I did happen to catch him several times, and he was the crucial factor on several occasions.
Yeah, he was. Definitely for the Adelaide strikers. He bowls again. Nagging length. Pushed into the offside. And no run.
He's got what they call a good cricket brain.
Yeah, he's exciting, that's for sure. I do like watching him play. I used to like watching him play when he played for Australia in those Ashes series. He was, you know, alongside Johnson, and when I started sort of paying more and more attention to international cricket, they were quite frightening. As an attack, still are. The Australian attack, he bowls again to Weatherly, prods that back out into the offside.
Possibly
good line and length.
More frightening now.
Yeah,
when
probably.
They're at full strength.
Yeah,
with
I remember
Josh Hazelwood as well as Cummins and Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, I remember there was that series when Johnson was quite frightening.
Very frightening.
In Australia. Was that 2011 maybe?
That's right, yeah.
And I'd been watching cricket obviously before that, but that was the real time when I started to pay more and more attention to the tactics and everything like that, and it was quite frightening to watch really as Siddle comes in again. That's wrapped him on the pads. He's brought him forward. He's interested. Siddle, big appeal.
It was a terrific appeal.
He was very interested.
10
We're going to watch
the appeal.
We're going to watch the replay now. He's brought him forward. Maybe just outside the line.
Just got his pad outside the line.
Yeah, he's survived it. That's what he signalled there, Siddle, and just the replay just wafted his hand.
The stumps, I think. But
yeah. Great delivery.
Yeah.
You always feel like something's going to happen when he's got the ball in his hand, and that was a great delivery. And Weatherly just about survives. Great call by the umpire. Nigel Long turns at the top of his mark and steams in now. He's hungry for a wicket as Siddle. He's bowled full again, straight, prodded up to mid-on for no run.
Good over.
Yeah, it was good over. Good bowling change. You called it.
Absolutely. Well, it just seemed sensible to give him a burst before the close, and then he can go and put his feet up and get ready for tomorrow, because Somerset will need him to be at his absolute best. First thing in the morning, they'll need to break this partnership if these two are still together, and hopefully get in amongst the Hampshire top order. But
another bowling change it looks like from the other end.
Ned Leonard coming on for his first bowl from the pavilion end. So it looks like Leonard and Siddle will finish the day. No sign of any left arm spin from Roelof van der Merwe. Just the two slips. Hildreth at first, Abel advanced at second. Leonard in and bowls, and that bounces on Holland, who plays it well down into the ground, out into the
there's
offside.
A constant theme, a bit of bounce from that end in particular.
It's Casey Aldridge doing the fielding at extra cover, Goldsworthy at backward point, Lammonby down at third man, Van der Merwe at mid-off, and Marchant Delang at mid-on as Leonard bowls. He's not quite as quick as Aldridge, is he? And he's not quite as tall, so he's a little bit skiddier than Casey Aldridge. Peter Siddle's down at third man. Ben Green completes the field. He's at square leg, just in front of where the umpire would be if the umpire wasn't at point. because I suppose that's a reflection on where the sun is.
Yeah.
Which is just re-emerging. Leonard bowls. This is pulled away through the onside emphatically by Ian Holland. Ben Green goes in vain pursuit. That was pulled down, dropped short by Ned Leonard. He's not quick enough to bowl that sort of delivery.
No.
Whether he was trying to bowl a bouncer or whether he just dragged it down, I suspect the latter. But it didn't get up very much and was dismissed powerfully by Ian Holland, who moves on to 32. He's been the junior partner in this partnership, but that's partly because he hasn't had nearly as much of the strike as Weatherly. Here comes Leonard again. He's there and bowls, and this is punched away backward of square. Lammonby will field, and it's just a single. 86 without loss. Weatherly has faced 89 balls, and Ian Holland 59.
Yep.
60.
He has faced a little bit more of the strike as Weatherly. Wouldn't go as far as say he's hogged it. That's a famous term, isn't it? Yeah. Hogging the strike. You used to do that as kids. You want to face as many balls as possible, you can hog the strike.
Here comes Leonard in and bowls to Weatherly. Yes, Brian Rose, the former Somerset captain, said whenever he was batting with Vivian Richards, and Richards was batting, Brian knew that come the fifth or last ball of the over, he'd have to be on his toes, because Richards would call for a single to almost wherever the ball went in order to keep the strike.
Wanted to bat as long as possible.
Yeah. Aldridge in and bowls to Weatherly, plays that comfortably back up the pitch. End of that over, which was the 25th of the innings. 7 remain. Thank you, Charlotte.
No problem, thank you.
Best of luck with the Vipers.
Thank you very much.
Nest of
the snake pit.
The snake pit. Well, I'll be watching I'll be watching the Vipers with much greater interest this season. So we got Peter Siddle to bowl another over as the sun begins to sink towards the southwest. Siddle's in and bowls outside the off stump and bringing it back close to the off stump, as you'll have gathered from the Somerset close fielders, but no luck. He's in his 8th over. His Siddle none for 12. Been economical, probing, accurate, challenging. He looks as fit as a flea. I don't know why fleas should be particularly fit, I'm not sure, but
if they were fit, he'd be one.
Fit as a fiddle is another curious one. As this is pushed into the offside, but whether he's a flea or a fiddle, he's certainly fit.
Yeah. Caused the most problems out there as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, on that diet of bananas.
Is that the way to do it? Should we just go on, or you might not want to, but should I just go on a banana?
Late for me. You'll be all right.
Late for me as well, really.
No. Do you still play at all?
No. Too much. I can't be bothered with all the week long of aching afterwards.
Yes, there is that. Yeah. Here's Siddle in and bowls to Holland. Comes solidly forward in defence. These two will be making sure that they make it through to the close of play and are still here tomorrow morning. They've given Hampshire a tremendous start. They've reduced the deficit from 180 to 94. It's been a dispiriting day for Somerset. Not sure in hindsight whether the decision to bat first was the right one, as this is outside the off stump from Siddle and no shot from Holland, but it's very easy to be wise after the event. And in any case, I said this morning that if I'd been captaining Somerset and won the toss, I'd have batted. It looked like a decent batting pitch, and I'm sure the calculation was that it would get easier, and that if they could get through the first couple of hours, there would be plenty of run scoring opportunities, and so it has proved all through the afternoon session. Siddle bowls to Holland, who plays defensively. The bat really has been on top. Somerset, after all, probably 61 for 5 at lunchtime, so they added another 119 for the loss of 5 wickets, 4 of which were the quick bowlers, or 3 of which were the quick bowlers. And then Hampshire, so far, these pair undefeated. So it's been a bowler's morning and a batsman's afternoon. A Siddle persevering from his hotel end is in and bowls, brings that one back into Holland, who plays it into the onside. No joy for Peter Siddle. It's getting chilly here in the early evening at the Ageas Bowl, especially with the sun behind the clouds, and the floodlights have come on.
Yeah. I mean, look, Siddle looks the most likely to take a wicket, I think, unfortunately, because of all the unavailabilities that Somerset have encountered in this game. There's nobody really at the other end to keep that sort of pressure up. The others are bowled honestly, you know, they're bowled okay, but you can just tell from the way they're playing them that they don't have quite as the same.
They're not doing much with it, are they?
No.
I mean, they're plugging away, but not getting much help from the pitch or the atmosphere.
There's not quite the same questions being asked as Leonard Bowl. Is that Nips back? Is it me or you? Sorry. It's you. Go on, you go if you want.
It's Tom Abel anyway.
Yeah.
I think. Or
No,
is it? No, it's not. It's just, he looked remarkably like Tom Leonard as he was running in there.
Similar action. Got similar actions, haven't they?
It was a good ball as well.
It was. I'll leave you do this one then.
All right.
I'll do this then.
86 without loss. Hampshire. 50 to Weatherly, 33 to Holland. It's Leonard in and bowls, and this is driven, but only as far as Marchant de Lange. He does run in like his elbows akimbo as he runs in, and quite long strides as well, like Tom Abel. I wonder if unconsciously he's been modelling himself on his county captain.
It's just before he gets into his bowling action, isn't it? Those last 2 or 3 strides, he looks very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he comes again. Yeah, there's to his full height, driven away through the onside. Nice shot, wide of de Lange. That'll run away to the wide long on boundary for 4 runs, over pitched from Leonard. 90 goes on the board for Hampshire, 54 for Weatherly, so they're halfway there to the Somerset total, these two. And still got 5.5 overs this evening to close the gap further. I think the consolation for Somerset is that if batting is going to get progressively easier on this pitch, as may well be the case, then they ought to fancy their chances of saving the game, but we will see. Leonard bowls, that's driven back. Certainly got flatter, and it got slower and lower last year, didn't it, towards the end?
And it never gets worse, you know, so however it plays, at any point in a game, it never gets worse.
And there was that game against Gloucestershire, when Gloucestershire, you remember that, when the Gloucester tailenders held out for over after over after over. Yeah. And Kevin James was getting more and more frustrated. This is pushed back up the pitch. I think you were you with who was the
can't remember who was doing the Gloucester
Stephen
game.
Lamb, was it?
No, Stephen Lamb didn't. He did the one with me at Cheltenham.
Ed Seaborn then?
No, it wasn't Ed, because it was
I listened to it anyway.
Yeah. Was it Alex Winter? Did he do that?
Well, yeah, I think it could have been Alex Winter, yeah. So frustrating. Here's Leonard in the bowls, and this is turned into the onside, past the diving Ben Green at mid-wicket, out to the boundary in front of the groundsman's enclosure, the groundsman's tunnel, or the groundsman's shed.
All of those.
Yeah, all of those, yeah. 4 runs on the board, 94 without loss. End of the over. Not a particularly good over from Ned Leonard. He's gone for 27 now in 6 overs.
Just a little bit too straight, the line, wasn't it?
Somerset really missing the likes of Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd have been all right on here as well, wouldn't he?
He's fit as well.
Yeah.
Well, apart from being ill.
Yeah.
but he looks fitter than he has done for several years when I saw him in pre-season.
Here's Siddle then from our commentary end, the hotel end. That's cut away and half stopped at point, which has taken the pace off the ball enough anyway to stop it going over the boundary. He'll get pretty close. They'll come back for an easy 2. Holland moves on to 35. It's
almost any other fielder in the Somerset team would have made that stop. Unfortunately, Lewis Goldsworthy is the shortest.
He's quite.
He's only about 5'8".
Yeah. He looks even smaller from this
Casey
distance.
Aldridge would have been sort of head height, no problem at all.
Straight in. But, yes, I think the one sort of question that there's been in the Hampshire batting lineup over the last season or two, Siddle bowls a length ball which Holland pushes out on the onside, has been the opening partnership. And they've certainly answered 1 or 2 questions here today. I mean, of course, it's not all about one day, it's not all about one session, it's not all about one game, but all you can do is play what's in front of you. And they've certainly...
Well, last time these two sides played against each other here, Hampshire have been bowled out by now for 79.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Length ball, usually back to the pad, maybe a slight inside edge there, a stifled appeal. But that was a decent delivery there from Siddle. Just watching that on the replay. Cut back, isn't it? Good delivery. Good delivery from Siddle, who's continuing to be the bowler that's asking the most questions of these opening batters. Got to keep saying batters. Got to move with the times and say batters. I think we've been saying it for so long, it takes a little while. Siddle bowls, it's a length ball which Holland treats with respect, plays that back to the bowler, shows as much of the face of the bat as he can. But yeah, it's just going back to that, you know, it's only 1 innings, it could keep going, but I think it's important to make a statement early.
Yeah, if you're looking at the Hampshire side as an outsider, you'd say that, you know, the main strength is in the bowling.
Yeah.
With, you know, James Vince, with sort of head and shoulders above.
Davis, he gets that little kiss off the surface, doesn't he? We talk about a slow surface, but some bowlers just get a little kiss off it, don't they? Which Siddle is one of those. Some bowlers seem to bowl it into the surface and it doesn't really come off at the same pace. He seems to be able to just generate a fraction amount of pace.
Last season, James Vince 40.8.
Yeah.
Next nearest, Ian Holland 33.3.
That's right. Yeah. And Joe Weatherly, unfortunately, only averaged 18. He only passed 50 once last season. Here comes Siddle outside the off stump, and that's an easy leave at the end of the over. 96 without loss, 4 to do. 78 in the first innings against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, which actually was an important innings, of course, because Hampshire had to win that to get in the first division, which they did in the end. But as an overall return for Joe Weatherly, it was massively disappointing. He only averages 23 in his career, which again is a little bit down on what he should be averaging, but I'm pleased for him because he's made a good start here. He didn't get runs in pre-season, the only top order batsman not to get a sort of an innings in 3 matches, so bit of pressure coming into this game, and he's partly answered that here. But there's still 4 overs to go. You know, sometimes you don't want to say too much because obviously a lot can happen in these next 24 balls, but I'm pleased for him.
I'd be surprised. It's Ned Leonard again in and bowls, doing his best Tom Abel impression. Defensive into the offside. I had to look hard then to make sure it was. Richard Walsh tweets, wonder why we batted, we being Somerset. Well, I shall ask James Hildreth at close of play that very question.
Well, you gave a very good argument earlier on the stats, didn't you?
Yeah, it's 34% of sides winning the toss and batting first have won here since the Ageas Bowl, or the Rose Bowl as it was originally. It was outside the off stump, playing a miss, driving a miss from Weatherly. Yeah, 34%, which is the second highest percentage of sides winning the toss and batting first and winning after Chesterfield Street.
I mean, that's a pretty persuasive argument, isn't it?
Yeah, and also, I don't know. I think they wanted to get big first innings runs on the board, and I think the calculation was if they could get through the morning session, batting would get easier. And this is cut away, and a good half stop by little Lewis Gregory at backward point, who flung himself to the left and gets a low 5 from his captain and indeed from Tom Lammonby in appreciation. It was a single, whereas otherwise it would have been 4. 97 without loss. Weatherly moves on to 59. On the verge of a century opening partnership. And I fancy, how many century opening partnerships have these two put together, Kevin? I'm sure you have that information at your fingertips. Inside the off stump. From Leonard, no shot from Ian Holland.
The only information I have at my fingertips, other than standard information, is ones that come from Dave Allen and Joe Somerset.
Yes, David. I think Dave Allen's going to be with us tomorrow, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
I must make further use tomorrow of all the stats I've had from Steve Pittard as well. Here comes Leonard in and bowls outside the off stump, and Holland shoulders, arms. Yes, Kyle Abbott has the fourth best bowling average for Hampshire. Can you name the 3 bowlers who are ahead of him? They're all seam bowlers.
Malcolm Marshall.
Yep. Here comes Leonard again, in and bowls to Holland outside the off stump, no shot.
Derek Shackleton.
Yep. And the lowest average of all, someone who took 244 wickets for Hampshire.
What era? Just tell me era.
70s.
Oh gosh. All right. Seamer, 70s.
It's quite well known.
Mike Taylor?
Nope. Quite well known. Overseas.
Ah, right, okay.
He knocked Ian Botham's teeth out in a Sunday League match in 1974. Botham got up, sort of spat the teeth out and went on and won the game.
A seam bowler who was quick enough to do that for Hampshire in the 70s.
Oh, he was very, very swift.
Obviously it was a bit before me. Oh, Andy Roberts.
Yes, Andy Roberts.
Yeah, he was nasty. DeLanger on into the attack, and Weatherly guides that off the back foot down to deep point where there is a fielder.
Andy Roberts
on to 60. Sorry.
244 wickets in 58 games for Hampshire at an average of 16.7. Derek Shackleton, we ought to be saving this for David Allen, took 2,669 wickets for Hampshire at 18.23. What a record.
That is amazing. DeLanger to Ian Holland is on 35, left alone outside off stump.
And just to finish this, Malcolm Marshall, 826 wickets at 18.64. And Kyle Abbott in 63 games, 265 wickets at 19.49. Wow. So he's in some very, very distinguished company.
You know, there are sometimes when you look back and you think there are 1 or 2 bowlers that I'm glad I missed. And Andy Roberts would probably be number 1. Yeah. Unfortunately, the only reason I say that as outside the off stump left alone is because I actually faced probably most of the others.
Did you face Sylvester Clark?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't have thought that was much fun.
That was not much fun.
He was the one who broke Brian Rose's ribs.
Was he? Oh, yes.
Brian tried to carry on and was out a couple of balls later and then collapsed on his way back to the pavilion. Yeah. He was
not much fun at all. No.
Brutal.
He just used to get this pace and bounce from nothing. It was quite weird. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I've often mentioned this, but I remember him, I think one of my first games, I can't remember if I played against him for Middlesex or it was Hampshire, but one of the two. I remember playing him at the Oval. And I remember him, he just was bowling on the side of the pitch, I don't know, 3 balls or something before the start of play, and after about 2 paces, he just sort of turned his arm over. And I watched, and this ball went, phew! What? He's only bowling off 2 paces. And it wasn't much fun when you're in the middle either. That was pushed out on the onside. There was one, there's 1 or 2 bowlers that. There was another one I missed actually. Oh gosh. Colin Croft. I missed him. Yeah, I missed him. Fortunately. Yeah, I don't think that would have been much fun.
Yeah, he was barrel-chested, Sylvester Clarke, and almost bowled off the wrong foot, a bit like right arm, well, a bit like, not right arm, what's right arm? Mike Proctor.
Right, Proctor,
yeah.
That's right. De Lange to Holland outside the off stump, and that's left alone. End of the over. We have 2 to do here. Hampshire 98 without loss, trail Somerset by 82. Yeah, Colin Croft and Andy Roberts, I would say, 2 bowlers that I'm very, very glad that I never got to face.
Yeah. Yes, he was really the first of that great generation of West Indies fast bowlers, Andy Roberts, who emerged in about 1973, after they'd gone through a pretty lean patch. You know, they bowlers like John Shepherd. They had
Essex
in that era for Essex, and Julian as well. Right, where are we? 99 without loss. Leonard in from the pavilion end, and that brings up the Hampshire
99.
Oh, it's 90. It was 90.
Yeah, no, it's just changed now.
Shining in my eyes.
Have you paid for that eye operation, or have you still got to pay it yet? Because I would hold some of that money back.
It's the sunshine.
If there's a second instalment, I'd hold it back.
I had a very good surgeon whose son is in the Somerset pathway.
All right.
So he knew exactly what I needed in the way of new lenses, as that's pushed into the offside, no run.
He said, I've been listening to you for the last few years. I know exactly what you need.
But he did. I've got a right eye that has good distance vision, and a left eye, which is a bifocal. It's for reading and medium distance. Combination works very well.
It's worked well today, to be fair, isn't it?
Leonard's in and bowls short, and that's cut away through the offside by Ian Holland. Not a good ball from Leonard, and powerfully dealt with by Ian Holland, and that does bring up the Hampshire 103 they are without loss, replying to Somerset's 180, and the longer this innings has gone on, the less adequate Somerset's 180 has looked.
Certainly at the moment, but tomorrow's another day, and Dave Allen tomorrow will tell everybody how many 100 partnerships these two have put on, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow. I fear there's not many, but there'll be 1 or 2, of course.
Here's Leonard then in bowls, and he's just looking a little bit weary now. Ned Leonard, he's just lost a yard of pace. He's persevering, but he is only 19 years old.
Yeah, it's hard at that age.
And it's not really a pitch to encourage a quick bowler either.
No.
It's got slower as the day has gone on, and there's less seam movement than there was this morning. Here he comes again in the bowls to Holland, who just gets in a bit of a tangle with that, slightly uncertain in his defensive shot, but keeps it down into the offside. Won't get a run. Tom Abel gives the ball a polish on his cricket trousers, tosses it to Aldridge at extra cover, who passes it on to Roelof van der Merwe. Leonard, last ball of the penultimate over of the day, with the sun sinking in the west. He's in and bowls. This is pulled into the onside, not timed perfectly. Ben Green is in pursuit. He will pull it in about 20 yards inside the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll come back for 2 runs, 105 without loss. End of the over. It's the end of Ned Leonard's efforts for the day. He has bowled 7 overs and taken none for 6 of that. 33, I think it is. 34. No, it's not. I really can't read that scoreboard.
No, the scoreboard, 8 overs done for 35. That last
35.
over. Yeah. Last over coming up from Marchand de Lange, then 105 without loss. Here's the first of those 6 balls, assuming he doesn't bowl any wides or no balls, and that's a length ball. Weatherly plays that into the ground, not quite off the middle of the bat, and there's no run. Whereas we're into the last over, I've just got a couple of tweets to read out here. Joe, hello Joe, at Somerset Sports, says fabulous first day of the season. So pleased for Joe Weatherly to pass 50, hoping this will open the floodgates to many more. Glenn Dutfield says, having been used to watching Hampshire start matches at 30 odd for 4, this is rather pleasant. Just got one more to read out as well. There's de Lange in the evening sunshine here, short, and Weatherly just gets down low and sways inside the line. Joe and Leon, afternoon to you. I don't know if you've read this out, Anthony, because I know it's to you as well.
No, I haven't. No,
all right.
No.
Hearing Ant talk about Viv Richards, that would have been earlier, I guess, with Charlotte. Joe found this 40+ years old press cutting yesterday. It shows Joe next to Viv at a local club in Berkshire when Somerset used to visit, and there's a very grainy photo as Weatherly pushes forward outside the off stump, and I can recognise Joe because I see Joe from time to time at matches. He's got long hair there. And there's Viv.
The great man.
There he is. A bit more hair there than I remember.
Yeah, the master blaster.
So there we go. In fact, there's a scorecard. Somerset, Viv Richards, caught Twyman, bowled Ely for 69. Is that a game? Just work that out, actually. That's cut away by Weatherly, and even though there's a man at backward point, it's gone well to his left. Width there from Marchand de Lange gives Weatherly 4 runs and takes him on to 65, 109 without loss. The world's #1 batsman, Viv Richards, turned out for Somerset in their testimonial game for wicketkeeper Derek Taylor at Kidmore End yesterday. Oh, this is in Berkshire, so this was 3 of England's players, David Gowrie and Botham and Jeff Miller, also put a surprising appearance. Oh, so this was this local game.
Yeah.
And he got 69. There we go. Here comes de Lange. Wraps Weatherly on the pads as we rapidly come to the end of day 1. Thank you for all your messages, by the way. A few emails and tweets to both myself, Charlotte, and also to Anthony. We've enjoyed them. Always provokes a bit of discussion. We, of course, initiate 1 or 2 as well. Enjoyed talking about Brian the cat earlier. Looking forward to meeting
yeah, I shall introduce you when you
I look forward to that.
In May.
Here comes de Lange again, length ball outside the off stump, and Weatherly not playing at that, and that is indeed the end of the day's play in sunshine and probably some of the best weather we've had all day. There's no wind, the sunshine is quite warm, and as quite often happens, best parts of the day, the players walk off the field. That's the 96 overs completed. Hampshire 109 without loss, Weatherly 65, Holland is 41. Both not out. Hampshire trail by 71.
Yep, the sun is shining on Hampshire, both literally and metaphorically, and Somerset are under a bit of a cloud. The only silver lining being Hildreth's 87, his best score since he got 100 against Surrey at the Oval last July, but Somerset very much playing catch-up at the moment. Hampshire having closed the first innings deficit to just 71 without their openers having been parted, and warm applause from the Hampshire faithful, those few remaining away there in the Shane Warne stand as Holland and Weatherly make their way up the steps towards the dressing room, and a rather chastened Somerset fielding side exit the field on their way to their dressing room, which is where I'm headed now to go and have a chat with James Hildreth, see what he thinks of the position of the game and ask him about that decision on winning the toss to bat first.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Look forward to working with you tomorrow.